Chapter 51, Spirit Fusion Ability Hell White Tiger. Before this fight, the record Tang San obtained couldn't only be 27 wins. At the same time, he and Xiaowu's record in the 30th rank 2 versus 2 spirit fights was equally 27 total victories. Perhaps they were lucky in some spirit battles, but how could they have been lucky in all 27 bouts? In coordination alone, the 7 years they already had together undoubtedly made them the most familiar out of the Shrek 7 devils. Therefore, even though they faced 3 over 35th ranked peak strength opponents with optimal spirit ring configurations, they still had no fear. Especially the other side's soul, control system spirit master Duguyan's confidence was already cracked by her 3rd spirit ring ability being dissolved. The Black Tortoise spirit master Sher brothers' heads and legs had already stretched out from their tortoise shells. The two simultaneously issued deep bellows, their 2nd spirit rings flaring, the edges of their tortoise shells shining with a not at all intense light. Shield form. The two brothers bellowed with tacit understanding, the tortoise shells on their chest and back bizarrely separating, each moving into their 2 hands, becoming 2 1-meter in diameter immense shields. But having lost their tortoise shells, their bodies were not only much smaller than before they used their spirits, but their sturdy builds had also become thin and weak. Apparently as if those tortoise shells were formed from their bones and essences, truly a bizarre sight. Until now, the most conspicuous of the Emperor team was the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Spirit Master, Captain Yu Tianheng. But in fact, in fighting strength among the Emperor team, the Sher brothers weren't in any way inferior to Yu Tianheng, regardless of whether it was the Black Tortoise Spirit, Dai Mubai's White Tiger Spirit, or Yu Tianheng's Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Spirit, all were first-rate spirits. The low-key Sher brothers were even more powerful than everyone imagined, just that in fights there was basically no need for them to display their powerful side. But now, Yu Tianheng, previously suffering such heavy injuries, clearly made these otherwise unflustered Sher brothers truly angry. Right now, 2 of the pair's spirit rings shone, their gazes burning, staring fixedly at Tang San. The 2 Sher brothers glanced at each other, simultaneously shouting loudly and unexpectedly throwing the enormous tortoiseshell shields in their hands, directly at Tang San and Xiaowu. The tortoiseshell shields spin whistling through the air, that incomparable energy enough to make people fearful. Most peculiar were the strands of yellow spirit power that connected the back of each tortoiseshell shield with the hands of the Sher brothers. The sharp edges of the tortoiseshell shields cut the air as they passed, creating an extremely disturbing sharp hiss. The green mist had already inundated everyone, bringing a faintly sweet fishy smell to everyone's nostrils, despite already having eaten Oscar's small sausage. Apart from Tang San, each person of the Shrek 7 devils felt a burst of dizziness. Fortunately, the detoxifying effect of the small sausages was good, and they could persist without signs of defeat. Right now, a bit relaxedly confronting the other side's strongest was Dai Mubai. Once again fighting Yu Tianheng, Dai Mubai immediately became aware that the opponent's condition really hadn't recovered to its peak. Although those bizarre white light petals helped cure Yu Tianheng's physical injuries, the spirit power he released previously hadn't recovered. In fact, under the previous siege of the Shrek 7 devils, his spirit power consumption was substantial, an unknown amount more than Dai Mubai. Bodily injuries recovered quickly, but although Yu Tianheng's fractured Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon arm had barely managed to heal, he still didn't dare exert himself. Right now he was only relying on his thunder energy to contend with Dai Mubai. With his spirit power already lower than Dai Mubai under the effect of the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda boost, Yu Tianheng calmly chose a roaming battle without meeting Dai Mubai straight on. Dai Mubai was unable to grab the chance for victory he desired, able to become a control system spirit master. Jade Phosphor Serpent Dugu Yan's poison battle control capability was no small matter. Were it not for Tang San exploiting his familiarity with every kind of poison, relying on realgar alcohol to dissolve her strongest third spirit ability, Jade Phosphor Violet Poison, perhaps now the Shrek 7 devils would all have fallen. But Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjuan's circumstances weren't so optimistic. The opponents the two confronted both had 7 or 8 ranks higher spirit power. Even though 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda's effect was able to shrink the spirit power gap between them, but it still couldn't make up for a difference in one spirit ring. One more spirit ring wasn't just as simple as one more spirit ability. All the supplemental attributes that promoted when absorbing a spirit ring couldn't be made up for with spirit power. Just like how Tang San when entering the 30th rank realm gained comprehensive improvements in strength and control. Although Ma Hongjuan's phoenix spirit was also a flying type, right now he still couldn't fly, and could only rely on phoenix fire wire to vanquish the opponent. But that wind chime bird spirit master Yu Feng's attacks were extremely crafty, constantly swooping down with wings like sharp blades. As long as Ma Hongjun was the slightest bit slow in attacking, he might be hit. What made Ma Hongjun even more depressed was Yu Feng's wind abilities. Although he didn't dare letting himself be hit by Phoenix Fire Wire, relying on his wings to instigate wind force, he was frequently able to disperse the Phoenix Fire Wire attacks. In order to be able to keep his opponent at a distance, Ma Hongjun was forced to constantly keep up his Bathing Fire Phoenix ability, thereby bringing the Phoenix Fire Wire's attack power to its peak. Although he was able to temporarily keep his opponent in check like this, his spirit power consumption was also substantial. Were it not for Oscar periodically handing him one of his big sausages, perhaps he would already have been unable to persist. Zhu Zhuqing's circumstances were even more unbearable than Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun still had Oscar's support, she could only rely on her own strength. Black Leopard Osler's speed was under ordinary circumstances higher than Zhu Zhuqing's. The Black Leopard spirit in itself was an extremely outstanding existence among agility attack spirits. Zhu Zhuqing was unable to close the gap between the two even under the speed boost of 7 Treasures Great Tile Pagoda, and could only keep up a constant moving battle with the opponent. Osler's attacks were becoming fiercer and fiercer, and with the spirit power consumption, Zhu Zhuqing was already gradually becoming unable to resist. "Zhuqing, over here!" Dai Mubai shouted loudly. Zhu Zhuqing understood intuitively, figure flickering, she already appeared at Dai Mubai's side. The pressure Yu Tianheng gave Dai Mubai was insufficient, and relying on White Tiger Vajra transformation, Dai Mubai forced off Osler, together with Zhu Zhuqing confronting Osler and Yu Tianheng, creating a 2 versus 2 situation. Thus, Zhu Zhuqing's crisis was temporarily averted. But when Yu Tianheng had Osler's assistance, he also had the chance to catch his breath. The 4 enormous tortoise shells cut spinning through the air, attacking Tang San from 4 different directions. "Xiaowu." Tang San made a simple gesture. Xiaowu soared up, with a leap already jumping over Tang San. Tang San's both hands used strength under Xiaowu's feet, capturing dragon force bursting out, sending off Xiaowu like an artillery shell. The Black Tortoise Spirit Master's defense no doubt mainly relied on their tortoise shells. Right now, having thrown the tortoise shells, their defensive power naturally would have substantially reduced. Tang San had considered letting Xiaowu attack the opponent's control system Spirit Master Dugu Yan, but that was after all too dangerous. Tang San wasn't certain he would be able to dispel the poison on Dugu Yan's body. But with Xiaowu having left this side, right now Tang San alone had to confront the attack of two spirit masters with spirit power 6 ranks higher than his. Was he able to block them? Tang San revealed a confident smile. He wasn't just a control system spirit master, at the same time he was a Tang Sect disciple. That martial ability not of this world was his true background. Moving with ghost perplexing shadow track, after Tang San threw Xiaowu he advanced rather than retreating, dashing to meet the 4 tortoiseshell shields, mysterious heaven skill internal strength surging, both palms already becoming a lustrous glossy jade color. The 4 tortoiseshell shields seemed to leave death the only result for Tang San, but a ghost shadow perplexing track rotation unexpectedly let him evade the sharp edges in front. Immediately afterward, both Tang San's palms simultaneously clapped the leftmost side of a shield. Figure flickering again. Again both palms swatted another side. Controlling crane capturing dragon's force launched, cleverly leveraging force to jolt those shields suffused with spirit power. In a moment, the 4 shields would crash together. 2 muffled grunts issued from the Sher brothers. The spirit power light connecting to the backs of the tortoiseshell shields abruptly tightened, the 4 shields breaking off in different directions. This time, it was Tang San's face that changed color. It wasn't at all because he was worried the tortoiseshell shields would injure him. With ghost shadow perplexing track, he basically didn't have to be worried about being hit by this kind of cumbersome weapon. The reason he was shocked was that the tortoiseshell shields no longer targeted him, but the blue-silver grass released from him. With ear-piercing air-splitting intense sounds, the 4 tyrannical tortoiseshell shields plunged among the blue-silver grass released from Tang San and unexpectedly severed more than half, especially those few strands of blue-silver grass connected to the other Shrek 7 Devil team members, even more all of a sudden completely severing their 7-member integral formation. Tang San's heart chilled. Right now he already understood that these 2 appearing unflustered black tortoise spirit masters absolutely weren't as simple-minded as they appeared on the outside. Their true purpose was admittedly to attack him, but even more important was to destroy their sides-linked condition. Right now, Xiaowu already crossed the covering range of the 4 shields. In a moment, the 2 black tortoise spirit masters were already in range. Xiaowu, look out! A sense of unease washed over Tang San from the bottom of his heart. He subconsciously reminded Xiaowu. This was because he suddenly remembered something. The twin Sher brothers had yet to use their 3rd spirit ability. After all, they were strength-based defensive spirit masters. How could they throw away their shells and not think about their defense? Just as Tang San had predicted, both faces of the black tortoise spirit masters changed, just as their bodies shone with a purple hue. Their 1000-year spirit ring activated. Xiaowu naturally had heard Tang San's cry, but at that point in time, her body was still in midair. There was nothing she could do. However, during the critical moments, Xiaowu demonstrated her quick reflexes. Her 2nd and 3rd spirit ring lighting up at the same time. Dazzling and mesmerizingly, with red eyes, she intensely gazed upon Sherma. The soft bones demon rabbit's 2nd spirit ability, demon confusion. The effect, depending on the opponent's spirit power, it would leave them in a frozen state. The length of this effect was dependent on the difference in their spirit power. However, if there was a large difference in their spirit power, it would backfire. Just like before when they were fighting Zhao Wuji, he directly reflected Xiaowu's demon confusion ability. The twin black tortoise spirit masters before them obviously didn't have such an overwhelming difference in spirit power. thus they could only be frozen for a very short period of time. However, Xiaowu, using a momentary outburst of power, could still obtain the desired result. Mo's entire person was still for a while. The purple glow around his body naturally dulled a little. Taking advantage of this split-second opportunity, Xiaowu used her teleportation ability to, as before, charge ahead. Just using the teleporting ability's range of 5 meters to dodge in front. To lure the enemy in deep. The Shi brothers had dealt with Xiaowu, using Tang San's very own method of dealing with Yu Tianheng before. The 4 tortoise shells that had cut Tang San's blue-silver grass before, with a speed that was hard for the human eye to catch, were recovered. Every tortoise shell glowed with a purple light, as it was explosively rendered into 16 diamond-shaped pieces and shot off within moments. It just about sealed anyone in the vicinity of the defensive black tortoise spirit masters. At this time, if Xiaowu's waist still had Tang San's blue-silver grass, then maybe he could have still pulled her back. But now, in the air, she had nothing else to rely on. The Black Tortoise Spirit Master's tortoise shell burst was a kind of area of attack, mainly used to protect themselves and attack the enemy at the same time. Each Shi brother's tortoise shells had split into 32 pieces. With an area of effect of 10 meters squared, the pieces raced around them in the air, making a sharp piercing sound as they spun around the spirit masters, violently distorting the air within the coverage of their shell burst. To others, it looked like a giant meat grinder. No one knew when the Shi brothers had split up and moved, but in order to use their third spirit ability to their fullest potential, they had to avoid meeting each other, thus preventing the shell fragments crashing into each other. When Xiaowu teleported 5 meters, she could escape the incoming tortoise shell, but she was unable to dodge the shell burst attack. Her delicate body turned in the air, blood splattering as Xiaowu painfully cried out. The vigorously rotating shells in the air had shredded her, causing her to spin several times before falling to the ground. Seeing Xiaowu fall into the enemy's tortoise shell burst range, Tang San's heart broke. Unable to maintain his composure any longer. Xiaowu! The blue-silver grass finally caught up to the falling Xiaowu, wrapped around her waist and quickly pulled her back to safety. Xiaowu's eyes were shut tight, her body trembling fiercely. Her right arm, the right side of her waist and even her thigh was bloody and cut, blood already staining red half her body. Even more serious, the Black Tortoise Spirit Master's spirit power had penetrated her body, already injuring her internal organs. Tang San's heartbeats just about stopped. With his right hand, he was quickly pressing and blocking the pressure points around Xiaowu's injuries to seal the veins so that she wouldn't bleed too much. With the other, he was pressing on Xiaowu's back, using the warm mysterious heaven skills to quickly push spirit energy into her, combining her spirit power with his own, forcing out any lingering malicious spirit power inside her. While this was happening, the shell fragments merged back in the air, once again becoming the tortoise shells on the backs of the Black Tortoise Spirit Masters. Their attack had been a great success. Not only were they able to cut off Tang San's support, they had also heavily injured Xiaowu. Originally, the Shi brothers didn't even think about using their third spirit ability. Even Qin Ming had previously reminded them not to mortally injure any of the opponents. But Yu Tianheng's heavy injuries had caused them to be very angry. Even though their expressions didn't show it, in reality they were infuriated. This caused them to pull all the stops and thus their full force attack resulted in the current scene. Du Guyen happily shouted, "Advance!" Opening her mouth, she once again spit out another mouthful of thick poison, causing the poison mist on the stage to become even thicker. Oscar and his small sausage was finally already starting to show its ineffectiveness. The two black tortoise spirit masters leaped with large strides towards Tang San, very clear that they only needed to take down this control system spirit master. Then today's spirit battle would end in their victory. The Emperor team came to the same understanding after looking at Xiaowu's injury. Tang San would soon have to face the Black Tortoise Spirit Master twins, who had the support of the Jade Phosphor Serpent from behind. Thus all at once, they engaged the other Shrek 7 devils in their own all-out battles. Their objective was simple: to ensure that Tang San's teammates would not get the opportunity to save him. Xiaowu's injury had all the same ignited the flames of fury in the other Shrek 7 devils' hearts. Ma Hongjun no longer spared any remaining spirit power. His phoenix fire wire painted a horrifying picture of fire in the air, rushing towards the wind chime bird spirit master. Air surge. At the critical moment, the gust could no longer be maintained. The purple spirit ring lit up. Floating in the air, both wings rapidly flapped. A layer of green-colored cloud-like spirit power was being released in waves, inviting Ma Hongjuan's phoenix fire wire to slap against it. The green spirit power gathered in the air, forming the shape of a giant bird and swooped down. Ma Hongjuan's phoenix fire wire mightily clashed with it. Ah! The intense pressure and Xiaowu's injury had brought out the darkness in Ma Hongjuan's heart. Even though his spirit power was comparatively weaker than his opponents, at this moment, the phoenix fire on his body was burning with a heat incomparable to before. With the bathing fire phoenix out in full force, he grabbed a sausage from Oscar, who was beside him, and swallowed it, once again spitting out an intense fire wire. Ma Hongjun clearly knew that at this side wasn't just him alone, there was also Oscar and Ning Rongrong. Once he was unable to block the enemy's spirit ability, then the support from the 7 treasures glazed tiles pagoda would be lost, which would only make matters worse. The purplish-red-colored fire wire, under Ma Hongjuan's rage, slowly turned a deep purple color. The third spirit ring ability, Wind Surge, should have broken through the fire, but under these circumstances was currently being held back by force. The originally ability-shaped bird's body had even started to show signs of being burnt. Yufeng felt a special sort of pressure coming from Ma Hongjun, making him feel, from the bottom of his heart, a pressure as if Ma Hongjun had an indisputable, tyrannical strength. He of course didn't know that the current situation was just like the female spider spirit master's situation when Tang San faced the mad team. This was the sort of pressure brought about by the difference in battle spirit. Ma Hongjun had the phoenix spirit. Even if it was a evil fire phoenix variant, it was a phoenix all the same. Phoenixes were the emperor of birds, the strong ones capable of even commanding the heavens. This standard was naturally something the wind chime bird wasn't comparable to. Thus, even if Yufeng's spirit power was much higher than Ma Hongjun, in this battle of spirits, the pressure brought by the phoenix was inescapable. Of course, it was because of this difference in both parties' spirit power that this pressure was only brought out under such conditions, when Ma Hongjuan's body was showing all its potential. Zhu Qing, Hell White Tiger. Dai Mu Bai roared. As the captain of the Shrek 7 devils, seeing Xiaowu getting injured, he couldn't hold it in. Thus he no longer held anything back. Grandmaster once said in this arena before, if Shrek 7 devils wanted to achieve a victory in the arena, then it would all depend on Dai Mu Bai, Zhu Qing and Tang San, these 3 people. Of which, when he was referring to Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Qing, it wasn't their individual physical ability he was talking about. After all, if one was to compare Dai Mubai and Yu Tianheng's abilities, they would need a thin wire. What he was actually referring to was the secret between Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. Their spirit fusion ability. Accompanied by the roars of a tiger, Dai Mubai, already in his white Tiger King state, once again transformed. White fur was mixed with black-colored tiger spots as they started to wildly appear. Zhu Zhuqing lightly bit her lower lip, as her entire body was covered in a faint black glow. Her body became faint, as if it was transparent, rushing towards Dai Mubai. Seeing the two people's body change, Yu Tianheng could not help but be shocked. This is not good. It's the spirit fusion ability. Assert. Go all out. At this point in time, Yu Tianheng no longer cared about the consequences of overusing his spirit power. While he was slowly losing the ability to support his Thunder Rage's status, but was still able to forcefully maintain it. He raised his huge dragon arm, roaring, once again using Thunder Crash. This time it was to stop Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. He used the last of his spirit power to forcefully emit his Thunder Crash ability towards the two people. The Black Panther Spirit Master's third spirit ring lit up at the same time. Opening his eyes wide, as the purple spirit ring floated around his body, a series of cracking and snapping could be heard from all over his body. From his original body separated a leopard-shaped light figure, charging towards Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. The Black Panther Spirit Master's third spirit ability, Leopard Shadow Doppelganger, activated. However, Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai never paid their opponents any attention. With all his attention focused, Dai Mubai's only had Zhu Zhuqing in his eyes. With arms wide open, he welcomed Zhu Zhuqing's dreamlike figure. At this very moment, Dai Mubai was suddenly astonished to discover that the icy chill in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes had faded away, her gaze towards him somewhat dull, still with a somewhat unusual mood. The two silhouettes finally met each other as the opponent's attack approached, Evil Eye White Tiger and Hell Civet's energies at this moment completely blending. The next moment, everyone present felt a fluctuating energy. The spirit fusion ability wasn't 1 + 1 = 2, even if it was two perfectly identical spirits they still might not be able to use the spirit fusion ability, because this required a perfect mutual match. When the spirit fusion ability arose, that kind of formidably powerful incarnation wasn't just two spirit masters' levels, rather a surpassing existence. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing's bodies both vanished in that fusion. Remaining on the spirit ring was only an enormous white tiger. The white tiger's body was transparent, white fur with black stripes, double purple pupils, coldly watching the onrushing attacks. Black Leopard Spirit Master Osler's Leopard Shadow Doppelganger was first to reach the transparent white tiger. Compared to the 8 meters long and more than 2 meters high enormous silhouette of the white tiger, it looked insignificant. The hell white tiger simply leisurely raised its right claw and slowly swatted down. With a popping sound, that faintly purple leopard shadow already became countless specks of light and disappeared unseen, and the hell white tiger's transparent body only rocked slightly once. The next moment, it suddenly transformed into a streak of light, directly rushing into that mad thunder, forging ahead bathed in lightning. The enormous white tiger flashed brilliantly in that moment, raising its head high. That looking down on the world arrogance appeared, the graceful bearing of a mighty world tyrant and king among beasts. In the air the white dove spirit Master Douluo already stared in awe. All the Emperor team members were sluggish in that moment. Hung. Two silhouettes were sent flying simultaneously in response. Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Spirit Master Yu Tianheng was already wildly spouting blood in midair, the arm healed by the effect of the 9-heart flowering apple once again snapping. His team member Osler wasn't as powerful as him, already suffering the spirit power backlash of his third spirit ability being broken in the Hell-White Tiger's sudden explosion. Vomiting out blood in midair, he already lost consciousness. Fortunately, his own spirit power wasn't weak, adding to not having suffered as heavy injuries as Yu Tianheng previously, otherwise his current circumstances would only be even more messy. After the Hell-White Tiger unleashed this attack, it disappeared in a flash, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing simultaneously appearing on the spirit fighting ring. Because of Zhu Zhuqing's large spirit power consumption, she directly lost consciousness in Dai Mubai's arms, Dai Mubai himself not feeling any better, because of having unleashed the spirit fusion ability. His White Tiger Vajra transformation supplementary energy had been completely emptied out. Right now, in an ability backlash condition, he had also lost the capability to fight. But they had also successfully beaten the Black Leopard Spirit Master and the opposing team's Captain Yu Tianheng. Dai Mubai believed that even if the 9-heart flowering apple was even more miraculous, under these kinds of conditions it would still be impossible for those two to recover their fighting strength. With spirit power practically exhausted, the effect of Oscar's little sausage also gradually disappeared. Dai Mubai was already on the verge of collapse within the poison mist. Right now, Oscar and Ning Rongrong were both under Ma Hongjuan's protection, basically unable to deliver any detoxifying small sausage to him. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon was worthy of being called one of the most tyrannical of beast spirits. Despite twice suffering heavy injuries, Yu Tianheng still hadn't lost consciousness, but right now he was only crawling on the ground without standing up. Making his courage tremble was, in the middle of the spirit fighting ring, the battle between the Sher brothers and that control system spirit master Thousand Hands Azura. Tang San gently released Xiaowu on the arena floor. Right now Xiaowu's face was already waxen, although with the assistance of Tang San's mysterious heaven skill orthodox school inner strength, the foreign energy in her body had been expelled, she had still suffered great shock to her energy channels and internal organs. In the 3 places where she'd been injured, even the bone could be seen. If Tang San hadn't promptly blocked the veins at her wounds, the bleeding alone would have already taken her life. Slowly standing up, confronting head-on the 2 black tortoise spirit masters charging towards him, Tang San's face under the Shrek mask was entirely expressionless, but in the eyes his opponents could already see a faint red light. Tang San's jacket under the effect of his spirit power ripped into scattered butterflies fluttering in the air. The gazes aimed at his back could all clearly see that from Tang San's middle vertebrae 8 bulges were swelling up. Immediately afterwards, 8 strange strands of blue-silver grass broke out, with lightning speed abruptly extending. These 8 blue-silver grass strands stood out from the normal ones. Completely glossy purple, glittering under the stage lighting. Precisely the external spirit bone 8 spider lances. Along with the appearance of 8 spider lances, the spirit power fluctuations over Tang San changed peculiarly, his whole atmosphere becoming a lot darker and colder. Around his arrogant body the temperature clearly dropped. On the 8 spider lances was a supplementary layer of faint purple. Where Jade Phosphor Serpent Duguyan's poison mist just came near 8 spider lances, it immediately melted away like ice and snow. Variant spirit? Sure ma, careful. Duguyan, seeing 8 spider lances boring out from Tang San's back, immediately felt discouraged. But just like what Grandmaster said, since 8 spider lances was excessively similar to blue silvergrass, as long as he didn't say anything, nobody would link this back to external spirit bones. The two Sure brothers, charging momentum, immediately came to a halt, their second spirit rings simultaneously flaring, tortoiseshells once again becoming shields in their hands. At their present level, their most powerful skill was the combination of their second and third spirit abilities. The shields could in any position burst into splinters to launch an attack. Their tortoiseshell shields weren't just extremely hard, their cutting power was furthermore extremely high. Otherwise they wouldn't have been able to sever Tang San's durable blue silver grass. The Sure brothers approached cautiously, but Tang San, like they were without the slightest bit of value in his eyes, didn't launch any attack at the Sure brothers, rather half-turning, looking behind him towards the wind chime bird spirit master Yufeng in the air, using his third spirit ability to pressure Ma Hongjun, who was gradually becoming unable to endure. "Come down." 2 words like they were dripping with ice issued from Tang San's mouth. With just a casual throwing motion of his hand, a green ball of light already cut through the air, flying towards Yufeng. Nobody had expected Tang San, when facing 3 of the Emperor team's great spirit masters, would still attend to a battlefield on another side. Even if they had the words, it was already too late to warn Yufeng. Yufeng was right now urging his third spirit ability, gradually obtaining an overwhelming advantage. In a moment he would be able to rout Ma Hongjuan's trio. But controlling the third spirit ability put him under not inconsiderable burden. When he suddenly realized there was something approaching from behind, he could only as far as possible rise in the air, hoping to avoid Tang San's attack. But this attack of Tang San's had been launched with an accurate estimate of Yufeng's response. The green light cut through the air in a graceful arc, in an eye blink already catching up to Yufeng. In just a moment the green light extended and again abruptly closed in, Yufeng's wings in a flash already restrained. Tang San always restrained himself, all along without launching his third spirit ring ability. Although spider web restraint was good, the spirit power consumption was too high. Once he used it, his own strength would immediately suffer. Even with the assistance of the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda, his fighting strength would drop somewhat. But right now was exactly the opportunity Tang San waited for. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing had defeated the other side's most threatening members. Right now the Emperor team's remaining fighting strength was only the Wind Chime Bird Spirit Master, Jade Phosphor Serpent Spirit Master, and the 2 Black Tortoise Spirit Masters. First settling the Wind Chime Bird Spirit Master was naturally because of the opponent's speed and air superiority, as well as the threat to Ma Hongjun and their side's 2 auxiliary system Spirit Masters. First settling the enemy in the air behind him. Next Tang San only had to confront the 3 remaining people in front. The certainty in their strength, the Black Tortoise Spirit Masters had absolutely wasn't weak. At the same time as Tang San threw out spider web restraint, they already threw the 4 tortoiseshell shields in their hands. The 4 enormous shields once again made ear-piercing sharp whistles. They firmly believed that even if Tang San possessed a variant spirit, he still couldn't block their combined effort. Let alone if they like just now used their third spirit ability, especially right now when his spirit power had dropped. But a scene nobody could have imagined occurred. What Tang San did proved that to spirit masters on the battlefield, victory didn't necessarily require relying on strength, but could be accomplished with wisdom and planning. In an instant a figure appeared before Tang San like a moth drawn to a flame, directly hiding Tang San's shape, practically protecting all of Tang San behind him. If the tortoiseshell shields were to hit Tang San, then they first had to pass through this person. The one suddenly appearing in front of Tang San wasn't a stranger, but Emperor Team's captain, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Spirit Master Yu Tianheng. How was it possible? This was the first thought that appeared in the minds of all members of the Emperor Team. Immediately afterward, they clearly saw Yu Tianheng's current circumstances. Yu Tianheng naturally wouldn't help Tang San block his teammates' attack, and even if he would, with his current condition, it wouldn't be possible for him to reach Tang San's side. But all this had already been planned in advance by Tang San. The foreshadowing was buried in the first opening moments of the spirit fight. Yu Tianheng was completely entangled in blue-silver grass, forcefully pulled in front of Tang San to act as his meat shield. Earlier, when the two sides first clashed, Yu Tianheng had fallen into Tang San's schemes, when he suffered injuries under the Shrek 7 Devil's siege. At the start of that siege, when Tang San used blue-silver grass to bind him. Blue-silver grass currently had 3 spirit rings. It also had 3 spirit abilities. Binding was no doubt the most practical, spider web restraint naturally was the most potent. But that unassuming second spirit ring ability shouldn't be neglected. The current scene was a direct result of Tang San's second spirit ring ability, Parasite. Although Yu Tianheng had recovered his fighting strength under the assistance of 9 heart-flowering apple Xiaolingling's assistance, blue-silver grass seeds had quietly been lodged on his body under the use of binding. When the second spirit ability was launched, the parasitic seeds would follow Tang San's control. When Tang San turned to launch his spider web restraint at the Wind Chime Bird Spirit Master, he simultaneously secretly activated the parasites on Yu Tianheng's body, using his blue-silver grass to forcefully pull him over in front of him. Currently, Yu Tianheng was really too weak. If he was in peak condition, he could struggle free of the blue-silver grass restraints without the need for Thunder Fury, but right now it was basically impossible for him to accomplish this. Tang San grasped not only the situation on the battlefield, but at the same time the hearts of the opponents. With 2 lifetimes, he possessed not just the wisdom of 13 years, rather the experience of almost 40. Even though Xiaowu's injuries made him furious, with the disaster he encountered in Star Do Great Forest, he understood that anger basically couldn't settle the issue. Only by maintaining a cool head for the moment would he be able to clearly see every change the narrow target of the battle. If the 2 Black Tortoise Spirit Masters' tortoiseshell shields could only be thrown and not withdrawn, Tang San wouldn't have done something like this. When weakened Yu Tianheng only had the body of a normal person, basically insufficient to stop the Black Tortoise Spirit Master's tortoiseshell shield attack, it would only be adding a life. But in the previous fight, Tang San already clearly saw that their tortoiseshell shields could be withdrawn, and thus this scene appeared. When the 2 brothers Shi Ma and Shi Ma were about to defeat Tang San, Yu Tianheng suddenly appeared, immediately turning the 2 pale with fright. Confronted by the body of their captain, they didn't even think about it. Exerting all their spirit power, they forcefully pull the tortoiseshell shields to change direction. But, in order to defeat Tang San, they had attacked with full strength. The tortoiseshell shields were not only extremely heavy, but even more infused with their enormous spirit power. How could they be withdrawn? The Black Tortoise Spirit Masters were admittedly powerful, but this pair of brothers were still far from the level where they could easily withdraw. In the end, the pair succeeded in breaking off the tortoiseshell shield attack, the 4 tortoiseshell shields brushing by a hair's breadth from Yu Tianheng, flying to either side. But using such strength made these 2 brothers' stomachs cramp, simultaneously spitting blood. And at this moment, a silhouette shot out from behind Yu Tianheng like a shooting star. In practically only a moment it was already in front of them. That was precisely the bloody-eyed Tang San. Tang San's movements were extremely fluent, throwing spider web restraint, dragging Yu Tianheng, Immediately afterward, the 8 spider lances on his back simultaneously pierced the ground, supporting his body, the middle joints of the 8 spider lances bending simultaneously, again stretching out with full strength, their formidable flexibility sending out Tang San like a bolt of lightning. Standing on the Shrek 7 Devil's side, a satisfied expression flashed through Grandmaster's eyes, muttering to himself, "Control the battlefield, control the team, control the enemy, control the heart. Little San, you have finally grasped the full meaning of the control system, Spirit Master." The instant Tang San used 8 spider lances to leap, he knew that this spirit battle was already finished. Losing the crucial protection of the tortoise shells, even though the black tortoise spirit masters were 2, how could they block Tang San's 8 spider lances? The lustrous purple 8 spider lances extended in midair, sharp points like 8 cold stars simultaneously thrusting at the black tortoise spirit masters. Out of the tortoise shells, their own spirit power lashing back, speed not being their expertise. The black tortoise spirit masters only had one method left to them, blocking. The 2 roared loudly, fists swinging at Tang San in the air, spirit power bursting out, earthen yellow light soaring up. The black tortoise spirit master's spirit power was as heavy as their tortoise shells. Unfortunately, they didn't have the strength to truly concentrate their spirit power. Using spirit abilities, how could they still be in peak condition after consuming their spirit power? 8 spider lances as an external spirit bone, once used, in itself had a 50% amplification effect on Tang San's attack power. It was also sharp like a spear. If they still had the tortoise shells, the 2 black tortoise spirit masters might still have been able to block it, but right now there basically wasn't enough time to recover their tortoise shells. Bright purple light pierced into the yellow concentrated spirit power, and erupting in a chain of explosive sounds, the lustrous purple spider lance points basically didn't give the opponents a chance. 8 spider lances under Tang San's control separately passed through the opponent's spirit power, piercing the 2 black tortoise spirit masters' shoulders and arms. In the flickering purple light, Tang San didn't pause, his body flipping in the air, once again using 8 spider lances to shoot up, directly pouncing at the jade phosphor serpent spirit master Douluo. With a humming sound, the tortoise shells each returned to the black tortoise spirit masters, in a flash becoming yellow light and merging into their bodies, but the 2 black tortoise spirit masters were no longer able to stand, purple chi welling out of their arms, the 2 simultaneously toppled, bodies spasming violently. 8 spider lances possessed the extreme toxicity of the man-faced demon spider that couldn't be compared to the supplemental poison on the blue silver grass. Under the toxin of the 8 spider lances, even if the 2 black tortoise spirit masters had even more powerful spirit power, it would still be impossible for them to resist it. Although they weren't stabbed in the vitals, right now their injuries were the most critical of the Emperor team. Watching the lustrous purple 8 spider lances descend from the air, Douluo's eyes were filled with a fearful light. Before the start of this spirit fight, she had never thought her side could lose, but at this moment, facing Tang San, she already didn't have any desire for fighting. Her most powerful 3rd spirit ability had easily been broken by this man before her. She, with poison for fighting strength, still had what qualifications to go on fighting Tang San? What she was capable of right now was only spitting out another cloud of poison mist, that's all. The strange purple luster on the 8 spider lances glittered. Like all rivers running into the sea, the violet poison mist Douluo was doing her utmost to once again spit out, unexpectedly frantically rushed towards the 8 spider lances, and in an eye blink it was already swallowed up. 4 of Tang San's 8 spider lances stretched down to the ground, propping up his body, 2 of the other 4 easily piercing Douluo Yan's serpent tail, with an effort unexpectedly raising her into the air. By now, all the Emperor team members that could fight had already lost the capability to continue the battle. 9 heart-flowering apple spirit master Xiaolingling's eyes equally revealed a panicked expression, although her 9 heart-flowering apple once again used its power. Healing the injured spirit masters on their side, it was unable to recover the battle spirit masters' expended spirit power, and even more unable to remove the terrifying toxin of the 8 spider lances. Put her down, we concede. Yu Tianheng watched Douluo Yan raised up by Tang San's 8 spider lances, his heart abruptly contracting. He clearly saw that not far from him lay the 2 black tortoise spirit masters whose arms had been hit, their arms having swollen up to twice their normal size, their faces covered with purple qi, seemingly on the point of dying. The spider lances swung easily, throwing Douluo Yan to the side. Tang San didn't pay any attention to Yu Tianheng, the 4 upper spider lances pointing in front of him, sharp points closing in on 9 heart-flowering apple spirit master Xiaolingling. Treat our people. Little San, first detoxify them. Just at this time, Grandmaster's timely voice reached the baleful Tang San's ears, making him slightly distracted. 8 spider lances would give Tang San strong evil tendencies, making his attacks become even more severe, unable to control his awareness. Hearing Grandmaster's words, the raging fury in Tang San's heart gradually calmed. Blue-silver grass dispersed in all directions, simultaneously pulling the 2 black tortoise spirit masters and Douluo Yan towards him. The reason Grandmaster reminded him this time was that he well knew the severity of Tang San's 8 spider lances toxin, and that in such a tense battle Tang San clearly wasn't able to hold back. If it had been just a little later, perhaps those 3 would have directly withered away from the poison, just like that tree the time they tested 8 spider lances in the grove. Douluo Yan was a poison spirit master herself, and still somewhat able to resist the 8 spider lances' poison, but the 2 black tortoise spirit masters' circumstances were extremely dangerous. If not for Grandmaster's warning, a moment later even Tang San would have been unable to bring them back to life. When Tang San withdrew the 8 spider lances' poison, inwardly he was shocked, because the 8 spider lances' supplemental poison had already closed in on their hearts. However, while Tang San treated the opponents, he also didn't forget his original intention. Besides the 3 people pierced by 8 spider lances at his side, an additional blue-silver grass strand wound around the waist of Xiaolingling, pulling her before him as well. Since Tang San was still propped up by 8 spider lances, Xiaolingling was naturally lifted off the floor and brought over. Xiaolingling's mask was black muslin. Being very close, Tang San discovered that this mysterious auxiliary system spirit master possessed a pair of extremely beautiful big eyes. The expression in her eyes could be clearly seen, without any impurity, slender eyelashes slightly curved, between soft winks like they could speak. Assist my companions, otherwise they will still die. Tang San's voice was very serene, without a trace of cold intent or mood within. But it was this kind of serene way of speaking that left an extremely deep mark in Xiaolingling's heart. How was this still a man? His voice sounded somewhat young and tender, but his actions were so ferocious. Control, attack, poison, in today's fight, rather than saying Emperor team was beaten by Shrek's 7 devils, it would be better to say it was done by him alone. Xiaolingling didn't utter a word, shaking in fear, barely managing to gather her spirit power. 9 heart-flowering apple light flew out, lightly covering Xiaowu's body. With the poison removed from the bodies of the black tortoise spirit masters and Douluo Yan, Tang San raised his head to look towards the for a long time mute white dove female spirit master and announcer Douluo. "Shouldn't you be announcing the results of this spirit fight?" Douluo at this awoke like from a dream, basically not daring to look Tang San in the eye, hastily announcing, "Team Spirit Fight, Shrek 7 Devils Victory." Without any cheers, Oscar and Ma Hongjun stepped forward, feeding small sausages to Xiaowu, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. The poison mist on the spirit fight ring gradually cleared, both sides' spirit masters all somewhat silent. Although the battle was over, they still attentively gazed at the opponents. Tang San didn't withdraw 8 spider lances, his gaze fixed on Xiaowu, as he saw her wounds swiftly close under the aid of 9 heart-flowering apple. He inwardly breathed out in relief. As Ning Rongrong helped Xiaowu off the ground, she appeared to be a bit pale but otherwise unhindered. Tang San at this withdrew his blue-silver grass and spider web restraint from the Emperor team. Leaping with 8 spider lances, he returned to his companion's side. Dai Mubai looked at Tang San with a somewhat complicated expression in his eyes. "Little San, apparently it's really only when Xiaowu is in danger that you'll become an Asura incarnate, huh?" Tang San's eyes were already softening, the red light in his eyes quietly dispelling. Xiaowu softly nodded to him, indicating she was already fine. It was only at this moment the Shrek 7 devils became conscious that they had truly prevailed over the formidable enemy in front of them. The faces hidden under the masks all by chance wore smiling expressions. To them, this spirit fight's difficulty had been unprecedented, also pressuring them to use their full strength. Tang San's 8 spider lances, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing's spirit fusion ability, to reverse the flow of victory and defeat. Of course, Tang San's control as the team's soul had also been displayed vividly and thoroughly. Without that clever control, this spirit fight victory still wouldn't have been theirs. But on the other side, the Emperor team's members were also supporting each other to gather. Everyone's complexions were all very unsightly, especially Yu Tianheng and the 2 black tortoise spirit masters. Their current expressions were so rigid that it seemed water would be squeezed out. Yu Tianheng stared towards the Shrek 7 devils, just in time to meet the gaze Dai Mubai gave them. Who knows how many times these two had looked face to face, but this time the circumstances were already very different. "You're very powerful. But we weren't completely outdone by you," Yu Tianheng said. Dai Mubai calmly said, "Right. Your own teamwork has flaws, otherwise, it couldn't be said who would have come out on top in this spirit fight." Yu Tianheng's strength had gained Dai Mubai's respect. It was still his first time meeting such a tyrannical opponent on the same level as him. As Emperor Team's captain, Yu Tianheng had practically endured the overwhelming majority of the combined firepower of the Shrek 7 devils, but he still persisted in fighting to the very last moment. Although Emperor Team had lost this spirit fight, Dai Mubai understood that the blue lightning tyrant dragon hadn't at all lost to his evil eye white tiger. Yu Tianheng sighed inwardly, nodding to Dai Mubai. "I hope we'll still have the opportunity to fight again later. Then we won't have any more flaws." Dai Mubai smiled faintly. "The victory will still be ours." The two's gazes once again collided in a shower of sparks. Yu Tianheng drew a deep breath, then to the Black Leopard Spirit Master Osler supporting him, and the others saying, "We're leaving." The party of 7 slowly walked towards the Spirit Master entrance with somewhat staggering steps. Defeat made their departing figures seem somewhat frail. Jade Phosphor Serpent Spirit Master Dugu Yen suddenly paused, turning her head to look at Tang San, who was slowly withdrawing his 8 spider lances. Your poison is very ferocious, even capable of breaking my serpent venom. I'll always remember my disgrace today. One day, I'll let you fall before my serpent venom as well. Tang San serenely looked at the opponent, calmly replying, I'll look forward to it. Turning her head along with Douluo Yan was still 9-heart-flowering apple spirit master Xia Lingling. Her gaze was different from Douluo Yan's resentment, rather a shaking in fear kind of lustrous brilliance, looking deeply at Tang San, wanting to say something but in the end without speaking up. Turning around and leaving along with her companions. Watching the opponents' backs, Dai Mubai suddenly smiled. We won. Oscar grinned, handing over a recovery sausage to everyone. Yes, we won. 7 people looked at each other, each extending their right hand. Shrek 7 Devils 7 hands piled up in the air, chewing Oscar's big sausage, in this moment the joy of victory and camaraderie bursting out. Applause suddenly echoed, amplified by special equipment from within the VIP lounges. Shrek 7 Devils display won the hearts of the audience, and even though the quantity of spectators wasn't as high as on the outside, to a victory like this judicious applause was a perfect end to such a powerful collision of a team spirit battle. Qin Ming from beginning to end stood at the entrance of the passage, waiting for his disciples to walk over one by one. On his face wasn't any displeased expression, instead wearing a faint smile. It seemed that to him, this might be a very good result. I'm sorry, Teacher Qin, we lost. Yu Tianheng stopped before Qin Ming, lowering his always arrogant head. Qin Ming didn't speak, only calmly looked at him. Yu Tianheng could be said to be the disciple he was most proud of, but he was also prideful. Yu Tianheng continued, the responsibility for today's defeat is all mine. I didn't lead well enough, acting like a lone warrior, falling into the opponent's trap. If you wish it, punish me. Qin Ming was in no way a gentle person. Just the opposite. When he taught his disciples he was extremely strict, readily using severe punishments. No, Captain, this can't be blamed at you. Who could have expected the opponents would be so treacherous? Black Leopard Spirit Master Osler hastily covered for Yu Tianheng. Yu Tianheng sighed lightly, shaking his head. No, Osler, treachery is all the same as strength. Losing is losing. In circumstances where we outclassed the opponents in spirit power and spirit rings we still lost. This can only prove we made too large mistakes in this fight. Tianheng, even if there were mistakes, the mistakes still weren't yours. It was me, as control system spirit master, the team's soul, I'm the commander in the field. It was me who didn't lead everyone well enough. From childhood, Douluo Yan had very rarely wept. In her 20 years of life, she had practically always sailed with favorable winds. A rare poison-type control capability, a profound background, formidable spirit power among her peers, always placing her at the summit of the pyramid. Today's defeat was a larger blow than to anyone else. At this moment, humiliated tears subconsciously flowed from her eyes. The 2 Black Tortoise Spirit Masters didn't speak. Yu Feng wanted to say something, but was stopped by Qin Ming's raised hand. To you, although this is a defeat, it's still a good thing. Qin Ming spoke with a smile. His tone not the slightest strict to the Emperor team members. Yu Tianheng looked blankly at Qin Ming, in his heart immediately understanding something. Osler couldn't help but say, Teacher Qin, we lost this badly, how is it still a good thing? Qin Ming calmly said, because, until now your experiences have all really been too smooth. Now you have admittedly met with a setback. But this setback after all hasn't let anyone among you suffer irrevocable harm. If this setback had occurred in the future, then perhaps you would understand all this at the price of your life. Being defeated isn't frightening. What's frightening is being unable to learn from defeat. I think you should already have found some of your mistakes. Then, when you meet this kind of opponent next time, you will become even more formidable. Shrek 7 devils defeated you, but at the same time they woke you up. Each of you have profound talent. I only present you with these words. Here he paused, gaze sweeping across the Emperor team's members. Growth in defeat. Growth in defeat. The Emperor team members all repeated Qin Ming's words. Qin Ming waved his hand. You all return to rest. Recover as quickly as possible. I still have to go see some people. Finished speaking, Qin Ming turned around and left with large strides. Completely opposite to the gloom of the Emperor team, as Shrek 7 devils walked through the applause to Grandmaster, Flender and Xiaowu, their eyes were filled with excitement that couldn't be suppressed. The two master and disciple Grandmaster and Tang San looked face to face. In Grandmaster's eyes, Tang San saw satisfaction. Obtaining his teacher's approval, to Tang San, was even more significant than the audience's applause. Grandmaster wasn't stingy with his very satisfied words. Very good, you won. You not only prevailed over the opponents, at the same time you also defeated yourselves. This team spirit fight today, even if it was the second stage training exam, you all passed my test with exceptional grades. Oscar grinned, saying, Grandmaster, then after we return, shouldn't we have a vacation? To the side, Flender frowned. You brats still can't be too complacent. Don't tell me you can't see how lucky today's victory was. In a genuine contest of strength, you wouldn't be the match of Emperor team. Oscar said. But, Dean, I remember you once taught us that luck is also a kind of strength. Don't tell me you've already forgotten. You stinking brat. Humph. Although Flender's mouth was reprimanding Oscar, in fact, inwardly he was even more excited than Grandmaster. Shrek Academy could be said to be firmly managed by him until now. But right now, the most outstanding Shrek Academy students in its history had arrived. He believed that in less than 20 years these children before him would bring a storm to the entire Douluo Continent's spirit master world. A true storm. Xiaowu smiling said. Fine, Flender, you don't have to appear strict when you're soft inside. This time the children have also worked hard. Grandmaster, you say whether they can rest for a time once we're back. Grandmaster slowly nodded. We should let them rest a while. When we return, we'll give them half a month of vacation. They can do whatever they wish. Afterwards, I will consider when to begin the third stage training. Ah? There's still a third stage. Besides Tang San, the other 6 couldn't help but simultaneously cry out in alarm. Grandmaster only swept his flat gaze over them, his face also recovering to its traditional rigidity. Why? You have any complaints? No, of course not. Grandmaster, you are the wisest. Let alone the third stage, even if it's the 4th or 5th, we will certainly be able to persevere. Oscar rushed to reply. The others were all inwardly wiping sweat drops. They all had to admit that Grandmaster's training methods undoubtedly had superb results, but nobody wanted to think back to the suffering they had experienced. The first and second stages were already so difficult. What could that third stage training be? At that moment, a person was strolling over. Before he reached them, his voice preceded him. Dean Flender, Vice Dean Xiaowu, are you well? Disciple Qin Ming pays his respects. The arrival was precisely Emperor Team's coach-teacher Qin Ming. With just a few rapid steps, he kneeled before Flender and xiaowu. Right now, he was already completely without the controlled calm he had before the Emperor Team. His eyes shone with emotion. Flender used his hand to prop up the glasses on his nose. "I still thought you'd forgotten us long ago, you stinking brat." Xiaowu pulled up Qin Ming from the ground, sizing him up, then laughed out loud. "Good brat, you're more and more ferocious. It seems that it won't be much longer before you catch up to us old codgers." Qin Ming deferentially put his hands down and stood up. Regardless of how long, the two deans are always Qin Ming's teachers. Qin Ming will also forever be a disciple of Shrek Academy. Looking at the scene in front, the Shrek 7 devils couldn't help but be dumbstruck. Although they didn't know what Qin Ming was actually doing, they had clearly seen Qin Ming at the entrance on the other side of the spirit fighting ring. This person clearly was very closely related to Emperor Team, but hearing the meaning in his words, wouldn't he be? Flender raised his hand, clapping hard at Qin Ming's shoulder. "It's already been so many years since you left the academy, but you still are as awkward as before. Come, I'll give you introductions. This is Grandmaster. These other 7 little monsters you just now had a look at in the spirit fighting ring." Qin Ming first deferentially saluted Grandmaster, furthermore with the courtesy of a disciple. "Hello, Grandmaster." Grandmaster leaned to the side, without accepting his courtesy, calmly saying, "No need to be polite." Qin Ming looked at Grandmaster not accepting his courtesy and couldn't help be a bit cold. To the side Flender smiled. "You are his nephew's teacher. In this respect you and he are of the same generation. Of course he won't accept your courtesy." Qin Ming, puzzled, looked at Flender. In Grandmaster's eyes was a resentful light, apparently rebuking Flender for revealing his background. Flender grinned, saying, "Everyone here's on our side, you don't have to hide it. Don't tell me you insist on me not telling everyone that Yu Tianheng is your nephew." "What?" The Shrek 7 devils practically simultaneously cried out in shock. How could they have expected that Grandmaster would actually be born from the 7 great clans, and even the one possessing the most attack power, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan? Grandmaster's expression immediately became gloomy. "You already told them?" "Flender, I told you repeatedly that me and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan haven't had any relationship for a long time." Leaving behind these words, Grandmaster turned around and left for the outside. Tang San stepped forward wanting to catch up to his teacher, but Grandmaster raised his hand to stop him. "You still have to go calculate the points from this month's spirit fights. You will later return with Flender. I have some business." Following Grandmaster with his eyes, Tang San, somewhat puzzled, looked at Flender. In his heart he already gradually came to understand the reason. No wonder when Grandmaster mentioned the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan that time his expression was a bit peculiar. Originally he was from such a formidable spirit master clan, in that kind of clan, possessing such a feeble variant spirit as San Pao. If it was him, perhaps he also. Flender somewhat remorsefully said, "It's my shooting my mouth off. Never mind it, Shao Gang is already long since used to this." Qin Ming drew a long breath. "I really didn't expect that Grandmaster unexpectedly was Tianheng's uncle." Flender's expression very quickly recovered to normal, saying to the Shrek 7 devils, "You're certainly very baffled about why Qin Ming would come here. It's actually very simple. He was also once like you, a person of the Shrek Academy. Furthermore, he was still once our most outstanding student. Shrek Academy's first graduate. Mubai, little San, xiaowu. Not long ago you reduced the 30th rank speed record that was set by just Qin Ming. Qin Ming smiled faintly to the Shrek 7 devils, saying, "Hello all juniors. Teacher Flender, it seems our Shrek Academy's growth is even better than before." Xiaowu to the side somewhat helplessly said, "What better? These children are the Academy's last batch of students." Qin Ming was inwardly alarmed, subconsciously saying, "Don't tell me the Academy's financial problems still haven't been settled?" Once the words were out, he became conscious of his mistake, looking toward Flender with a somewhat embarrassed expression. Flender sighed. "It's a fact, we're not hiding it. Furthermore, we're also tired. Along with the advancement of age, we no longer have the impulses of youth. After waiting for these children to graduate, I think we can also go to something classified as our own lives. Qin Ming, you teach those students well, they can all be regarded as elites." Qin Ming smiled wryly. "It's not that I teach well, rather that those children possess superb talent and background on their own. I also don't have the attraction capable of teaching them. Rather, our academy has enough things to attract them." "Eh? Saying this, you're an academy teacher?" Flender, somewhat astonished, looked at him. Qin Ming nodded, saying, "Teacher Flender, right now I'm teaching at the Heaven Do Imperial Academy. These 7 children of Emperor Team are all the Heaven Do Imperial Academy's most outstanding disciples." Flender chuckled, saying, "With one look at you, I was reassured about this spirit fight. Fine, here is no place to be talking, come with us to a wine shop. So many years without seeing each other, we'll chat." Qin Ming delightedly nodded agreement, his gaze sweeping over the Shrek 7 devils one by one, his thoughts secretly moving. He had clearly heard what Flender said. He also very clearly knew what kind of record he had held at the Shrek Academy, and unexpectedly 3 of these 7 children had already broken his record. It was obvious their present age shouldn't be high. Qin Ming thought to himself, the Shrek 7 devils' circumstances should definitely be the same as his. In other words, the Shrek 7 devils before him should be even younger than the Emperor Team's 7 students fostered at the Heaven Do Imperial Academy, and also more outstanding. He was also only too well aware of the Shrek Academy's circumstances. With the Academy's circumstances like that, unexpectedly able to foster these genius spirit master, what did this imply? The Shrek 7 devils' gazes were at this moment all focused on Qin Ming. The previous fight to them was so challenging. Right now it turned out the opponent's teacher actually was their senior. This kind of feeling to them was fantastic, and also somewhat strange. Flender turned to the Shrek 7 devils, saying, "Well, you go settle your points first. Afterwards return at once. Wuji, Qin Ming, we'll leave." Flender's trio left, only leaving the Shrek 7 devils. Right now, the 7 with the help of Oscar's recovery sausage had already recovered a lot of their physical strength. Spirit power had also recovered somewhat. Ma Hongjun muttered to himself, "Unexpectedly, I was already so awesome. Even the Heaven Do Imperial Academy's elite were unable to beat me. Haha, I really am talented." Dai Mubai grumpily hit the top of Fatty's head. "Talented your head. Was the Emperor Team beaten by you? That was Little San being awesome. If we had to rely on you, perhaps we would long ago have been beaten until we pissed in terror." Fatty grinned, saying, "Boss Dai, no need to say that. Didn't Grandmaster say we are one entity, each person contributes? Little San is awesome, but I, Fatty, also have real skill. However, third brother, your younger brother thanks you." Xiaowu baffled looked at Fatty, saying, You're thanking little San for what? Fatty chuckled, looking at Tang San with an expression clearly showing some gratitude. Although I, Fatty, am not regarded as clever, I absolutely am not a fool. When little San confronted that shield attack, he never resorted to using Oscar's mushroom sausage to dodge. Of course it was because I was behind him with Oscar and Ning Rongrong. Otherwise, if he had only taken it a bit easy and flown off, then what would those two black tortoises have been looking at? Tang San smiling said, "Weren't you just saying that we are one entity? I can never betray a teammate. Everyone are our people, there's no need for words of gratitude. If I show an opening, will you not also just like that come to my aid? Boss die, let's leave. After drawing the points and changing spirit fighter level we'll go back early." Oh, that's right. Just now Senior Qin Ming said the Heaven Do Imperial Academy was what kind of academy? Dai Mubai was speechless a while. Little San, you're not saying you don't even know about Heaven Do Imperial Academy? Tang San scratched his head, saying, I really don't know. To the side Xiaowu nodded, I also don't know. Don't tell me they're very famous. Ning Rongrong said, how can it be described as famous? Heaven Do Imperial College was founded by the Heaven Do Empire's imperial family. Throughout history, the Dean of Heaven Do Imperial Academy has always been a concurrent position for the Heaven Do Empire's regent. Famous, you ask? In Heaven Do Empire, the Heaven Do Imperial Academy is the single largest advanced spirit master academy. Every kind of facility is perfect beyond imagination. Originally, if I hadn't been enrolled at Shrek Academy, I might have gone there. Dai Mubai said. Only it's a pity, although Heaven Do Academy is good in itself, their connection to the imperial family brings major restrictions. The Heaven Do Imperial Academy's first requirement for accepting students is that the student has to be a noble, making a lot of remarkable commoner students unable to join. Also precisely because the students are nobles leads to the facilities being faultless and the teachers' strength formidable. And thus the Heaven Do Imperial Academy is always the first ranked, but not a lot of famous spirit masters appear from there. Royal family connection. Tang San slowly nodded. He wasn't envious of the other academy's facilities. He was only somewhat curious about this academy, that's all. It was no wonder the Emperor team members all possessed such powerful spirits. Unexpectedly it was because they came from this kind of famous academy. Oscar suddenly said, Boss Dai Tang San, did you see how high Senior Qin Ming's present rank is? Dai Mubai looked blank. Going by Senior's appearance, he should already be over 30 years old. The academy's previous record was 30th rank at age 14, still 2 months earlier than you. Like this it would appear Senior Qin Ming is at least 50th ranked. At 30 already over 50th rank, truly powerful. No wonder he could become a teacher at Heaven Do Imperial Academy. Tang San slowly nodded, expressing approval of Dai Mubai's conjecture. Oscar shook his head, saying, I don't see it like that. At 50th rank, becoming a teacher at an advanced Spirit Master Academy is admittedly no problem. But what you must take into account is that Qin Ming brought the Emperor team. Then, his position at Heaven Do Imperial Academy will inevitably be very high. Without guaranteed strength, is this possible? I think that even if he isn't 60th rank, then perhaps he isn't far from it. Fatty was clearly somewhat impatient with standing here. Fine. Let's go. If you want to know Senior Qin Ming's rank, just go back and ask. There's no need to stand here and guess. 1 month of spirit fighting had at last ended, defeating the Emperor team, the Shrek 7 Devils obtained a team spirit fighting record of 28 complete victories. Furthermore, according to the agreement between Grandmaster and Sotuo Great Spirit Arena, apart from Oscar and Ning Rongrong, each person would raise their 1 versus 1 fighting record by 1 bout. And besides Fatty, who didn't have a partner, the other 6 each obtained 1-2 versus 2 victory record. After so many spirit fights, each person was somewhat curious about their points. They also didn't know what kind of degree their points from successive victories could reach. This couldn't just be about points, at the same time there was the award money. All were today, on the last day of the month, calculated and distributed. Without waiting for the 7 to go to the specialized point calculation area, that manager AO already took the initiative to come to them, asking the 7 to come to a high-level Spirit Master area specially dedicated to calculate points. Manager AO's face was currently flushed with success. Shrek 7 Devils prevailed over Emperor team, not only averting losses for Sotuo Great Spirit Arena, but furthermore making the Great Spirit Arena a large profit. To these outstanding Spirit Masters, Sotuo Great Spirit Arena naturally wouldn't be stingy. Manager AO handed over a black card to Shrek 7 Devils team captain Dai Mubai. This is the agreed upon sum of 10,000 gold spirit coins, Mr. Team Captain. This black card is usable at any bank on the continent, and can be directly converted into the corresponding amount. Dai Mubai also wasn't polite, directly taking the black card and placing it in his chest. Manager AO, could you calculate our points now? We're still tired, hoping to return early to rest. Of course, of course. Manager AO was exceptionally polite, hastily gesturing for a staff member to the side to calculate this past month's points for the Shrek 7 Devils. He had clearly seen today's team spirit battle with his own eyes. Tang San was admittedly remarkable, but he regarded Dai Mubai's and Zhu Zhuqing's spirit fusion ability as even more significant. As a matter of fact, among spirit masters, the appearance of the spirit fusion ability was extremely rare. Once the user's strength increased a certain degree, then, the spirit fusion ability would be in existence opposing heaven. To young spirit masters with this kind of potential, the Great Spirit Arena absolutely hoped to entice them. Therefore to Dai Mubai, this manager AO was even more polite. He already thought, next month, when the Shrek 7 Devils again came to join spirit fights, he would look after them especially well, as far as possible winning over these youngsters with outstanding strength. But how could he know that this was the last spirit fight of the Shrek 7 Devils at the Sotuo Great Spirit Arena? The calculation results appeared very quickly. The staff member held out a calculation form. Evil Eye White Tiger. Because of there being more than 3 months between previous month's fights and this month's first fight, and previously being without a record of 5 successive victories, previous months obtained spirit fight victories will not be counted cumulatively with this month's successive victories. 1 versus 1 spirit fights, this month's achievement. 26 wins and 2 losses, among these, the 2 lost bouts separating 15 bouts out of 27 bouts. Therefore, the number of bouts with 5 or more successive victories are divided into 2 calculations, altogether 10 bouts, 5 bouts with 10 successive victories or more. Obtained points, 609. 2 versus 2 spirit fights, dual-winged white tiger combination member, 17 wins and 11 losses, among them 2 bouts with 5 or more successive victories. Obtained points, 24. Team spirit fights, Shrek 7 Devils team captain, 28 victories, among them 5 bouts with 5 or more successive victories, 18 bouts with 10 successive victories or more. Obtained points, 1855. Obtained points at the start of the month. 3. This month's obtained points, grand total of 2,488, overall obtained points, 2491. Spirit Fighter Badge advances to Silver Spirit Fighter level. Finishing the announcement, the staff member handed over a Silver Spirit Fighter Badge, already prepared according to Dai Mubai's remaining record. Furthermore, handing over another black card, containing the gold coin bonus for successive victories. Sausage Monopoly, prior to this month without a spirit fight record. This month's performance. 1 versus 1 spirit fights, none. 2 versus 2 spirit fights, double-winged white tiger combination member, 17 victories and 11 losses, among them 2 bouts with 5 or more successive victories. Obtained points, 24. Team Spirit Fights, Shrek 7 Devils team member, 28 successive victories, among them 5 bouts with 5 or more successive victories, 18 bouts with 10 or more successive victories. Obtained points, 1855. Previous month's points, 0. This month's points, grand total of 1855, overall obtained points, 1879. Spirit Fighter Badge advances to Silver Spirit Fight level. In the same manner, Oscar also received a special Silver Spirit Fighter Badge and gold spirit coins on a card. The third person's turn naturally was Tang San. Among everyone, Tang San's record undoubtedly was the best. Whether it was 1 versus 1, 2 versus 2 or team spirit fights, he had a perfect record. Thousand Hands Azura. Because of there being more than 3 months between previous month's fights and this month's first fight, and previously being without a record of 5 successive victories, previous months obtained spirit fight victories will not be counted cumulatively with this month's successive victories. 1 versus 1 spirit fights, this month's record is 28 successive victories, among them 5 bouts with 5 or more successive victories, 18 bouts with 10 successive victories or more. Obtained points, 1855. 2 versus 2 spirit fights, 3-5 combination member, 28 successive victories, among them 5 bouts with 5 or more successive victories, 18 bouts with 10 successive victories or more. Obtained points, 1855. Team Spirit Fights, Shrek 7 Devils team member, 28 successive victories, among them 5 bouts with 5 or more successive victories, 18 bouts with 10 successive victories or more. Obtained points, 1855. Obtained points at the start of the month. 2. This month's obtained points, grand total of 5,565, overall obtained points, 5567. Spirit Fighter Badge advances to Gold Spirit Fighter level. Let alone Tang San and the Shrek 7 Devils, even manager AO to the side couldn't help but be dumbfounded when he heard the number 5,567. As far as he could remember, there had never been an Iron Spirit Fighter Spirit Master able to receive such a high score in 1 month. Unexpectedly able to leap straight from the Iron Spirit Fighter level to the 5,000 points required for Gold Spirit fights. Let alone Suotuo Spirit Arena, something like this might not have happened in any great spirit arena on the continent. Taking the heavy Gold Spirit Fighter Badge, Tang San showed a faint smile. His effort for 1 month hadn't been wasted. Not good. Ma Hongjun suddenly shouted out. Dai Mubai unhappily glared at him. What's not good? Ma Hongjun stared at Tang San. Since third brother has a Gold Spirit Fighter Badge, then hereafter when we again participate in team spirit fights, won't we have to battle with Gold Spirit Fighter level teams? How will we win? A Silver Spirit Fighter level Emperor team was already so dangerous to defeat. Hearing Fatty's words, everyone immediately understood. Team spirit fights were calculated according to the member with the highest spirit fighter level and the highest spirit power level. In other words, with a gold spirit fighter member, they had to participate in gold spirit fighter level matches. For a moment everyone couldn't help looking distracted, staring strangely at Tang San. Tang San smiled wryly. Apparently I have too many points. It also seems that isn't a good thing. With them having this kind of notion, Manager AO to the side couldn't look at them like this. This, I think you basically don't have to worry about. Manager AO looked at them with a wry smile. Everyone, let alone gold spirit fighter level, even if it is silver spirit fighter level teams, perhaps you would find it very difficult to find, unless the Emperor team reappears. Why? Tang San curious asked. Manager AO said, generally speaking, obtaining points is done incrementally, successive victories is very difficult to obtain, circumstances like you obtaining points so quickly, after all these years it's still my first time seeing it. Under normal circumstances, among 30th level spirit masters, there will also only be iron spirit fighters and copper spirit fighters. Silver spirit fighters basically wouldn't appear, before finally reaching 40th level or higher. As spirit power increases, one's spirit's advantages emerges, possessing a certain advantage on the same level, points will increase quickly, advancing to silver spirit fighter, on even higher levels to gold spirit fighter. Something like you, on the 30th level becoming a gold spirit fighter team, I have never even heard of. I don't know the circumstances in Star Luo Empire, but in our Stardo Empire's great spirit arenas there wouldn't be a second 30th level gold spirit fighter team. Even if it was 30th level spirit fighter teams, perhaps there wouldn't be more than 5. Furthermore, it would also be very difficult to find a team more powerful than Emperor team. Therefore, you can safely believe that on your level, you are the strongest. Without opponents? The Shrek 7 devils all smiled, apart from Tang San, the eldest among them was no more than 15. As spirit masters, how couldn't they hope for their strength to be formidable? A common voice appeared in their hearts. We, Shrek 7 devils, are a gold spirit fighting team. The remaining 4 people also calculated their points. With the guarantee of 28 successive victories, without exception, all had more than 1,000 points, smoothly obtaining silver spirit fighter badges. Until they left the Great Spirit Arena, everyone still thought it was somewhat inconceivable. By now, they had already found a lonely lavatory to change their costumes. Looking at the sparkling stars in the night sky, Oscar murmured, "1 month, in just 1 month I've really become a silver spirit fighter? Every time hereafter I again participate in spirit fights, I'll be able to obtain plenty of gold spirit coins? This really is too unimaginable." His arm suddenly smarting, Oscar pivoted quickly and shuddered, feeling wronged looking at the beauty next to him. "Rong Rong, what are you doing pinching me?" Ning Rongrong's beautiful young face expressed a smile harmless to men or beasts. "I checked whether it hurts. If it hurts, then it isn't a dream." As the 2 auxiliary system spirit master able to so quickly obtain silver spirit fighter qualifications, their thoughts were naturally the closest. Oscar didn't hold any resentment for being pinched by Ning Rongrong, needing the place where he was pinched. He said in a deadpan voice, "I've decided, this month I will not bathe." Tang San smiling said, "That's no problem, as long as you don't sleep in the same room as me. Otherwise, I can't guarantee I won't throw you and your stink in the river while you sleep." While speaking, he also made a throwing motion, drawing everyone's laughter. The Emperor team members all supported each other to walk back to their hotel. Although their injuries had all been cured by Xie Lingling's 9-heart flowering apple, because of the Shi brothers and Dugu Yen previously suffering from Tang San's man-faced demon spider poison, right now they were still very weak. Even more importantly, this time losing a spirit fight was an extremely critical blow to their spirit. Xie Lingling supported Dugu Yen, Osler supported Yu Tianheng. The one considered having the best condition wind chime bird spirit master Yu Feng supported the Shi brothers, together resembling soldiers from a defeated army. The 7 walked in a lifeless atmosphere. Just when they were about to return to the hotel, a person suddenly blocked their path. Tianheng. Do you still remember me? A somewhat strange resonant voice, making the depressed Yu Tianheng surprised raise his head. In the moonlight, he could with difficulty see the person obstructing them, hesitating slightly. Your uncle? How could you be here? The person barring the Emperor team was precisely Grandmaster. Grandmaster walked forward to stand in front of Yu Tianheng. Let's chat alone. Yu Tianheng right now had even forgotten being depressed from losing the battle, hastily nodding, indicating to the other members, letting them return to the hotel first. The Emperor team people, when hearing this person was Yu Tianheng's uncle, naturally didn't have anything to say, directly returning to their residence not far away. Uncle, you're here. Looking at Grandmaster, Yu Tianheng's throat seemed to choke up. Although it had already been very many years since Grandmaster left the family, he could still clearly remember this uncle frequently carrying him to play in his childhood. At that time, his face also wasn't as rigid as now. His father, as the eldest son and heir, every day had to study managing the clan with his grandfather and cultivate. In his childhood, the one who spent more time with him was this uncle, even so much that for a very long time, Yu Tianheng would regard this Grandmaster before him as a father. Grandmaster's eyes held a gentle light, clapping Yu Tianheng's shoulder. It seems you have done well these years. 39th ranked, little Heng has grown up. The edges of Yu Tianheng's eyes reddened. He who had just gone through a setback, suddenly finding a close relative, would naturally have a kind of dependent feeling. Choking with emotion, saying, "Uncle, come back home with me. Actually, Grandfather always thought of you. Dad also." Intense emotion flitted past in Grandmaster's eyes, lightly sighing, calmly saying, "Although your grandfather is the clan head in the clan, it's not at all the clan head who has the final word. I was driven out of the clan long ago, struck from the genealogy. How could I still return? Are your grandfather and father still well?" Yu Tianheng nodded. "They're both very well. Only grandfather is getting old, already handling fewer matters. In the clan the majority of affairs are managed by Dad. Uncle, did you know many times in the past I found grandfather staring blankly at a portrait of you? He definitely very much wants you to come back to visit." Enough said. Grandmaster suddenly somewhat irritably interrupted Yu Tianheng, his whole body twitching slightly, for a long time unable to be calm. Yu Tianheng tactfully didn't speak further, but looked at Grandmaster, his eyes moist. Not so long before, Grandmaster had carried him in his big warm hands, played with him, told him spirit master anecdotes. From Yu Tianheng's entire childhood, these memories were all much more profound than any others he had. As the clan's eldest grandson, his grandfather and father's requirements of him were extremely strict, concerned only with his spirit power progress and spirit ability applications. Only Grandmaster, only this uncle, would truly give him some childhood happiness. After a long time, Grandmaster drew a deep breath, calming the surging emotions in his heart. Tianheng, perhaps not long after, we will still meet again. No need to be so discouraged by defeat as today. Defeat isn't frightening. What's frightening is not being able to find the lessons in defeat. Your own strength is very great, but from seeing the spirit fight today, you haven't displayed your true strength. Otherwise, victory and defeat would have been difficult to guess. Yu Tianheng's heart moved. Uncle, you also saw our team spirit fight today? I let the family lose face. Grandmaster shook his head. Do you know where your mistakes were? Yu Tianheng somewhat blankly looked at Grandmaster. If this was asked by Qin Ming, perhaps he would have a lot of replies, but being asked by his uncle, in the whole clan with the lowest position, even to the extent that he didn't inherit the directly related tyrant dragon, for some reason, he was left speechless. Grandmaster raised his right hand to grab Yu Tianheng's shoulder. You didn't lose to the opponent in skill, rather they lost to you. Right, with your fundamentals, as far as spirit ability application goes, there aren't any issues. The reason why you would fall into the opponent's trap is because of the arrogance in your heart. The arrogance of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Arrogance. Yu Tianheng looked at Grandmaster, something gradually forming in his eyes. He was extremely intelligent, with Grandmaster and Qin Ming raising the same point one after another. He immediately became aware of some key problem. Uncle, don't worry, the next time I have the opportunity, I absolutely won't lose to them again. Grandmaster exposed a rare smile. You will have the opportunity. Because I am the Shrek 7 Devils team's leader. What? Yu Tianheng was gobsmacked, looking at Grandmaster without daring to believe. In the clan, he had heard all the rumors concerning Grandmaster. All said Grandmaster possessed a trash spirit, and still those events bringing disgrace to the family. Even though he really didn't care about these, he was still unusually clear on Grandmaster's strength. That strength forever unable to break through the 30th rank. Grandmaster calmly smiled, saying, Very strange, isn't it? Right, my own strength is low, but that doesn't mean I'm unable to teach disciples well. The Shrek 7 Devils can't all be said to be my disciples, but at present I'm their teacher. I only have one direct disciple. You also met him just now. Shrek 7 Devils Control System Spirit Master. Him. Yu Tianheng's gaze at Grandmaster changed. In the previous spirit fight, of the two people who gave him the most profound impressions, besides Dai Mubai who could block him from the front, was that one completely controlling the battle situation, Tang San. A radiance flashed in Grandmaster's eyes. One day I will let the people of the world know that, although I, Yu Xiaogang, am rubbish, I can teach an incomparable genius. Tianheng, I'm leaving. Remember my words. If you wish to under any circumstances display your full strength, bringing your team to the ultimate victory, then give up that arrogance. Finished speaking, Grandmaster looked deeply at Yu Tianheng. Again clapping his shoulder, turning around and walking into the darkness. Uncle, can't you also teach me? Yu Tianheng caught up to him. Grandmaster paused, lightly shaking his head. Tianheng, if the clan knew I taught you, what do you believe they would do? Perhaps I would immediately become the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan's enemy. If you truly want to become a mighty spirit master, then set that apprentice of mine as a goal. If you can still surpass him in 1 year, then you inevitably already stand on the summit of the continent's spirit masters. Uncle, why? Yu Tianheng was somewhat unconvinced. Although he was extremely shocked by Tang San's control strength and supplementary toxicity, He certainly believed that whatever variation that was, it was still just blue silver grass, and could never compare to his blue lightning tyrant dragon. If it was a 1 versus 1 duel, he certainly would be able to surmount the opponent. Grandmaster stopped walking, turning his head to look at Yu Tianheng. Do you know how high his spirit power rank is? Yu Tianheng pondered it, saying, by the materials I received, he should be 32nd rank, nicknamed Thousand Hands Azura. But I think his spirit power should be more or less the same as mine. The circumstances of Tang San controlling the entire situation was still vivid in his mind. How could he believe that this was accomplished by a control system spirit master with spirit power 7 ranks lower than his own? His side's Dugu Yen was also a control system spirit master, with 38th ranked spirit power, but she was completely suppressed by him. Grandmaster shook his head, saying, no, the materials you got were correct. Little San really only has 32nd ranked spirit power. Then, do you know how old he is? Yu Tianheng shook his head, his heart suddenly skipping a beat. Grandmaster calmly smiled. He just had his 13th birthday. When he was 12 he obtained his 3rd spirit ring. Having said this, he no longer stopped, turning around and swiftly leaving. Even this couldn't completely represent Tang San's talent. He still had the greatest secret, twin spirits. Yu Tianheng stood there sluggishly, for a long time without moving, until Dugu Yen with Xie Lingling's support once again came to find him, rousing him from lifelessness. 32nd rank. 13 years old. These two figures constantly circled in his mind. At this moment he at last understood why Uncle would say that if he wanted to become a great spirit master he should follow that person's footsteps. Uncle, what kind of monster are you teaching? Yawn. Tang San sneezed, rubbing his nose. Little San, are you all right? It had to be said that 9 heart-flowering apple spirits' healing capabilities were astonishing. Right now Xiaowu, apart from a somewhat pale complexion, was already without any major obstructions, the wounds not even having left any scars. Tang San shook his head, smiling. It's nothing, perhaps someone was thinking about me. Saying this, he unconsciously recalled his father. Dad, where are you really? After so many years, where have you gone? Why have you never come back to see me? Don't you want to see your son? Before coming to Suotuo City, he still specially returned home, leaving a brief note and telling old Jack that if his father returned, to at once tell him where he was. 6 years, already 6 years had passed, but his father had never sent a letter. In his old world he never had close relatives, in this world, he had with difficulty had a father, but he had left him. Xiaowu was naturally very familiar with Tang San. Seeing his gaze change, she already knew what was on his mind. Little San, don't think too much. I believe that not much later, Uncle will definitely come back. Tang San nodded silently. Right now the party at last returned to the hotel. Entering the hotel, they at once saw the Flenders trio sitting in a dark corner gossiping. The food and drink on the trio's table didn't appear to change much while they talked about something. Hey, there's wine. Fatty was the first to walk over. He was also considered Flender's direct disciple, not as restrained before Flender as other people. Teacher, we won today. Shouldn't we also be rewarded with some food and drink? Ma Hongjun walked over next to Flender's side, holding out a hand for a wine cup. The chopsticks in Flender's hands flipped over, striking Fatty's knuckles. Fatty's hand smarted, and with a loud exclamation he hastily pulled it back. Qin Ming, somewhat puzzled, looked at Ma Hongjun standing at Flender's side. Teacher, is this little brother also an academy student? Since when did our Shrek Academy have so many disciples? Ma Hongjun loudly whimpered. Senior Qin, we only just separated and you have already forgotten me? Qin Ming widened his eyes, carefully looking at Fatty. You are just now from the Shrek 7 Devils, that flaming Fatty? How old are you this year? Although he already had a certain expectation, when able to truly see Ma Hongjuan's childish manners and plump face, he couldn't help but feel his heart twitch. Qin Ming always knew he was regarded as a genius talent in the Spirit Master world. He was a well-known figure even back at Shrek Academy. But he had previously seen the strength of this fatty in front of him, even though it was under the assistance of 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda. He was capable of blocking 35th ranked Wind Chime Bird Spirit Master Yu Feng's 3rd spirit ability attack for such a long time. How could his strength be lacking? The mask-wearing Shrek 7 Devils only gave people the impression of being somewhat undersized, but among them Dai Mubai and Xiaowu already had adult height. As long as they didn't say anything themselves, nobody would guess their true age. Ma Hongjun somewhat proudly said, Right, I'm that evil fire phoenix from just now, 13 years old. Oh, I get it, we wore masks before so you couldn't recognize us, right? Right now, the other Shrek 7 Devils walked up. Qin Ming stared blankly at these mostly under 15 children. For a moment he was speechless. Flender issued his customary rough and sinister-feeling laugh. Why, Qin Ming, remember our academy's rules? We only accept 12-year-old students. Ma Hongjun came to the academy at 11, Tang San Xiaowu and further Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing all enrolled this year. This year we received more students than in several together. Qin Ming forced himself to swallow. Then this means the majority of them are only 12 or 13 years old? Flender nodded. Qin Ming's gaze separately swept across the Shrek 7 Devils, with a wry smile saying, Now I know why you wore masks. You truly are too astonishing. I always thought the Emperor team were already pretty gifted, but in front of you they're basically nothing. If age was the same, they wouldn't have any chance of victory. Flender didn't speak, only smiling looking at these children before him. Shrek Academy's students were possibly the biggest accomplishment of his life. Qin Ming was one, the Shrek 7 Devils in front of him were equally ones. Dai Mubai asked, Senior, could I be so presumptuous as to ask, right now what is your spirit power rank? Qin Ming subconsciously replied, 62nd rank, my luck hasn't been bad. The Shrek 7 Devils all looked at each other, at the same time all recalling Flender's words. Shrek Academy only accepted monsters, not ordinary people. All right, don't flatter each other, all the little monsters can sit. Eat something, today your miserly sardine will contribute generously. Don't give me face, do as you wish. Zhao Wuji looked at the complacent Flender, calling out to the Shrek 7 Devils in a loud voice. Flender's smile immediately became rigid, but the Shrek 7 Devils simultaneously cheered, promptly calling for a waiter. As expected, they didn't give Zhao Wuji face, directly starting to order dishes. Ma Hongjun took the initiative to snatch the menu. Flipping through it, the menu had 3 pages. Raising his hand to point at the menu several times, indicating to the waiter to remember several dishes. Flender, sitting next to Ma Hongjun, watching his disciple point at several of the cheapest dishes, couldn't help but feel invigorated. Good, worthy of being my disciple, still truly letting me save money, really good. But Ma Hongjuan's next words immediately made him fall from heaven directly into hell. Those dishes I pointed to just now, apart from them bring everything else on the menu. Big portions. Also bring 2 kegs of ale. Serve quickly. Ma Hongjun basically didn't give the others a chance to order, directly taking on this glorious mission on behalf of the Shrek 7 devils. Turning his head to look at Flender, Ma Hongjun said somewhat baffled, Teacher, what's up with your face? Why is it blue? Didn't you sleep well last night? To the side Qin Ming could still maintain his aloofness, but Zhao Wuji was already completely without image, laughing heartily. Flender's miserliness was famous among all the academy teachers. Qin Ming had right now managed to restore his expression to normal, smiling. How can I let the dean spend so much? After so many years I've finally returned. 2 teachers, give me the opportunity to thank you for the instruction in those days. Without you, there still wouldn't have been a Qin Ming. Zhao Wuji laughed, saying, Little Ming, you're still so thoughtful. Originally I wanted to have a look at Flender bleeding money. Right now that doesn't seem to be. When Flender heard Qin Ming was hosting, his complexion immediately became much better, glaring at Zhao Wuji, saying, Isn't making a fool of me pleasurable? Fine, old Zhao, it's been quite a while since we exchanged pointers. Once we've returned, I'll look you up for sparring. It's also to promote spirit power. This time it was Zhao Wuji's turn to stop smiling. He and Flender had exchanged pointers an indeterminate number of times. Naturally, he was well aware of Flender's strength. As a strength-type spirit master, to Flender belonging to the agility attack system, and also a flying spirit master, he basically didn't have any way of dealing with him. Let alone when Flender's spirit power was 2 ranks higher than his. At the level they'd reached, every single rank of spirit power disparity couldn't be as indistinct as at the Shrek 7 Devils level. Each rank was an absolute gap. Qin Ming looked at the sitting Shrek 7 devils. Finally his gaze stopped on Tang San, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. Truly unfortunate. If you junior brothers and sisters weren't Shrek's people, I would use every possible means to bring you back to the Imperial Academy. If you joined, maybe. Just as Qin Ming said this, a familiar voice resounded nearby. Even if they're Shrek Academy's people, you can still bring them back to the Imperial Academy all the same. When everyone looked over, they found Grandmaster entering from outside. Also impolite, he directly sat down next to Flender. Qin Ming probing asked, Grandmaster, what was the intention of what you said just now? Without waiting for Grandmaster to reply, Flender already gave up. Grandmaster, did you specially come to tear apart my support? These children belong to Shrek. Now and hereafter. Don't tell me that we can't give them a good education at Shrek. Grandmaster didn't show any change because of Flender's anxiety, still that rigid face, calmly saying, I didn't say to let them enter Heaven Do Imperial Academy. What I meant was, I hope the 2 academies can make a mutual exchange. Teacher Qin, I think this shouldn't be any big issue. If you can't decide it, I can look to Spirit Hall. Qin Ming stared blankly at Grandmaster, for a moment not knowing how he should reply. Flender was equally looking at Grandmaster while thinking to himself, what is Xiao Gang this fellow actually trying to sell? But right now in front of Qin Ming he couldn't well ask, but he and Grandmaster had been brothers for so many years. Naturally he was convinced Grandmaster was a principled person. Qin Ming pondered, saying, if I can exchange with the junior brothers and sisters, it would be Heaven Do Academy's good fortune, only I'm afraid. Grandmaster said, you're afraid these children are too outstanding, so in the end your Heaven Do Imperial Academy wouldn't return them, yes? The feeling of being seen through by people was unpleasant. Grandmaster would appear ordinary and mediocre, but his words possessed extreme penetrating power, directly speaking Qin Ming's thoughts out loud. Qin Ming still wasn't affected, nodding, saying, "Yes, although Heaven Do Imperial Academy has the title of the #1 academy in Heaven Do Empire, regarding such young but already so powerful spirit masters, their position is steadily deteriorating. The academy leadership is looking for talents as if thirsting for them. If the juniors go, I can't guarantee they won't have some notions. I'm afraid they would exploit every kind of relation to as far as possible convince the juniors to stay. Wouldn't that be the same as undermining the walls of our Shrek Academy?" Flender smiled. "Little Ming, you're pretty good. Worthy of being from my Shrek Academy, you know to give thought to the academy." "Grandmaster, Little Ming isn't a stranger. If you have something to say, then just say it." Grandmaster shot a glance at Flender. "I'm saying, Teacher Qin, if I remember correctly, as an academy established by the Heaven Do Empire Imperial family, for that pageant in 1 year, Heaven Do Imperial Academy should have 2 allocated places to compete. I can let these children temporarily act as exchange students to the Heaven Do Imperial Academy, until after the pageant in 1 year has ended. I think words like these would be favorable to you." Qin Ming was gobsmacked. "Grandmaster, you're saying that you would let the juniors represent Heaven Do Imperial Academy to go participate in that pageant? But like that, Heaven Do Academy will certainly declare to the outside that the juniors are Heaven Do's people." Grandmaster calmly smiled, saying, "Having the fame of graduating an academy isn't anything bad." "No. I don't consent to it." Flender angrily slapped the table and stood up, glaring at Grandmaster. "The children are Shrek's, Grandmaster. Don't forget that Shrek Academy is 20 years of my life's blood." Grandmaster didn't show any change from Flender's anger. "Flender, I'll pose you several problems. If you can settle them, then it doesn't matter whether the children go to Heaven Do. First, can you offer the children mimicry cultivation environments? Second, can you provide them with qualifications to enter the Continental Elite Spirit Master Academy Grand Competition in 1 year? Third, for what reason do you believe that after entering the Heaven Do Imperial Academy, these children wouldn't be part of Shrek? Perhaps you can't comprehend why I'm doing this, but I must still ask you one last question. What was your intention when you established Shrek Academy?" I. Flender was dumbstruck and unable to reply from Grandmaster's rapid-fire questions, glaring at Grandmaster, but that anger just now was already gradually fading, gradually becoming disappointment. Grandmaster calmly said, "Mimicry cultivation environments, able to provide their spirit power cultivation speed with another boost. The All-Continent Spirit Master Academy Elite Grand Competition stipulates academies can only participate after passing a preliminary competition, but Shrek Academy isn't registered with any kingdom or empire. Because we don't have the corresponding hardware, even though Shrek Academy is famous in the Spirit Master world, that still can't produce the qualifications for participating. And you should be well aware what the rewards are in the Continental Spirit Master Academy Elite Grand Competition, how significant to the children. The ideal you originally established Shrek Academy with was to foster geniuses of the Spirit Master world, letting them shock the entire Spirit Master world. But I choose their path, as far as possible letting them walk it smoothly. Furthermore, I still haven't finished talking." Saying this, Grandmaster turned to Qin Ming. "To let these children enter Heaven Do Imperial Academy, I have one condition. The Academy must admit all the present Shrek Academy teachers. Furthermore, let us personally come to teach these children." Heaven Do Imperial Academy cannot interfere. In other words, they can substitute for Heaven Do Academy's reputation, but their education is still done by us. When we want to leave, Heaven Do Academy also doesn't have the qualifications to stop us. Flender sat back down again, lifting his cup of ale in both hands, pouring it down his throat in great gulps. Qin Ming smiled wryly towards Grandmaster. Grandmaster, you've really given me a difficult problem. Honestly, standing at Heaven Do Imperial Academy's angle, able to let the juniors represent Heaven Do Imperial Academy to fight would no doubt bring endless credit to the Academy, greatly raising the Academy's reputation. The conditions you raised also aren't excessive. All teachers are celebrated spirit masters. The Academy wouldn't refuse, and furthermore would provide the best rewards. Only, Shrek Academy is the crystallization of Dean Flender's heart's blood. If we truly did this, then hereafter perhaps. All right, let's do what Xiao Gang just said. Flender stood up again, his expression having already recovered its calm. What Xiao Gang said is right. I shouldn't only consider my pride. Everything should be for the good of the children. Heaven Do Imperial Academy belongs to the Heaven Do Empire Imperial family, a rare pure spirit master land without interference from Spirit Hall. The children won't come to grief there. The Shrek Academy teachers can also have a place to retire. Until now, I've only considered my own notions, but everyone still always followed me. Right now we've become old, we should find everyone a place to return to. Heaven Do Imperial Academy. This reputation isn't bad. Furthermore, the children can also obtain even better growth there. This matter is decided. You talk it over. Xiao Gang and Zhao Wuji will represent me. I'll return by myself to rest. Finished speaking, Flender turned and left. Zhao Wuji gave Ma Hongjun a meaningful look, and Fatty immediately understood. He didn't even look at the plates of food being served, hastily chasing after Flender. At this time, this Fatty was even more able to console Flender than Grandmaster and Zhao Wuji. Grandmaster sighed. Although Flender is a bit stubborn, he really isn't an unreasonable person. I believe he will think it through clearly. Zhao Wuji smiled wryly. After all, the Academy has been backed by us for all these years. It's not that Flender doesn't understand the merits of your proposal. Even if he has decided to close the Academy after these children graduate, truly at this moment, in his heart he still can't easily accept it. To us, this really is somewhat abrupt. We've already lived here for 20 years. Grandmaster nodded. He can only rely on himself for this. Zhao Wuji said, perhaps to us this is also the best place to end up at. Grandmaster, thank you. I know that your proposal isn't just for the children, but also for Flender and us. Heaven Do Imperial Academy is a place that receives little influence from Spirit Hall. It also has sufficient fame. You're doing your best to care for Flender's face. Retiring there seems pretty good. Showing a smile, Zhao Wuji's expression was uncomplicated. He wasn't Flender and didn't have Flender's face and stubborn heart. Admittedly, being at Shrek Academy for 20 years made him reluctant to leave, but equally he was tiring somewhat. Changing environment might not be a bad thing. For these matters the Shrek Seven Devils didn't interject anything. Besides Ma Hongjun, who had chased after Flender, the other six looked at each other. This abrupt change diluted their joy after the victory, even so much that their hearts weren't in eating. Flender stood in the doorway, looking up at the full moon and starlight decorating the night sky, calmly saying, "What are you doing following me? Go eat." Ma Hongjun at present didn't have his normal somewhat lascivious smiling expression, deferentially standing next to Flender. "Teacher, don't feel sad." Flender shook his head. "I'm not sad, only more or less frustrated, that's all. This all came somewhat quickly for me. Hongjun, I find that your evil fire problem seems to have fallen off a lot in this time following Grandmaster's training. What's the matter?" Hearing his teacher mention his evil fire, Fatty's smile reappeared, scratching his head, saying, "I also don't know how it came about. Only in this time I've really been too tired. Apparently all my energy has already been spent. I basically haven't even thought about that." Flender's face revealed a faint smile. "This is a good phenomenon. Your spirit is in the process of imperceptible influence from variation. Perhaps, not long from now you might not suffer the problems it causes. Good, you go back. No need to console me, I'll just think things over a while." Ma Hongjun blinked, rubbing his plump face. "Teacher, this is actually just borrowing a chicken to lay an egg. Honestly, I'm not too clear on why you're depressed." "Borrowing a chicken to lay an egg?" Flender turned to look at his direct disciple, somewhat astounded, repeating his words. Ma Hongjun hastily nodded. "Yes, isn't that borrowing a chicken to lay an egg? Borrowing that Imperial Family Academy's facilities to train us, and us helping them fight, is also equivalent to paying a fee. I don't know about other people, but I wouldn't think of us as belonging to that Imperial Family Academy. I'll always be your disciple, Shrek's evil fire phoenix." Flender stupidly stared at Ma Hongjun, although Fatty comparatively wasn't up to much, but he made Flender's mind seem to slam open a door. "Borrowing a chicken to lay an egg? Borrowing a chicken to lay an egg. Excellently, borrowing a chicken to lay an egg. It seems I really am too stubborn. A bit early, a bit late, what's the difference? Shrek will after all end, but once left behind everything will forever be unable to change. Xiaogang, thank you for helping me draw this end to Shrek." Early the next day, everyone from the Shrek Academy settled their accounts and left the hotel, concluding this 1 month of second stage training. Perhaps, to their bodies, this second stage training wasn't as extreme as the first stage, but the psychological stress made the Shrek 7 Devils even more exhausted. Each day confronting different opponents, each day going all out to obtain victory, facing powerful enemies, not only confronting the opponents, but also coordinating with their comrades, the spirit fights were completely different from exchanging pointers between each other. That was true battle. At the same time as it gave abundant combat experience, it also let the Shrek 7 Devils clearly understand the effects of the first stage demonic training. Combat endurance, toughness as well as recovery strength, all had improved amply. Otherwise, how could they have endured participating in high-intensity battles every day, especially those participating in 3 spirit fights each day, even more completely displayed the effects of the first stage demonic training in their spirit fights. Besides basic training and real combat experience, what Grandmaster gave them also had a second hidden meaning. That was preserving fighting strength. Returning to that familiar little village, although it wasn't as bustling as Suotua City, it also had less noise than the markets, homes feeling so familiar to the Shrek 7 Devils. Shrek Academy had long since become an existence like home. Flender's mood had already recovered to normal. Even Zhao Wuji, who had followed him for 20 years, hadn't expected him to come around this quickly. Flender was already striking the auctioneer's hammer. Everything moved according to Grandmaster's plan. As for everything after they entered the Imperial Academy, that was Qin Ming's problem. "You children go rest. This has been exhausting for you. Wuji, you call over everyone. As soon as Flender returned to the academy, he started issuing orders. This Shrek Academy didn't consist of him alone, there were still 3 additional teachers. He also equally had to solicit their opinions. Oscar returned to the dormitory. He was unable to deal with the dust that had gathered on his bed over 1 month, directly falling onto the bed. Still is comfortable coming home. Little San, don't wake me. I want to sleep a lot, sleep until I wake on my own. Tang San looked at Oscar spread-eagled on the bed and shook his head. This fellow, if someone didn't force him to cultivate, his lazy character might have already wasted his outstanding spirit. According to Grandmaster's negotiations with Qin Ming, everyone from Shrek Academy would travel to Heaven Do Imperial Academy in 2 months to study as exchange students. Until then, Qin Ming would handle matters over at Heaven Do Imperial Academy's end. The Shrek Academy's side still had to deal with some preparations. Grandmaster wasn't at all anxious to start the 3rd stage training. Before leaving Suotuo City today, he gave the Shrek 7 Devils a very simple task. Within these 2 months, first, dealing with their own problems, second, assimilating the combat experience obtained from the past month of spirit fighting. At the same time, these 2 months were also a time for spirit power training. Grandmaster requested that, besides necessary matters, each person would focus their energy on cultivating spirit power. Oscar very quickly entered Dreamland, but Tang San thought over his affairs. There were still 2 months, he had to handle some necessary matters well, especially his promise to Ning Rongrong, what is called accepting a commitment, working honestly, promises to others naturally must be satisfied. Thinking of this, Tang San got up and left the dorm, walking over toward Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu's dorm. So tired. Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu were right now both taking off their outer clothing, each lying down on their beds. They naturally wouldn't be as slovenly as Oscar. The bed covers and sheets and other bedding had been changed for new ones. Xiaowu said, "Yeah, when fighting in Suotuo day after day, I wouldn't have thought that when coming back I would feel so tired. This must be what Grandmaster called the fatigue period. Rongrong, your skin really is nice. Even I can't help but drool." Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu right now only wore half-length chest cloths and small hot pants, sprawling on the bed with bare arms and legs. Ning Rongrong indeed had nice skin. Among the 3 girls of the Shrek 7 Devils, Xiaowu and Zhu Zhuqing envied her tender lychee-like skin. Her fair skin was basically without blemishes, and especially that kind of gem-like sleek feeling. It truly was a feeling like sheep-fat white jade. Although they both weren't completely developed, girls always developed earlier than boys, and the small figures already had come far. Of course, in terms of development, Zhu Zhuqing clearly was ahead among the 3 girls. Ning Rongrong giggled, opening her eyes wide and looking suddenly at Xiaowu. "You're also very pretty. I'm pure white and you're pink white. I don't have your healthy appearance." Xiaowu's proportions were slightly off from an ordinary person. Her legs were especially long. Generally speaking, a human body to leg proportion of 62% or so was the perfect golden ratio, but Xiaowu already surpassed 65. She still didn't give people a feeling of being lanky, instead rather harmonious. Those somewhat overly long legs stretched out, skin equally delicate, although not as white as Ning Rongrong, rather somewhat flushed. Especially below her slender waist, since her waist was truly thin, it drew a perfect arc down to her pert buttocks. The long legs revealed below the hot pants made even Ning Rongrong drool. adding her perfect figure to the scorpion braid long enough to reach the ground. She gave people a kind of lovely next-door neighbor little sister feeling. Of course, if someone truly took her for an impressionable neighborly little sister, perhaps that scene with the vulgar Uncle Douluo would be staged again. Ning Rongrong lowered her voice, saying, "Xiaowu, tell me, why don't we have Zhuqing's size here? I really envy her." While speaking, Ning Rongrong lightly rubbed her chest. Xiaowu blushed, lightly spitting out, "You should ask her, how would I know? Is it really better to be big there?" The subjects in the girl dorms were frequently more heated than in the boys' dorms. Ning Rongrong cackled. "How could it be bad? Back when I was at the school, the men liked women who were big there, might be we're still too young. You see Boss Dai chase after Zhuqing every day, perhaps it's because she's big there." Xiaowu giggled, saying, "What do you know, isn't Oscar also chasing after you every day?" Ning Rongrong stuck out her tongue, saying, "Actually little Ao is a good person, only." Saying this, she couldn't help sighing. Her expression appeared somewhat strange. "What is it?" Xiaowu puzzled asked. Ning Rongrong softly shook her head. "School regulations. Me and little Ao is impossible. Furthermore, we're both still this young, it's still too early to talk about this." Xiaowu puzzled said, "What rules? Don't tell me it's because Oscar isn't from a noble family." Ning Rongrong shook her head. "That's not it. Our Seven Treasures glazed tile school never discriminates against spirit masters with common backgrounds. Otherwise, how would we have so many spirit masters willing to be affiliated to the clan? Only, by clan regulations, members directly related to the clan mustn't join with auxiliary system spirit masters. This is also for security considerations for direct clan members. Generally speaking, our clansmen are united with battle spirit masters. After all, protection from a spouse will always be more reliable than other people. But little Ao is also an auxiliary system spirit master. That's why I say it's impossible between us." Xiaowu suddenly understood. "So it's like this. Your Seven Treasures glazed tile school have such rules. However, you should tell little Ao this earlier. Let him have some other considerations." Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes were despondent for a moment, then she forcefully roused herself and said, "Don't talk about me, let's move over to you, I really envy you and Tang San." Saying this, her face suddenly took on a mysterious expression. "I heard, if you want to grow a bit bigger here, letting a man massage you has results. Why don't you let Tang San massage you?" "Pa Rongrong, why are you like this?" Xiaowu's charming face blushed furiously. "Who told you all of this?" Ning Rongrong grinned. "Clan big sisters, I heard them talking about it. Should be true." Xiaowu snapped. "Don't talk nonsense, me and little San are siblings, how could you'd embarrass the dead." Ning Rongrong turned over and sat up on her bed. "The way I see it, it's big brother and little sister, but you also aren't blood related. If you ask other people, nobody would regard you as siblings. You simply belong to little San. You haven't seen little San's appearance when his eyes turn red for you. He'd scare the dead, last time in Stardow Great Forest when you were snatched by the Titan giant ape. It was like he went completely insane. If it weren't for you coming back later, I really don't know what he would have done. Last time when me and Zhuqing gossiped, even Zhuqing envied you. She told me then that if Dai Mubai was like little San she'd be satisfied." Xiaowu said. "Rongrong, did she say what her relationship with Dai Mubai actually is? Why would Boss Dai treat her so specially?" Like when we just entered the academy, you're also very beautiful, but we didn't see any reaction from Boss Dai. Ning Rongrong stuck out her tongue, saying, I also don't know. I asked, but Zhu Qing didn't want to say, just telling me a line about them being acquainted from before. Perhaps it's childhood sweethearts, but I can't say for sure. Xiaowu shook her head. She still clearly remembered the first time Dai Mubai saw Zhu Qing when she and Tang San had just come to the academy. He seemingly didn't know her and only said the two might be able to use the spirit fusion ability. At this moment there was a sudden knock on the door. Ning Rongrong asked, Who is it? It's me, Tang San. Ah, your little San's here. Ning Rongrong hurriedly pulled on her clothes. Xiaowu also jumped with fright, and she didn't move as fast as Ning Rongrong. Once Ning Rongrong stepped forward to open the door, she'd barely managed to get her clothes on. Stepping into the two girls' dorm, Tang San was also somewhat embarrassed. Making him even more baffled was that Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu both looked at him with somewhat strange expressions. What? Why are you both looking at me like that? Tang San distrustfully asked. It's because… Ning Rongrong giggling just started to speak, but a furiously blushing Xiaowu hastily covered her mouth. Xiaowu glared at her brimming with menace while her heart thumped like a little deer. Thinking of what Ning Rongrong said before, her chest couldn't help but feel a burst of numbness. Tang San naturally couldn't understand the minds of these girls. He could even less know of the little secrets they talked about in their chambers. Momentarily feeling somewhat at a loss what to do, were it not for truly having some business, perhaps he would have first left the room. Ning Rongrong repeatedly nodded to Xiaowu, indicating she wouldn't make any irresponsible remarks. Xiaowu then removed her hand from her mouth, stepping forward to obstruct Ning Rongrong and asked Tang San, Little San, why did you come? Tang San smiling said, I came for Rongrong. We still have 2 months before going to the Heaven Do Imperial Academy. I previously promised Rongrong to help her family by providing mechanical hidden weapons. After we go to Heaven Do Academy, perhaps I might not have the time, therefore I wanted to confirm this matter with Rongrong. Ning Rongrong then knew Tang San had come to find her. Little San, you gave me the Zhuge godly crossbow just a few days ago. This matter is something only my dad can decide. For the moment it's still enough. It would be better like this. I'll ask Dean Flender for a leave of absence for a trip home. I think Dad should agree. In this month participating in spirit fights, the components for altogether 10 godly Zhuge crossbows had already been manufactured. Tang San would smoothly reassemble them and give one each. By now, Tang San's mechanical hidden weapon had already been successfully reproduced for everyone. Tang San nodded, saying, That's also fine, only, will you be safe returning alone? Ning Rongrong giggled, saying, I couldn't not be safe. Actually, I know that around our academy there have always been bodyguards from our family. It would be impossible for Dad not to know I'm here. He's never had people bring me back, so clearly he approves of me studying at the academy. When I return there, I will naturally have protection. Tang San suddenly understood. Then like this would be best. Rongrong, don't forget how to use those hidden weapons. When using them you have to take all possible care, don't get injured accidentally. Especially the godly Zhuge crossbow, it's too powerful. Furthermore, it also requires time to arm, so don't use it rashly. Ning Rongrong smiled. I know. Well, then I'll go look for the dean right now. Actually, my family's 7 treasure city isn't far from Heaven Do Imperial City. Later I'll go directly from home to Heaven Do Imperial Academy to find you. Tang San said. If it's like this, then you going back right now doesn't matter. Wait until after we're at Heaven Do Imperial Academy. Only that side is comparatively far from Suotuo City. I don't know whether it will be easy to again find as good a smithy as here. Ning Rongrong smiled. So you were worried about this? That's no problem, my home has smithies. If you're not worried about leaking your hidden weapon secrets, letting the smithies at my home make the components is fine. The craftsmanship absolutely won't be an issue. Tang San considered it, then nodded. That's fine. It's actually not something that has to be kept secret. Some things can't be mastered by being learned. With how famous Tang Sect hidden weapons were, how could there not be counterfeits? But in Tang San's world the Tang Sect stood tall for centuries, yet there were never any hidden weapons that could surpass Tang Sect's. A common Tang Sect hidden weapon technician required 10 years of training. Tang San was extremely gifted in this respect, but he also underwent 20 years of continuous research and manufacturing to reach the Grandmaster level of creating mechanical hidden weapons. Wanting to create counterfeits was practically impossible. Ning Rongrong said. Then even better. No need to return first. To tell the truth, I'm still really afraid to return after Dad wouldn't let me leave. There's no need for training in this time so we can properly play around. Xiaowu, where do you think we should go play? Tang San, will you go with us? Tang San frowned. Teacher said to have everyone cultivate spirit power. Rongrong, did you forget? Ning Rongrong stuck out her tongue, smiling. Doesn't matter. I won't go far. Right now among us Shrek 7 devils my spirit power is the weakest. I know I have to work hard. But we also have to relax sometime, balancing work and play. Xiaowu nodded, saying, Rongrong makes sense. Little San, you have to come with us for a stroll. Tang San shook his head. Let it be. I still have a lot of things to do. You go. Pay attention to your safety. After speaking, he hastily took his leave, always feeling somewhat uncomfortable in the girls' dorm. Tang San had long ago properly thought out what to do in these 2 months before returning to the road. Through the danger last time in Stardo Great Forest, Tang San more and more felt his own strength was insufficient. Although after getting 8 spider lances he had an even greater advantage against equal-level spirit masters, once the level gap increased somewhat, this advantage would disappear completely. Against less than 40th rank spirit masters, Tang San basically had confidence in his victory. Beyond 40th rank it would depend on the opposing spirit master's category and attributes. If the opponent's attributes were something that he could restrain, he believed he wasn't powerless if he relied on hidden weapons, but if the opponent could restrain him, it was practically impossible to come out on top. The furnace Tang San bought from the smithy last time had already been delivered long ago. Before returning today he passed by the smithy and specially ordered a batch of metal. Spirit fighting had netted him more than 5,000 gold coins, so buying some first-rate metal was no problem. Adding to the metals he purchased last time, he was prepared to in these 2 months increase his armament strength somewhat, at the same time increasing hidden weapon technique drills. With insufficient inner strength, the more powerful Tang Sect exquisite inner sect hidden weapons would be unable to display their strength, therefore Tang San still had to rely on his most expert mechanical type hidden weapons techniques. Although Shrek Academy was crude, the size still wasn't small. Adding that teachers and students were few, when the furnace and tools had arrived, he had asked Flender for an empty house to use. Of course, it wasn't for free. Leaving Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong's dorm, Tang San directly arrived at this house. It was built very simply from stone bricks. Although it wasn't very standardized, it was stable and durable. This was the most common way of building among commoners. The room wasn't large, with close to 30 square meters. Forging furnace, calciner, over to pounding anvil, forging hammer. Everything was included, only since he hadn't had time to use them, everything was somewhat corroded. In a corner there was also a large pile of charcoal and chunks of every kind of metal, the majority of which hadn't undergone any processing. Tang San simply put the room in order. As he grasped the casting hammer, a familiar feeling arose involuntarily. In his mind, he couldn't help recalling when his father taught him forging. Despite Tang Hao not instructing Tang San for very long, that time was nevertheless when he'd been closest to his father since being born. Tang San recalled every sentence Tang Hao had said to him in that time. A godly craftsman isn't at all a smith that uses godly materials to make godly tools, rather one that uses ordinary materials to make godly tools. Tang San, muttering, repeated his father's words. The forging hammer in his hand whirled along with his lower legs, generating force. Without any target, creating a whistling sound, the forging hammer danced in the room as Tang San's hands moved, each swing filled with inner strength. Half turning his body, swing after swing joined together, flawless without exception. The change of inner strength in his body allowed Tang San to use this disorder-splitting wind hammer method with another level of skill. Despite not having a target for the hammer, that feeling of joyfully unrestrained venting brought him a feeling entirely free from worry. Tang San stopped after 9,981 continuous swings. His clothes were already drenched with sweat. Overjoyed, truly overjoyed, Tang San raised the forging hammer before him. In his mind constantly replaying the scenes of studying forging at Tang Sect and under Tang Hao, for a moment all sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. 13 years old, meaning he had already been in this world for 13 years. In this all-new world he had obtained many things he never had before. Family, friends, spiritability, these had all already completely blended with his soul. Tang San's figure flickered, already reaching the area piled with metal, forging hammer striking a half-meter diameter chunk of refined iron. The struck iron tilted somewhat, stretching out his toes, lightly raising them, lifting that close to 100 chunk of iron. He stretched out his left hand and grabbed the chunk of iron. Tang Sect, a mark that can never be forgotten. I will definitely let you blossom brilliantly in this new world. Dropping the iron in the casting furnace, Tang San piled charcoal with practiced motions, igniting it, working the bellows. Rhythmically, a strong sound of bellows began to reverberate within the stone house. In just a moment's work, deep red flames burst out, the forging furnace starting to recover its use. Tang San had never forgotten his father's words. He also understood why his father would say that using common iron to forge godly tools was the meaning of a godly craftsman, that wasn't only a matter of skill, even more important was staunch perseverance. Even average iron, if struck more than 10,000 times, would become the strongest kind of iron. Tang Sect's requirements of their own hidden weapons were extremely strict, and as a once well-known figure among mechanical-type hidden weapon makers, Tang San was even more rigorous about his own work. He absolutely wouldn't let his hidden weapons show issues with quality that could put him in a dangerous situation. The iron burned deep red like an incomparably immense chunk of ruby. It was also only once it was completely red that he could see the impurities within. The forging hammer leapt into Tang San's hand, and its dance began. Dang! 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 Pounding full of rhythm and tempo reverberated from within the stone house. Tang San had started his forging. From this day on, besides eating, Tang San didn't even return to his dorm to sleep. Every day constantly forging. When tired, he would sit down on the ground and cultivate spirit power. Once his energy had recovered, he immediately started working again. Nobody knew what Tang San was making, even Grandmaster didn't understand, but Grandmaster never went to find him at his forge. With complete confidence, Grandmaster believed that Tang San absolutely wouldn't abandon his cultivation for forging. Only one person entered the forging room, Xiaowu. Xiaowu would go to the forge every day. She didn't disturb Tang San, only quietly left clean clothes to the side, poured some water and peeled and cored some fruit, arranging it there before quietly leaving. It wasn't that she didn't want to speak with Tang San. It was only that since she came to know Tang San, she had never before seen him so completely wrapped up in his work over anything. Tang San's body, brimming with the smell of metal, was all over-colored with iron dust and coke. Xiaowu was somewhat concerned over Tang San's present condition. Only as she once again entered the forge and saw Tang San had changed into the clean clothes, drunk the water she'd poured and emptied the plate of fruit, she would feel somewhat gratified. Day after day passed, the pounding sound from within the forge only became even more intense. Every day before there was even any light, the sounds began. Only when the gathering darkness completely replaced the daylight would it stop. Meanwhile, even if it was when eating at the dining hall, Tang San would appear uncommunicative, constantly in a kind of reflective mood. In this kind of situation, even Dai Mubai looked for Grandmaster and Flender, but Grandmaster only said to not to disturb him. Deep blue gradually replaced pure black. In the distant horizon, a golden thread gradually appeared in its misty splendor. Dawn was coming once again. The forging room's door opened, one person walking out from inside, with disheveled hair, a face covered in iron dust, furthermore with a bare torso smeared with iron dust and coke and brimming with sturdy muscle. He appeared even stronger than before, and his height seemed to have increased a fraction. Faint purple glinted in his piercing eyes, with a feeling of absorbing people's hearts and souls. Looking far into the distance, looking at that golden ray gradually expanding in the east, his eyes filled with purple. Quietly lifting his two hands, he clenched them tightly. His whole body braced was as if it were steel, like a cheetah waiting to pounce. Filled with the beauty of wild power. 49 days. It took me a total of 49 days, but I've finally completed it. He slowly opened his palms. A pair of perfectly round iron balls appeared in his hands. The iron balls were black. Despite being under the sun, there wasn't any reflection from it. However, a layer of cold air quietly escaped from within the balls. There were 16 identical balls behind him in the room. If the Shrek's 7 monsters found out that he had spent most of his energy during these 2 months working on developing these 18 iron balls, what would be their reaction? Tang San started kneading the 2 metal balls in his hands and murmured, "The only thing missing now is poison. I really want to make another Buddha Fury Tang Lotus, and that unfinished torrential rain pear blossom needle. It's a pity the materials in this world are too restricted." His hand slightly shook and the 2 metal balls flew out. One left and one right, both noiselessly. They bizarrely made 2 arcs in the air and flew back into his hands. In his palms they never stopped spinning, but the entire time they didn't touch at all. After habitually training his purple demon eyes, Tang San walked into the forging room. The metal in the room had already all vanished, including those Tang San bought from the smithy later. His right hand wiped the table, and including the 2 in his hand, the 18 metal balls all vanished into his 24 moonlit bridges. His gaze fell onto the corner of the room. On the only clean chair was a set of clean clothes laid there. That was what Xiaowu sent in yesterday. Looking at them, Tang San's eyes couldn't help but let out a trace of gentleness. What Tang San admired most in Xiaowu was that she knew what to do at any time. Usually, she was always cheerful and exuberant. But when he needed quiet, she never disturbed him even slightly. All she did was silently doing her seemingly insignificant things, yet these things were what people never forgot. Right now the day was still early. According to usual, no one would wake up in Shrek Academy at this time. Tang San got some cold water and bathed, cleaning himself from head to toes, and then finally putting on the clean clothes Xiaowu delivered, making him feel fresh and cool. Putting everything in order, a sense of relaxation went through his body. Tang San raised his right hand in front of him, and a faint blue light came out of his palm. Blue-silver grass quietly sprouted out, swaying in his palm. "Looks like I improved again." Tang San smiled happily. To Tang San, the 49 days of forging tested his physical strength and mental power, just as much as the devilish training grandmaster forced them through. Every day he was continuously forging and thinking. The stress on his body was just as much as the weighted runs. If not for his endurable and tough body and the help of inner power, he might have already stopped. But it was also because of this everyday exercise that all his muscles were now more taut. The most obvious change was on his arms. They were thicker by one size and didn't have a single bit of excess fat. Every ridge of his muscles was well defined. His shoulders were wider, and in every single movement, his muscles would noticeably contract and retract. However, Tang San's hands were still as slim and flawless as before, with no calluses at all. Not only his endurance and spirit power improved, his mysterious jade hand also improved. According to Tang San's own estimates, these 49 days of almost insane forging let his spirit power improve once again, rising to 33rd rank. Of course, this wasn't only the result of the 2 months. The previous months also played a key role in this improvement. In almost 4 months' time, his spirit power ranked up again. This speed could only be described as terrifying. Though he broke through rank 30, every rank needs accumulating. For normal people, it would take at least more than half a year. Those with less talent might even need a year to rank up. When Tang San walked into the cafeteria, what surprised him was that everyone were there and had started eating already. It turned out that that day wasn't the first day they woke up this early, but Tang San was too busy thinking about forging to notice this. "Here comes our Iron Man. Yo, why is Iron Man so clean today?" Dai Mubai spoke with a smiling face. Dai Mubai was always very arrogant, and he also had the skills to support it. But in front of Tang San, he couldn't act arrogant no matter what. Though Tang San's spirit power was lower than his, Dai Mubai knew that if they were really fighting for their lives, he couldn't beat Tang San. In the entire Shrek's 7 monsters, Tang San undoubtedly had become the most important one. But Dai Mubai also knew Tang San's achievement wasn't simply from innate talent. During these 49 days, though no one knows what Tang San was doing, everyone could hear the almost never-halting pounding of his hammer. What kind of willpower was needed to complete this? Under Tang San's stimulation, not only Dai Mubai, including the laziest Oscar, everyone were also working hard to cultivate their spirit power. Grandmaster put forward a way of cultivating without sleep to them, so that everyone could replace sleep with spirit power cultivation. Other than the necessary spirit ability training and physical exercise, the rest of the time was all put into cultivation. Though the process was dull, it proved beneficial for their strength. In the time, Xiaowu's spirit power raised to rank 32, and the other's spirit power also had a not insignificant increase. Now, Shrek's 7 devils' spirit power ranks were: Evil Eye White Tiger Dai Mubai, 38th rank Battle Spirit Elder. Sausage Monopoly Oscar, 31st rank Tool Spirit Elder. Thousand Hand Azura Tang San, 33rd rank Battle Spirit Elder. Evil Fire Phoenix Ma Hongjun, 28th rank Battle Spirit Grandmaster. Soft Bones Demon Rabbit Xiaowu, 32nd rank Battle Spirit Elder. 7 Treasures Glazed Ning Rongrong, 27th rank Tool Spirit Grandmaster. Hell Civet Zhu Zhuqing, 28th rank Battle Spirit Grandmaster. Tang San smiled slightly. I'm all done forging, so of course I came out. Checking the time, it isn't long until we have to go to Heaven Do Imperial Academy. Ning Rongrong said curiously. Third brother, what good thing did you make this time? Let everyone see. Tang San said, really, I didn't make that many things this time because the construction of it is very troublesome. Other than a few hidden weapons, I also made everyone something practical. We also get some? Ning Rongrong was instantly exalted. The Shrek's 7 devils all let out a smile. Tang San's standard for hidden weapons was very strict. They already got an entire set of high-quality hidden weapons. If Tang San used that many days to make it, it couldn't be bad. Ma Hongjun chuckled. Third brother is the best, sharing even due equally, quickly let everyone see. Xiaowu glared at Ma Hongjun. What do you mean sharing due? That's so coarse. Little San hasn't even eaten yet, let him eat first. Ning Rongrong smiled. Xiaowu is indeed still the most thoughtful for Tang San. Xiaowu stuck out her tongue and gave Tang San the food specially left for him. Ever since Grandmaster came, Shrek Academy's food changed majorly. Of course, the breakfast wasn't paid by the Academy anymore, but the Shrek 7 devils paid themselves. The things were the same, and Grandmaster didn't hide the economic situation of the Academy. After 1 month of spirit battles, everyone had full wallets, so none of them cared about the small food expenses. Okay, I'll eat first. Let's go out later so I can demonstrate as well. The cafeteria is too small. Tang San smiled at Xiaowu and took his breakfast and started gorging himself. The recent workload was way too much, so Tang San's appetite also rocketed upwards. In Shrek's 7 devils, he ate the most. The others had more or less eaten, while looking at Tang San gorging himself. Inwardly they couldn't help but itch while thinking about Tang San's gift. Being under everyone's scrutiny couldn't feel particularly nice, especially when eating. Tang San quickly finished his breakfast, immediately standing up. Having you watching me like that, I'll get indigestion. Let's go, I'll give you something good outside. Xiaowu very naturally collected the bowl and chopsticks Tang San had used to clear them away, but Tang San caught her hand, saying, "There's time to clean up later. We'll go outside first." The group of 7 reached the academy grounds. The grounds were completely empty, sunshine sprinkling across the field. Right now was already early summer. Shrek Academy was at the center of the continent, so even if it was early morning, it was still extremely warm. "Little San, quickly take it out." "What kind of thing is it?" Ning Rongrong said somewhat impatiently. Tang San smiled faintly, his right hand wiping across 24 moonlit bridges, taking out an unusual-looking thing. That was a cylindrical thing made entirely out of metal, its surface appearing silvery. It seemed to somewhat resemble the sleeve dart, but compared to the sleeve dart it was even bigger and thicker. Tang San, in order for everyone to see and understand clearly, pulled up the sleeve over his left arm, giving a pull with both hands, half opening the cylindrical object on one side, giving it the appearance of two half-cylinders. Everyone saw that the inside of the thing was lined with soft cloth. Tang San fastened it around his left lower arm, the cylindrical thing's length just enough to completely cover his lower arm. He first adjusted it a moment, then afterwards swung out his arm. The cylinder adhered to his arm, without the slightest amount of swaying, appearing tightly fitted. At this, even Xiaowu couldn't help her curiosity. "Little San, what is this thing? Is it more powerful than the sleeve dart?" Tang San, smiling, shook his head, saying, "To be precise, it could be considered a kind of useful tool. I call it a flying god claw. Watch closely when I operate it." He pulled at the front of the top of the flying god claw, pulling out 5 rings and fastening them to the 5 fingers of his left hand. Immediately following, he tightened his fist. With a sharp and clear sonorous sound, a metal cone suddenly shot out, just far enough to move farther than his palm. Immediately afterward, the metal cone's front end suddenly burst open, changing into a metal claw. The claw had 5 fingers, glinting with cold light in the sunshine. Especially the tips of the claws gave a feeling like they were 5 cold stars. Tang San picked up a rock from the ground to the side. "I used an alloy of several metals for the flying god claw, creating it after hard work and numerous revisions. It's extremely hard in itself, sufficient to pierce metal and pass through stone. This metal claw is its key feature. After the claw has opened, as long as it's touched just a little, the springs and gears I placed inside will move, causing the metal claw to immediately tighten." While speaking, he placed the rock in the metal claw. With just a whoosh sound, under everyone's dumbstruck gazes, the metal claw easily pierced into the rock like piercing tofu. The whole claw entered almost halfway. Tang San explained in detail. After the metal claw has been fastened, there are 5 different operations it can use. First, holding the fist closed but extending the forefinger. Then, the metal claw will once again spring open, recovering to its previous appearance. Second, if the middle finger is extended, then the metal claw will cut down with all its power. Its strength is enormous, approximately able to pierce a thick steel plate. As for the other 3 kinds of functions, there are other corresponding effects. While speaking, he extended his middle finger. With a cracking sound, a cloud of dust rose. That ordinary piece of rock had unexpectedly been directly crushed. Seeing this scene, the other 6 Shrek 7 devils couldn't help but swallow. They really couldn't imagine how such a strong steel claw had been made. In fact, what Tang San called hard work and numerous revisions wasn't a bit exaggerated. After the metal had been successfully formed, even the forging hammer wasn't able to alter its form. Tang San had wasted vast amounts of spirit power, relying on his other spirit, the little hammer, to succeed. In the forging process, Tang San also discovered some special subtleties of that little hammer. As the metal and that seemingly not very large little hammer touched, unexpectedly it would cause a kind of unusual effect. Regardless of which metal, on contact with the little hammer it would soften. Using it to create hidden weapons was practically like a tiger growing wings. Unfortunately, it really consumed too much spirit power and physical strength. Under the consumption, Tang San constantly had to meditate to recover. This was also a major reason why he was able to advance his spirit power to the 33rd rank in this time. Dai Mubai's heart twitched, saying, "What's really the use of this metal claw? If it's only like this, it seems I'd be better off with my tiger claws." Let alone piercing rock, with his current strength, even piercing gold and snapping jade was no problem for his tiger claws. Tang San calmly smiled, saying, "Of course it's not limited to this, otherwise it wouldn't be called Flying God Claw. Its principal use is to help us fly. Even though it's not true flight, as a tool it's still very useful. Watch, this is its third function." While speaking, Tang San first once again sprang open the metal claw, and afterwards raised his left arm facing a large tree approximately 20 meters away. His thumb sharply extended, and with a whoosh sound, the steel claw attached on top of the arm guard shot out like a bolt of lightning, bringing a long brilliant light under the sunshine. In an eye blink it had already flown over. With a cracking sound, it directly grabbed into the tree trunk. Everyone clearly saw that attached to the back of the steel claw was a fine like linen metal rope. Immediately afterward, Tang San's ring finger stretched out, lightly pushing off the ground with his toes. His body followed the line like an arrow. Under the pull of that steel rope, in an eye blink, he had leapt over onto that large tree. Toes lightly touching the tree, relying on the pull of the Flying God Claw, he moved horizontally around the tree trunk. Forefinger shooting out, releasing the steel claw, Tang San rose and landed back before everyone. In certain terrains, the Flying God Claw is able to display very good effects. At the same time, it can also be used to grab people. The length of the steel wire is 30 meters, its pulling force is approximately 300 jin. As long as our body weight doesn't surpass 300 jin, we can rely on it to climb up high. The internal composition of each Flying God Claw was extraordinarily complex, as it was formed from a large amount of gears and springs. Of course, to Tang San, this wasn't any meticulous work. The true meticulousness was still those 18 iron balls resting in 24 moonlit bridges. Little finger extending, the iron claw withdrew into the arm guard. Tang San flicked his wrist, the 5 fingers separating from the iron rings automatically returning to the cover of the arm guard. It now appeared like a very ordinary steel arm guard. Ma Hongjun muttered, "This is simply an essential tool for leaping onto roofs and vaulting walls, slipping through doors and levering locks." Tang San snapped, "What are you calling sneaking through doors and levering locks? Fatty, you pay attention to your weight. If someday you surpass 300 jin, it will practically be useless for you. Also, when everyone assembles it, you must take care to remove the sleeve dart. Mubai, when you use your spirit your muscles change somewhat, therefore your Flying God Claw includes some elastic ropes. Like this it won't be damaged because of your muscles swelling." Apart from Tang San, the other Shrek 6 devils at this moment displayed their mutual rapport. Making the same motion towards Tang San, they stretched out their right hands. Although this Flying God Claw wouldn't appear to have much in the way of attack power, everyone were astute. Anyone would be able to think a number of effects just by looking at this thing. Regarding concrete uses, that still required getting to know it. Tang San pulled out 6 Flying God Claws and handed them over to everyone. Each one was custom made. Because everyone were still young, In order to deal with the size of the arm changing as they grew older, the openings of the flying god claws were connected with elastic rope. While fiddling with the flying god claw in his hand, Dai Mubai couldn't help saying, "Little San, I really don't know how your brain is made. Unexpectedly, it's even able to think up this kind of thing." Tang San revealed a wry smile, and thought to himself that how could he be able to baselessly imagine things like these? This was all the crystallization of many years of Tang Sect's effort. He had merely grasped how to create them, that's all. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, the 2 months of rest and preparation had already gone by. Shrek Academy's land was originally bought by Flender. It also wasn't any kind of expensive thing. The teachers didn't object to Grandmaster's proposal. In a moment, the agreed-upon time had arrived. At Flender's command, everyone packed up their things, preparing to set out, leaving for Heaven Do Imperial Academy. This day had moderate wind and beautiful sun, no clouds as far as the eye could see. Standing at the academy gate, Flender gazed up, appearing somewhat defeated at the board engraved with Shrek Academy's sign. For a moment all sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. 20 years. Living here for 20 years, this place had constantly bit by bit flowed into his heart. An acrid feeling appeared at his nose. Xiaowu put his arms around Flender's shoulders. "Don't look. Let's go. It's not like we won't return. If worst comes to worst, afterwards we brothers will accompany you back to retire." Flender glared at him. "You're saying I'm old?" Xiaowu smiled wryly. "Not old. Yes, we're both just 50, that's all, still not regarded as too old. However, all of us are also regarded as out of the ordinary. Unexpectedly, not one of us is married." Flender snorted. "That's because your requirements are too high. How are women spirit masters so easy to find? Don't you know women spirit masters make up just 1/10 of all spirit masters? You then? Aren't your requirements high? How come you're also unmarried?" Xiaowu, somewhat unreconciled, said. "Me? I." Flender looked distracted a moment, somewhat speechless. As he looked up towards Grandmaster, he discovered Grandmaster was also looking at him. The two's eyes showed something painful, practically simultaneously shaking their heads. "Let's go." Flender put his thoughts in order, passing down the order to set off. The party of 10 stepped forward, departing Shrek. Heaven Do Empire, Imperial Capital Heaven Do City. At the heart of northeastern Heaven Do Empire, it was the core of all of Tiando's political power, also one of the 2 largest cities on the continent. On Douluo Continent, only Starlu Empire's imperial capital could match it. Although the 2 great empires' subordinate kingdoms and duchies weren't too accepting of control, they were still part of the empires. With Heaven Do City at its heart, what Heaven Do Empire directly controlled were the 3 neighboring great military districts, with a total force of more than 1 million, a profound strength. In some sense, Heaven Do Empire didn't have to force restrictions on the subordinate kingdoms with their own reasoning. Whether it was Heaven Do or Starluo, the subordinate kingdoms and duchies of both great empires were for the most part on the border. If fighting broke out, it would certainly be these kingdoms and duchies that bore the brunt. Of course, this was also for lack of a better option. Which monarch wouldn't wish to use imperial power to rule everything? But right now the continent basically didn't permit circumstances for unification to appear. Presently in the continent, besides the internal factors of the 2 empires, most significant was the clandestine interference from the several spirit master clans and Spirit Hall. Theoretically, in a single large and unified empire, how could these be allowed to exist to influence the ruling power? The Shrek Academy party wanted to go to Heaven-Do City, but they needed to first leave Balak Kingdom, afterwards pass through the entire Silver's Kingdom to the north of Balak Kingdom, to finally enter Heaven-Do Empire's imperial city boundaries. Further to the east, it would be entirely Heaven-Do Empire's imperial city lands. The entire journey would be very far, spanning more than 2,000 kilometers. Thus can be seen how enormous the Heaven-Do Empire's territory was. In the Shrek 7 Devils, Dai Mubai, Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong had their own spirit storage devices. Similarly, the teachers had ones too. Thus, as they journeyed, they didn't have to experience any frustrations of baggage. Before leaving, they bought food and prepared water in their spirit tools. Even if they couldn't resupply during the journey, this food and water would last them about 10 days. Okay, you little monsters. You have all rested for 2 months already. From now on it's full speed ahead. Everyone must follow my speed, if not, heh. Flender seemed to have returned to what he was previously. A devious light was emitted from his eyes. With one hand grabbing Grandmaster's arm, leaving behind those words, he already shot forward. Flender naturally didn't use his full strength to run. With Xiaowu in front of the academy teachers, they spread out on both sides as they followed him. Shrek 7 Devils looked on and unhesitantly ran. They were already undaunted by burdened running. Normal running was nothing to them. Without even needing to use spirit power to assist them, even Oscar and Ning Rongrong could keep up to Flender's current speed. Grandmaster was being carried by Flender using spirit power, thus he did not even need to waste any energy. Grandmaster suspiciously commented, "Flender, what is the meaning in this training? Their current body foundations are already very strong now." Flanders grinned, saying, "Is there really no meaning in this training? Xiaogang, these methods are not something you can use. Furthermore, even if this training had no meaning, rushing a little bit faster, wasting less time on the road, we can cut down on meals and stay in fewer hotels. This way, we should be able to save some money. Previously we agreed to use the previously won 3,000 gold coins on this third stage of training. We should save as what we can." You really are the same as always." Grandmaster was momentarily speechless. In contrast to Flender, he never saw money as something of importance, always holding the ideal that the money he used could eventually be earned back. In any case, he was always a spirit grandmaster and would always have Spirit Hall's stipend. Flender, somewhat deviously, only winked at Grandmaster. Suddenly he sped up, accelerating ahead like an arrow as it left a bow. Xiaowu, undoubtedly being the most familiar with Flender, helplessly looked at the sweet pea spirit master Xiao Xian beside him and grabbed his arm. "Flender, that guy. Even if you want to save money, you don't have to torture our old bones." The auxiliary system spirit master obviously couldn't keep up with them, thus Xiaowu could only carry Xiao Xian and increase his speed. With Flender's increase in speed, the Shrek 7 Devils behind started to be unable to keep up. In the end, using only physical strength to run definitely couldn't match his speed when he was being assisted by spirit power. Furthermore, Flender was an agility attack system spirit master, and even a spirit emperor level agility attack system spirit master at that. In a hurry to keep up, Shrek 7 Devils could only increase their speed accordingly. As a result, Ning Rongrong and Oscar could no longer continue by their own strength. Oscar was carried by Dai Mubai while Zhu Zhuqing and Xiaowu took turns carrying Ning Rongrong. The 7 of them, like always, did not leaving anyone behind. They gave it their all and rushed ahead to catch up. The Shrek 7 devils had no qualms in using their spirit power for short periods, but how could their spirit power compete with their teachers? Flender's controlled speed was already their maximum speed. Within less than 2 hours, the Shrek 7 devils' spirit power was practically consumed. Flender saw that everyone behind him couldn't keep up, and thus finally slowed down a little. Running with a normal speed, he gave the Shrek 7 devils time to eat the large sausage and recuperate a bit. Of course, Flender himself wouldn't eat Oscar's large sausage. A few sweet peas would be a lot more effective than the sausage. After all, that sweet pea spirit master Xiao Xian's level was far above what Oscar could compare to. Using this method of running, within a day, Shrek 7 devils were as tired as when they had experienced Grandmaster's devil training again. Within just this day, they had already run close to 400 kilometers, completing about a fifth of the journey. Fortunately, Flender wasn't as stingy as he proclaimed. He didn't make everyone camp outside but rather settled for the night in a small town along the way. The so-called small town was actually just a relatively big village. The inn that the Shrek Academy party stayed in was actually the only inn in town. Even if it was a little shabby, it could still be said to be relatively clean. Flender once again fully demonstrated his stinginess, altogether asking for only 3 rooms. The teachers would only use 1 room. The male students used 1 room and the female students used 1 room. I'm so worn out. Oscar immediately lay on the bed, still gasping for breath, with a face of euphoria. Everyone had ran for a day and was finally able to rest. No one really bothered about how simple or crude the place was. Dai Mubai snapped. What do you have to be tired about? You were resting most of your body weight on me, okay? Oscar said. But I also had to make the large sausages and mushroom sausages for all of you. During that last part of the run, if not for my mushroom sausages, how would we be able to keep up? My consumption of spirit power was definitely not less than any of you. The consumption of spirit power also leads to fatigue. Ma Hongjun commented. Don't complain anymore. The unluckiest would be me. I'm the heaviest, my speed also isn't very great either. I really wish that I could get a flying ability soon. Then traveling wouldn't be a problem. Tang San laughed. Don't complain anymore, hurry and sleep. Who knows what our great Dean will do again tomorrow. At this moment there was a loud knock on the door, the room door opening a little. Xiaowu stuck her head in from outside. Little San, come out for a while. Tang San complied and left the room. Xiaowu, what is it? Looking at a tired Xiaowu, Tang San's heart couldn't help but hurt a little. Xiaowu somewhat coquettishly pouting. After running all day my legs are sore. Go, massage my legs, alright? During their period of devilish training, every time Xiaowu would feel tired and sore, Tang San would always help massage her legs. Ultimately, mysterious heavenly skill and spirit power had some differences. One of which was that spirit power was not at all useful for Taoist treatment methods. On the whole, spirit power was more overbearing, while mysterious heavenly skill was more stable and peaceful. Okay, right here? Tang San doting rubbed Xiaowu's head. And do it here. Rongrong and Zhu Qing are already asleep. As she spoke, Xiaowu raised her right leg, showing off her flexibility, placing her slender calf on Tang San's shoulder. Tang San raised both hands, one hand kneading at her ankle, and the other softly massaging the muscles of her calf. The mysterious heavenly skill's warmth directly penetrating the muscle, Xiaowu comfortably closed her eyes, her young face blushing a little. As Tang San helped her massage her calf, he asked her, "If we're rushing like today again tomorrow and you can't take it anymore, let me carry you. There shouldn't be a problem with speed if I used my 8 spider lances." Xiaowu giggled. "No need, I can handle it. Actually, this kind of tiredness is also good. I would have a reason to let you massage my legs. It's really comfortable." "Goo, why are your palms so warm?" Tang San shook his head. He doted on this little sister from the core of his heart. Not caring about the mud and dirt on her shoes, he softly massaged her foot, helping her relax. "How does this feel?" "Very comfortable, it seems like my legs aren't as sore anymore." Even separated by the shoe, the heat from Tang San's palms could still enter her feet. It felt just like soaking in the hot waters of a hot spring. The hot comfortable feeling made Xiaowu feel so comfortable, her vision blurred for a while. "Okay, change to the other leg." Xiaowu looked at Tang San, expression somewhat congealed. "Gah, if we can always be this close in the future, and if you later get a wife, will you not want me?" Tang San smiled. "Silly girl, how can that be? At any point in time, you will always be my little sister." Concerning boy-girl relationships, he had never experienced them in his previous life. In this life, he understood them even less. Although he grew up without his father by his side, however, ever since he came to Shrek Academy, Tang San had never felt alone or empty. In terms of friendship, he had his companions. In terms of family, he had Xiaowu and Grandmaster. He was already very satisfied with his current life. Xiaowu giggled. "How about, after we grow up, I'll marry you, okay? Then I can be your little sister for as long as we live and let you take care of me." Tang San laughed and said, "Okay. It's just that you so pretty, marrying me will embarrass you." Xiaowu sighed. "I'm serious. What is there to be embarrassed about? In my heart you are the best." "Gah, did you know? Rong Rong always teases me, saying that we're just brother and sister." Tang San looked blank for a bit. "But she isn't wrong. Aren't you my little sister?" Xiaowu's charming face reddened. "Not like that. I'm not going to talk about it anymore, you're such a blockhead." As she spoke, she took back her long leg and walked behind Tang San, both hands gently squeezing on his shoulders. Although Xiaowu's technique was a bit amateurish, it still allowed Tang San to feel comfortable. Especially that faint warm feeling, making Tang San's deep in his heart be softly moved. "All right. You should go to sleep earlier. We still need to travel tomorrow." Tang San somewhat reluctantly pushed away Xiaowu's hands. "Okay," Xiaowu replied, finally returning to her room. Her heart was beating quickly, her eyes were showing a somewhat hesitant and deep light. Returning to his room, what made Tang San surprised was that Dai Mubai and the other two were not asleep yet. The three of them looked at Tang San as they tried to hide their smiles. Oscar rose from the bed, facing Dai Mubai and raising a leg in his direction. With a coy voice he said, "After running for an entire day, my legs feel sore. Go, massage my legs, all right?" Dai Mubai laughed, imitating Tang San's voice. "Okay. Right here." Oscar immediately followed up with, "N. Right here. Rong Rong and Zhu Qing are already sleeping. Looking at their creepy play, Tang San irritatedly said. Great. You guys listened in on our conversation. Fatty darkly laughed at one side. It's not that we eavesdropped. It's just that here, the walls are really bad. Go, help me massage my leg too. As he spoke, he also gestured with his fat leg. Tang San earnestly nodded. Fine, no problem. I heard, a bit of poison is actually helpful for the body, stretching muscles and improving blood circulation. I don't know if my 8 spider lances will do, but I'll use you to try it out. While speaking, he took off his jacket, exposing his bare torso, assuming an expression about to release 8 spider lances. Fatty jumped from fright, hastily pulling his quilt over him. Somewhat bitterly shouting, Don't, third brother, my mistake. His first encounter with 8 spider lances' powerful toxin left a deep impression with him. Tang San snapped, Go to sleep. Dai Mubai chuckled, saying, Tang San, Xiaowu declared her position to you. You as her older brother mustn't be so slow-witted. Xiaowu is a rare beauty. If you act fast you will have her, if you're slow you won't. Tang San stared blankly, but we're siblings. Fine, don't say anything. We're both still this young. It's still too early to discuss this. Do you think I'm fatty? I can't have his evil fire. Ma Hongjun stretched out his head from within his quilt, defiantly saying, What about me? Relations between men and women are heaven's law and earth's principle. It's a primal instinct. Tang San glared at him. I say you have instinct to spare. Dai Mubai also didn't say anything else, smiling, shaking his head, sitting down cross-legged on his bed to enter a meditative state. After an uneventful night, the second day's morning, everyone continued the journey. By now they had already left Balak Kingdom, entering the borders of Silver's Kingdom. Fortunately, today Flender didn't speed up again, only leading the party towards the northeast at a regular pace. The same day they reached Silver's Kingdom's capital on the southern border, Silver's City. Flender unprecedentedly chose this major city to lodge at. Furthermore, at the time they entered the city, the sky was only just starting to darken. Flender, are you all right? When Flender brought everyone to check in at an expensive hotel, even Grandmaster, who could never hang on to coin, couldn't help feel strange. Furthermore, this time Flender unexpectedly rented 5 rooms, letting everyone live somewhat less crowded. Even dinner was unprecedentedly lavish. Whether it was Grandmaster or Zhao Wuji and the other teachers, everyone were baffled by Flender's actions. Always miserly, how would he suddenly become so generous? At dinner, Flender finally showed his true colors. Flender wore a smiling expression, raising a wine cup in front of him, saying, Traveling for 2 days to thank you all for your hard work. Please eat to your heart's content. However, the little monsters are only allowed 1 cup of wine. Speaking, he led by example and poured the wine down his throat, and furthermore extremely enthusiastically received everyone's dishes. Dai Mubai said in a low voice by Tang San's ear, Compared to a smile, I wish we saw the dean's solemn expression. I don't know why, but every time he smiles I feel his smile is so treacherous. You'll see, today our dean spent so much, there's definitely a catch. Sure enough, as the wine made 3 rounds, after dishes of 5 flavors, Flender wiped his mouth, mildly saying to the Shrek 7 devils, You also haven't had any real combat for 2 months. This Silver's City has a great spirit arena. This evening you should all go exercise a bit. And there's no need to participate in all spirit battles. In order to not influence tomorrow's traveling, just join the team spirit battle. Dai Mubai smiling widely looked at the fox-tailed Flender, saying, Dean, then the rewards we obtain this time, should it also be transferred to the academy? Flender piously said, Although the academy is already closed, as your dean, do you believe I would take possession of your rewards? You allocate your income as you see fit, unrelated to us. Mubai, don't tell me you unexpectedly doubt my intentions. This time it was Dai Mubai's turn to stare blankly. Originally he thought Flender was planning to have them participate in a team spirit fight to obtain the rewards. Like this, with their current rank, for a team spirit fight everyone could obtain at least 100 cold spirit coins each, adding up to a considerable sum. He hadn't expected to be criticized by Flender's just words. Don't say, was this dean really all right? It was still Ma Hongjun who understood his teacher the best, mouthing words to Dai Mubai on the other side. Dai Mubai then suddenly understood. Ma Hongjun only mouthed one word, gambling. Yes, under equivalent level circumstances, even Emperor Team was unable to surpass the Shrek 7 Devils. How would there be an opponent? As long as they placed some heavy bets on the team fight, then, naturally the earnings wouldn't be small. This was Flender's true scheme. Good, we'll set off. Flender delightedly settled the bill, asking for directions to Silver's Great Spirit Arena, bringing everyone to leave the hotel. Silver's Great Spirit Arena appeared even more magnificent than its Suotuo counterpart. This was after all Silver's kingdom's capital city, still a level above Suotuo. Wearing those masks that had shaken Suotuo Great Spirit Arena, the Shrek 7 Devils once again set out. However, when Flender had the Shrek 7 Devils sign up for a team spirit fight, he was struck dumb. The Silver's Great Spirit Arena staff carefully inspected the Shrek 7 Devils' spirit fighting badges, and couldn't help but uncomprehendingly look at the 7 spirit masters in front of him, finding it somewhat difficult to speak. My apologies, respected spirit masters, I'm afraid you can't participate in the team spirit fight. The Shrek 7 Devils were indifferent, Flender was not. One must know since entering Silver's city he had already spent a lot of coin, hoping to be able to recoup it here. Why? Don't tell me there are no people at the Great Spirit Arena. Flender angrily said. Although Flender was somewhat aggressive, the staff didn't refute him at all. A 30th level Gold Spirit Fighter team indeed had the qualifications to be aggressive. He had worked at the Great Spirit Arena for more than 20 years, but this was the first time such a monstrous spirit fighter team had appeared. My apologies, respected sir, but our Silver's Great Spirit Arena doesn't have a Gold Spirit Fighter team for a fair spirit fight. The staff member said embarrassedly. Flender said, then a Silver Spirit Fighter team is fine as well. Don't you see that among them is only one Spirit Master that just advanced to Gold Spirit Fighter? The staff member shook his head. That certainly won't do. First of all, we only have one Silver Spirit Fighter 30th level team, but letting them fight clearly is unfair. Presumably you also know the rules of the Great Spirit Arena. A team's level is counted according to the level of its highest member. To the side Xiaowu smiled with schadenfreude. Apparently, someone's plans fell through. Standing at Xiaowuji's side, the 3 senior spirit masters Lu Jibin, Li Yusong and Xiao Xian couldn't help smiling. They didn't have any subordinate relationship with Flender, Before the establishment of Shrek Academy they were good friends. Watching Flender's defeat clearly was a form of entertainment to them. Flender, unresigned, asked, "Is there no other way?" The staff member thought about it. "It's not that there are no ways. If everyone agrees to surpass levels to join a spirit fight, I can naturally arrange it. Surpassing levels no longer suffers the level restrictions of spirit fights. In other words, you can challenge one of the lowest 40th level spirit fighter teams. Here the 40th level teams are practically all silver spirit fighters. There are also a few gold spirit fighter teams. You can choose as you wish." 40th level? Flender was stunned a moment, immediately afterwards shaking his head. "Then let it be. What is called gentlemen love wealth, but grasps it the right way." Flender still understood the reasoning of this. Although in the spirit fighting ring, generally speaking, none of the opponents died, he also wouldn't let his disciples take risks for his benefit. If there was a certain chance of victory without danger, then a bit of profit wasn't much, but demanding the Shrek 7 devils take risks for profit, Flender still wouldn't do it. Although miserly, he was after all principled. "No, I think it's possible." Grandmaster's stiff voice echoed, unhurriedly strolling up to Flender's side. Flender frowned. "Xiao Gang, what kind of joke is that? How is this possible? You also know the depth of a spirit ring gap. Don't tell me you want to send the children to their death? Don't forget that among them are 3 who haven't reached the 30th level. Confronting a 40th level spirit master team, they won't stand a chance." Grandmaster shook his head. "Of course I wouldn't let them take risks, Flender. There are still very many differences with 40th level spirit fighter teams." Speaking, Grandmaster turned to the staff member. "What you said just now, letting us pick our opponent without question?" The staff member nodded. "Of course, without question. Furthermore, I can guarantee that this team spirit fight will be in the central main spirit arena. The circumstances of a level-surpassing challenge very rarely appeared at a great spirit arena, especially in a team fight. If it was a 1 versus 1 bout where one side's spirit was especially outstanding, perhaps there would still be a chance to prevail over a 1 spirit ring gap. But team spirit fights were a collective effort. If the whole team was 1 spirit ring weaker than the opponents, how would there still be a fight? As a result, team-level surpassing challenges were hardly ever seen. And without more than a few successful examples in the entire history of Great Spirit Arena, a level-surpassing challenge was undoubtedly a kind of spirit fight that appealed to spectators, making it even easier to excite the audience. As long as the news went out, the central main spirit arena could anticipate a full audience. Such a good event, how could the spirit arena refuse? Grandmaster continued. "Among your 40th level teams, do you have one that is especially cruel? Best is that kind of team that every time kills or injures the opponent. The higher the proportion of injuries, the better." "Ah!" The staff member, startled, looked at Grandmaster, thinking to himself, "Don't tell me this person wants to have this team killed?" Originally he thought Grandmaster would pick the weakest 40th level team. He hadn't expected him to say something like this. Flender grabbed Grandmaster's shoulder, bellowing, "Xiao Gang, are you insane? You want to get the children killed?" Grandmaster calmly smiled. "Flender, do you think I would let the children get killed?" "Don't worry, I have a reason." Flender stared blankly. Yes, how would Grandmaster possibly let the children get killed? Especially his only disciple Tang San, who Grandmasters normally showed such concern for. Flender also saw that he looked at Tang San as if his own child. How would he let him take risks? Grandmaster took advantage of Flender's dull moment to once again question the staff member. Is there such a team? Ah, yes. There is. The staff member finally reacted. Fiend Team, 40th level Silver Spirit Fighter Team. Since entering the Silver Spirit Fighter grade, 46 bouts and 31 wins. Altogether they have killed opponents 63 times. Injured opponents 98 times, called the murder weapon of the Silver Spirit Fighter teams. The majority of the Silver Spirit Fighter teams are unwilling to face them since they play so hard. Grandmaster nodded satisfied. Good, then we will challenge this fiend team. Our team is called Shrek 7 Devils. Altogether 7 members will fight. Grandmaster. Seeing Grandmaster unexpectedly being so earnest, Xiaowuji's 4 teachers hastily gathered to prevent him. Grandmaster shook his head to them, saying something in a low voice. At this it was like everyone saw the light, the worry on their faces fading away. Flender, somewhat hesitant, said, "But, is this all right?" Grandmaster calmly said, "Flender, this is also a kind of experience. Inevitably there will be a day when they must confront circumstances like these. Do you believe that having us at their side to guide them when they confront such circumstances, or letting them endure it on their own is better?" Flender's gaze collided with Grandmaster's in midair, seeming to raise sparks. In the end he was still the one to yield, nodding. "Fine, I hope you're right." Grandmaster calmly smiled, saying, "This is the best way to examine their mental qualities. It's also something they must experience sooner or later." Flender looked at the other teachers, saying, "Then, let's decide it by vote. Everyone in favor of Grandmaster's decision, raise your hands." The minority defers to the majority. While speaking, Flender took the lead to raise his hand. After the other teachers hesitated a moment, they also one after another showed their agreement. Grandmaster then turned to the staff member. "Please help us set it up." Meng Li's mood had been somewhat bad recently. As Fiend Team's captain, it was also no wonder he was depressed. Fiend Team already hadn't had a team spirit fight for half a month, for the simple reason that they suffered the collective boycott of all 40th level Silver Spirit Fighter teams. No team wanted to meet them in a spirit fight. Since the founding of Fiend Team they had adopted mad dog tactics. Meng Li was always held up as tyrannically vicious. Vicious to scare people to death. In the previous team spirit fights, whatever their opponent, under his leadership the Fiend Team would all launch their wildest full-strength attacks. Even if they lost, they still might kill the opponents. Over time, whenever Fiend Team participated in team spirit fights, the opponent's spirit would first be overwhelmed. Even if clearly stronger than them, they still had a hard time winning. But recently, Fiend Team had encountered problems. Because of their excessively vicious style, every Silver Spirit Fighter team refused to meet them. Spirit Master cultivation wasn't easy. Who wanted their companions to die in the spirit fighting ring? Occasional accidents were hard to avert, but if fighting Fiend Team, death was no accident, rather a certainty. In these kinds of circumstances, boycotting Fiend Team had become a common understanding among the 40th level Silver Spirit Fighter teams. Meng Li had considered leaving Silver's city and going to another great spirit arena. After all, without the income from spirit fights, whether his team or he himself, all relied on the reward money for their luxurious lifestyle, and weren't willing to suffer restrictions. Thus they hadn't joined any power. However, an hour ago Meng Li suddenly received news from the Great Spirit Arena. Unexpectedly, there was a team that wanted to challenge them. And furthermore, it was a level-surpassing challenge. This news made Meng Li ecstatic. No matter that he wasn't a cautious person, even a cautious spirit master absolutely wouldn't believe a 30th level team was able to defeat a 40th level team. Were it not for spirit fighter spirit masters not being allowed to gamble on their own matches, he'd definitely bet heavily on his team. Meng Li had already convened all the members on his side, as quickly as possible hurrying to the Great Spirit Arena, coming to collect the income for their first fight in half a month. Besides income, there was still venting. Killing people. Especially killing spirit masters, to him and these mad dog-like team members, was in itself a kind of unburdening and pleasure. Were it not for them always living within the area of influence of the Great Spirit Arena, perhaps they already would have been killed by more powerful spirit masters any number of times. Meng Li's motto was growth through slaughter. This year he was 30 years old. He had even thought out his later title, Douluo title, Fiend. Of course, he also knew himself well enough to realize that becoming title Douluo in this lifetime was practically impossible. Only if he had some special luck, like perhaps obtaining an excellent spirit bone or a 10,000-year spirit ring to alter his physique. Silver's Great Spirit Arena, Central Main Spirit Arena. Today was especially bustling, although the news had just spread a couple of hours ago. A spirit fight like this level-surpassing challenge still attracted the interest of a large amount of high-level spectators, especially when the target of this level-surpassing challenge was the Fiend team, well known for its savagery. The Great Spirit Arena's specialized betting areas were already open. Both sides' spirit power level was obvious at a glance, so the odds also had extreme disparity. Fiend team was only 1-1, while Shrek 7 Devils team reached 1-10. Of course, the Great Spirit Arena wouldn't suffer any losses, no need to speak of the losers. The winners would have to pay a 10% processing fee. This was also a significant reason why Great Spirit Arena would sometimes organize marvelous spirit fighting competitions. The higher the stakes, the higher their cut. This was since long ago the main source of revenue for any Great Spirit Arena, even more than ticket prices. Very soon the odds changed. As a result of too many betting on the Fiend team, the odds shifted accordingly. Shrek 7 Devils team's side already offered 1-17, and the odds were constantly rising. On the two betting sides, the line before Fiend team's betting point was filled with spectators fearing they wouldn't be able to place their bets before the spirit fight began. But Shrek 7 Devils' side was completely deserted. Besides some speculative bettors, practically nobody paid attention. At this moment, a suddenly appearing voice roused the Shrek 7 Devils team betting point staff member from their drowsiness. "I want 30,000 gold spirit coins, Shrek 7 Devils team." "You said what? How much?" The staff member jumped, hastily questioning closer. Flender frowned. "I said 30,000 gold spirit coins, Shrek 7 Devils victory." "All right." The staff member swallowed. Although Silver's Great Spirit Arena was the largest spirit arena in Silver's kingdom, bets as high as 30,000 gold spirit coins were still extremely rare. Flender's 30,000 gold coins naturally weren't all his own. Among them were still the Shrek 7 Devils Grandmasters, as well as the other several teachers' secret stashes. The bettors in the Fiend team line were already laughing loudly, looking at Flender with gazes like looking at an idiot. "You're sure?" the staff member once again asked. Flender's face remained unchanged. "I'm sure, deposit in cards." While speaking, he took out several gold coin transfer cards, using them for his bet. Right now he was trying his utmost not to smile. He didn't want the odds to drop due to someone following his example. Of course, his fears were completely groundless. At this time, who would be optimistic about Shrek 7 Devil's chances? Great Spirit Arena admittedly had numerous methods to make money, but there was one point everyone believed in: their impartiality and fairness. Otherwise, Great Spirit Arenas wouldn't have so many spectators anywhere. The Spirit Fighter level gap truly was big. On Shrek 7 Devil's side, there were only 4 above 30th rank. Besides one 38th ranker, the next highest members were just 33rd rank, and even 32nd rank Spirit Masters. The Fiend team's side by contrast were all above 40th rank Silver Spirit Fighters. Although in the 40th level tier their ranks weren't considered too high, their average only 43rd rank. When dealing with Shrek 7 Devil's team, their superiority was immense, with 1.5 more spirit rings on average. Adding the spirit power advantage and Fiend team's berserk fighting methods, who would be optimistic about Shrek 7 Devils at this time? Flender was also exploiting a Great Spirit Arena loophole. Although participating Spirit Masters couldn't bet directly, Great Spirit Arena naturally wouldn't look into whether he represented Shrek 7 Devils. When Flender prepared to turn and leave, he suddenly saw a man with the appearance of a chubby merchant quickly step forward, seemingly extremely nervous to let something slip by. Handing over a gold spirit coin transfer card, gasping for breath, he spoke to the staff member. Give me 10,000 gold spirit coins on Shrek 7 Devils." The staff member thought to himself that strange occurrences happened every year, but this year they were especially common. A spirit fight with such a clear outcome, unexpectedly still had so many people coming to hand over their money. Having learned from his lessons with Flender, he didn't again ask anything but quickly handled the procedures. This time it was Flender's turn to be baffled, asking the fatty, "My friend, haven't you made a mistake? The difference in spirit power and spirit rings is so large between Shrek 7 Devils and the opponent, and you still bet on them?" The fatty grinned, keeping his voice low. "You don't know about this. I'm a merchant, doing business between Balak Kingdom and Silver's Kingdom. Not long ago I was in Balak Kingdom's Sotuo City, just in time to see an extremely marvelous team spirit fight. One of the leading roles was the Shrek 7 Devils. They absolutely mustn't be underestimated because of their spirits. Friend, if you believe me, follow my lead, you'll absolutely earn money." "So it's like this. And I believe you." Although Flender's mouth said this, inwardly he was laughing somewhat. He hadn't expected to come across a fan of the little monsters in silvers. However, this supporter also seemed a bit too ignorant. Were it not for having those special reasons, even if the little monsters' spirits were even more outstanding, how might they still prevail over opponents a level higher? Even though this side invested 40,000 gold spirit coins in bets, the odds showed no tendency of dropping. Instead, the rising trend continued. So as to equalize the bets between the two sides, the Great Spirit Arena had no choice but to drop the odds for Fiend Team to 0.7. Despite this, the bettors still didn't slow down. As Flender calmly and leisurely walked back to the Great Spirit Arena, the Shrek 7 Devils had already done their preparations for the fight, and as the betting points outside stopped accepting bets, as time passed, Silver's Great Spirit Arena's last team spirit fight for the day, the level-surpassing challenge, would begin. Grandmaster as usual delivered the Shrek 7 Devils to the main Spirit Arena's spirit fighter team entrance, finally warning them yet again. "Remember, your opponents are cruel and savage. No need to hold back. Use the fastest way to settle it. Understand? If something unexpected happens, immediately leave the ring, concede rather than suffer any harm. Tang San nodded to Grandmaster, saying, "Teacher, don't worry, we won't lose." Guided by a staff member, the group walked into the main spirit arena ring with large strides. Since this time they weren't invited by the Great Spirit Arena, the team leaders couldn't enter the arena like last time at Douluo Great Spirit Arena to wait at the entrance. Grandmaster could only quickly leave, meeting up with Flender's group to watch this spirit fight from the stands. The reason Grandmaster dared let the Shrek 7 Devils issue this challenge was entirely founded on careful calculations. Tang San hadn't concealed his hidden weapons from Grandmaster, and Grandmaster had long ago calculated how much threat each of his hidden weapons could bring to bear against various ranked spirit master. Right now, regarding this team spirit fight, Grandmaster believed that as long as there were no extreme peculiarities, it wouldn't be any problem. At times, strength didn't mean victory. Silver's Great Spirit Arena's central main spirit arena didn't have any major differences from Douluo Great Spirit Arena, only its scale being a bit bigger, but the surrounding construction style was nevertheless exactly the same. From this it could be seen it was a perfect setup for the Great Spirit Arena. Perhaps it was because Tang San's people's opponents were excessively savage, but as the announcer declared both sides entering, he was already flying in the air. Unfortunately, this announcer wasn't as visually attractive as Douluo Great Spirit Arena's beautiful Douluo, rather a handsome youth. The Shrek 7 Devils glanced at their opponents. Although the battle hadn't yet started, the opponent's vicious spirit already assaulted them. The Shrek 7 Devils didn't know how many members Fiend Team had, but the 7 people on stage were clearly their strongest 7. Also the 7 they previously received information about. The captain was Berserk Giant Bear Spirit Master Meng Li. The other 6 were also all Battle Spirit Masters. This vicious team was unexpectedly composed entirely of Power Attack System Spirit Masters. This was also a major reason for their astonishing attack power. As a Power Attack System team, their advantages and disadvantages were extremely clear, and their advantage was naturally to in a moment erupt in peerlessly tyrannical attack power. Their weak points were even simpler, since they didn't have Auxiliary System Spirit Masters, Agility Attack System Spirit Masters, or Control System Spirit Masters. Their capability for sustained battle was extremely lacking. Fiend Team's 7 members all appeared to be men around 30 or so, each and everyone built tall and sturdy, a bloodthirsty light in their eyes. While walking towards the center of the spirit fighting stage, they kneaded their fists, the bones making popping noises that caused people's teeth to ache. At least in imposing manner, this team before them could be said to be the strongest Shrek 7 Devils had met. The Fiend Team's 7 members all had a bloodthirsty atmosphere, in no way comparable to Emperor Team. This was the atmosphere that arose from constant slaughter. Further looking at the bloodthirsty light in their eyes, it seemed one could even smell the reek of blood from their bodies. Due to the special composition, Fiend Team's formation was also wildly different from other teams. The 7 lined up in a row, crowded together. At the announcer's preparatory call, they simultaneously released their spirits. As a result of all of them being Power Attack System Spirit Masters, these 7 beast spirit savages' bodies practically all swelled up as they released their spirits. For a moment it was as if a giant bloody maw rose up over them, able to swallow everything. The Fiend Team was able to suppress so many spirit masters. How could their unrestrained reputation be fabricated? Perhaps it was because they felt the savage atmosphere released by the Fiend Team. The spectators hidden in the VIP lounges all began to cheer, transmitted by amplifiers into the arena. Tear them to pieces. Kill them. The countless calls made the Fiend Team's savage flame burn even stronger. In the enthusiastic atmosphere, what the spectators didn't notice was how Shrek 7 devils, with a full allocation of spirit master types, assumed a very strange formation, precisely the same as the opposing fiend teams, one line, and simultaneously released their spirits. Oscar asked Dai Mubai in a low voice, "Boss Dai, if they really rush us, can't you block them with Rongrong's spirit ability assistance?" Dai Mubai practically without the slightest hesitation replied, "I can't." Your head, don't you have faith in Little San's treasures?" Xiaowu snapped. Oscar grinned. "It's not that I don't have faith, this is just in case of emergency." Thinking I, the great youth, handsome and elegant, distinguished and casual, jade tree facing the wind. "All right, everyone prepare." Tang San's timely voice interrupted Oscar. The Shrek 7 devils flicked their wrists simultaneously. Each took out an approximately 1 qi long, appearing entirely unremarkable black box from their spirit tools, or perhaps within their chests, pointing the end of the black box towards their opponents. Perhaps it was because the fiend team's sins were indeed too many, the calls from all around made their vicious nature even greater, each and everyone facing upwards and snarling, beating their chests, showing off their spirit rings to the audience. Basically without paying any attention to the small motions of the Shrek 7 devils. The Great Spirit Arena didn't ban the use of weapons, only generally speaking, weapons were just a nuisance to spirit masters and very few used them. Grandmaster and Flender's group all attentively gazed at the outside from within a VIP lounge. Flender's spirit was Owl, and although he wore glasses, his vision was in fact the best among them, and the small motions of Tang San's group taking out the godly Zhuge crossbows were caught in his eyes. Flender was still somewhat anxious about this spirit fight, and couldn't help ask Grandmaster at his side, "Xiao Gang, are those hidden weapon things of Tang San's really capable of striking down these 40th level spirit masters?" "Those are all power attack system. Their defensive capability among spirit master systems are second only to defensive system." "Are their spirit abilities still unable to block Tang San's hidden weapons?" Grandmaster calmly said, "They can block." "What was that?" Flender immediately stared wide-eyed, looking at Grandmaster. To his calm he couldn't help but show a panicked expression. Grandmaster said, "Tang San also gave me a godly Zhuge crossbow for my protection, and I carefully researched its firepower. Generally speaking, even if a power attack system spirit master's first 2 kinds of spirit abilities are defensive, they certainly can't block its attack. But as long as it's a 3rd spirit ability or higher, they can neutralize it. If it's a 4th spirit ability, it's even less of a question." You still let them fight? Don't tell me you sent them to their deaths." Flender was clearly too loud. Along with his anger, his spirit power worked automatically, and the whole room trembled under his voice. Grandmaster looked at Flender, not the slightest bit moved. Still using his usual voice. "What if they can block? That doesn't influence Tang San's group's victory. Originally I still thought they might have to use all their hidden weapons to win, but looking at it now, apparently that won't be necessary. Tang San talked to me about it. Hidden weapons are hidden weapons. The key word is hidden. You think the opponents can know how powerful the hidden weapons in their hands are? If it was you, facing an opponent whose strength clearly was inferior to yours, would you from the start use a 3rd or 4th spirit ability that requires the consumption of a great amount of spirit power? Of course, this way of fighting can't be reused, But don't forget that this is also the first time Tang San's hidden weapons emerge in a great spirit arena. With the use of only the first or perhaps the second spirit ability, for a body with spirit power below 50th rank, it's basically impossible to resist their godly Zhuge crossbows. Even if it was beyond 50th rank, speaking somewhat generally, perhaps they would still suffer. Do you think the man-faced demon spider was so easy to kill? Listening to Grandmaster, Flender's mood gradually calmed, but his heart was still worried. At this moment, in his heart, the money he had bet wasn't of any importance. His only wish was for the Shrek 7 devils not to suffer any harm. These children could be called his favorites, no different from his own children. Right then, the already flying announcer shouted loudly, "Team Spirit Fight, Shrek 7 Devils Team, Level Surpassing Challenge versus Fiend Team, begin." Practically the moment the last syllable left the announcer's mouth, on the both sides one person also shouted loudly. The voice on Fiend Team's side was naturally the captain, Berserk Giant Bear Spirit Master Mengli, shouting, "Tear them to shreds!" On the Shrek 7 devils, the one to shout loudly was Tang San. A lot more succinct, he shouted only one word, "Loose!" The long ago raised black boxes didn't reflect any light even under the brilliant illumination of the Great Spirit Arena. The moment the Fiend team charged, all team members already launched their first spirit ability, pouncing like wolves and tigers. That sound with the weight of thunder was like 10,000 horses charging. At this moment, all the Fiend team members heard a strange sound, like metal clashing, further accompanied by a buzzing sound, as if poking a hornet's nest. 7 godly Zhuge crossbows simultaneously issued what could be called their snarl. Each godly Zhuge crossbow had already been armed before this spirit fight. Altogether 112 crossbow bolts pierced the air, a great cloud of arrows like dancing wasps. The Fiend team's members were all spirit masters over 40th rank. They were naturally able to see those oncoming shadows, but how could they imagine that wasn't a spirit ability? With the Mad Dog strategy, however strong the enemy's attack, all would attack as if their lives depended on it. Today the Fiend team was still like this. They basically didn't break off at all because of the opponent's attack, rather increasing their charging speed even more, raising their arms to guard the vitals of their heads and chests, inflexibly dashing forward to close quarters combat where they were always the most skilled. Along with a series of strange sounds, it was as if the madly shouting audience simultaneously had their throats cut. In that moment not a sound could be heard. In that terrible silence, great puffs of blood mist blossomed like fireworks in the main spirit arena. The Fiend team members still dashed ahead several meters with powerful momentum, and in an eye blink, it was already too late for them to react. Why is it suddenly cold? Mengli was somewhat baffled. His body didn't quite seem to listen to his commands. This was his last thought in this world. Concentrated cracks of sound appeared behind the Fiend team. On the wall of the main spirit arena, pitch-black crossbow bolts were crowded together, nailed into the wall. The Fiend team's members' steps also finally halted. Those explosions of blood mist were precisely from their bodies. Not just the audience was stupefied, even the Shrek 7 devils themselves were lifeless. Despite placing all their hopes in the godly Zhuge crossbow, as this moment truly arrived, they also stood there sluggishly. The only one that had anticipated the scene before them was Tang San, but right now even he couldn't stop the slight twitches at the corners of his eyes. Mengli's eyes, originally with an ominous glint, stared deathly rigid ahead. The viciousness in those eyes had already become astonishment and despair, the tall and sturdy body like a crumbling mountain or falling pillar collapsed on the ground. The 7 fiend team members, practically at the same moment, were brought to the ground by their momentum. Blood flowing out from the bodies that were like sieves after being struck by the godly Zhuge crossbows. The blood flowed like a long red earthworm, rapidly spreading over the spirit fighting ring. In the blink of an eye, it had already dyed the center of the main spirit arena red. Instant kill. Unexpectedly, it was an instant kill. The more powerful 40th level fiend team unexpectedly didn't even have the chance to act. This moment, the minds of practically all the spectators were blank. Nobody knew what had happened. Even so much that only a few people had looked at how Shrek 7 Devils did it. Such a short team spirit fight. In all the great spirit arenas history, it was one of its kind. But although this spirit fight was brief, the impact it left on the audience wasn't less than any brilliant spirit fight. In the VIP lounge, Flender already stared wide-eyed from shock. Grandmaster slowly closed his eyes, calmly saying, "Let's go, right now is the moment they need us the most." Saying this, he was the first to leave. Clearly, everything that happened was long ago already within his calculations. Apart from Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing was the first of the Shrek 7 Devils to wake up, and, practically without pause, turned around and ran towards the spirit fighting arena entrance, one hand pressed hard over her mouth. The second to run out was Ning Rongrong, closely followed by Oscar and Ma Hongjun. Only Dai Mubai, Tang San and Xiaowu still remained in the spirit fighting ring. "I'll go see to Zhu Qing." Dai Mubai's voice sounded somewhat strange. Tang San nodded once, and Dai Mubai immediately turned around and left. Looking up at the for a long time already lifeless announcer hovering in the air, Tang San as much as possible lowered his voice. "Can you declare the results of this spirit fight?" The announcer woke as if from a dream. He discovered that his trousers had at some point become wet. Unexpectedly, he had peed his pants. His originally sonorous voice had become hoarse. Team spirit fight, Shrek 7 Devils vs. Fiend Team. Fiend Team eliminated. Shrek 7 Devils team level surpassing challenge successful. With a satisfactory answer, Tang San with an expressionless face took Xiaowu's hand, then walked over towards the spirit fighting ring entrance. The audience woke up at the announcer's declaration. In a moment, the whole main spirit arena was boiling. Every kind of doubtful call, admiring call and terrified call rose and fell in succession. But this was already unrelated to the Shrek 7 Devils. To them, this spirit fight was already over. As Tang San brought Xiaowu back behind the stage, he discovered that apart from Dai Mubai, the other 4 were incessantly vomiting. Xiaowu next to Tang San shuddered once, then suddenly took off her mask, joining the 4. The only ones left enduring with the strongest willpower were Tang San and Dai Mubai. Despite this, Tang San still saw that Dai Mubai's complexion was pale, his mind clearly somewhat unwell. Tang San was still a bit better off. He was after all a person of 2 lives, with the staunch willpower of 40 years in 2 worlds. Besides him, the oldest of everyone was Dai Mubai at 15. Dai Mubai was admittedly strong, his style robust, but he was after all an ordinary person. This was still his first time killing a person. Instantly killing 7 opponents, that scene of blood wildly spurting out, the enemy's eyeballs protruding, and still their distorted expressions at death's door, without exception left a profound brand on the hearts of each of the Shrek 7 Devils. That kind of feeling couldn't be compared to any other matter. Tang San. We killed people. Yes. Dai Mubai found it somewhat difficult to speak. Tang San nodded, yes. We killed people. Teacher said they were all cruel and savage. Their deaths not deserving of pity. Ning Rongrong raised her head with a pale complexion, with difficulty saying, but those were still 7 real living people. The moment before they were still brimming with ferocity, the next moment they already became corpses. We killed people, really killed people. Oscar spoke while gasping for breath as he held his stomach. As a spirit master, killing is an issue you all had to face sooner or later. Everything right now was still a difficulty you all had to pass. Since you would confront it sooner or later, then, a bit early is better than you having to vomit in the battlefield. Otherwise, you would end up the same as those 7 people out there. Corpses. Grandmaster slowly walked in, his face very serene, speaking in a calm voice, somewhat inharmonious to the Shrek 7 Devils' ears. Any successful formidable spirit master has walked through the blood of enemies and opponents. You haven't killed before? If you haven't, then where did your spirit rings come from? Spirit beasts are equally living things. From life's point of view, there is no difference between them and humans. When killing spirit beasts, why wouldn't you feel like this? The crisis before you isn't something people can help you pass. You all can only rely on your own willpower. If you feel nauseous, then vomit. Vomiting is normal. Naturally, it's fine, however. If you don't want to become the center of attention, then put away those masks in your hands and follow me away from here first. When the Shrek 7 Devils returned to the hotel, even Tang San felt extremely tired, even more tired than in their demonic training. This wasn't physical but rather an ordeal of the soul. It was also Tang San's first time killing people, and although his will was steady, Meng Li's dying expression still stuck in his mind for a very long time. Just like what Ning Rongrong said, even though he clearly knew the opponents had chosen the road of death, those were still real living people. Grandmaster and Flender gathered with the teachers in their room. Flender was excited right now. When the market finally closed, the odds reached 1 to 20, earning everyone a large profit. The money had already been received, at that time, including the Great Spirit Arena. At least 6 or 7 influential powers had issued invitations for the Shrek 7 Devils, but he had refused them all. To the other spirit masters participating in spirit fights, the Fiend team's death was to everyone's satisfaction. A lot of people even thought that this was all a trap specially directed at Fiend team by some teams whose members had been killed by them coming together to devise this method of revenge. Although the godly Zhuge crossbow was powerful, its weak points were also extremely clear and had been seen by a number of observant people. Like Grandmaster said, the godly Zhuge crossbow could penetrate any second spirit ability defense, but to third spirit abilities or higher, it had no effect on defense-oriented spirit abilities. Moreover, the godly Zhuge crossbow was only effective within a certain range. Beyond 50 meters, its attack power would drop dramatically. On this point it was far from able to compare to bow and arrow. The godly Zhuge crossbow's biggest advantage was in surprise. Once this advantage was gone, then it was only a kind of relatively powerful weapon, that's all. Grandmaster, did you earlier already plan for that Fiend team to die? Otherwise, why would you choose such an outstandingly stinky opponent? As Zhao Wuji finished sharing the loot with Flender, he asked Grandmaster. Grandmaster nodded. Yes, this was another kind of test for them, or perhaps a tempering. Let me ask, who of you haven't killed people? I'll bet every spirit master over 50th rank has human blood on their hands. As I said before, since it has to be experienced sooner or later, putting them through it while we're at their side is only a good deed towards them. At least when it happens again, they can be somewhat mentally prepared. Xiaowu sighed. But, in the end they're still so young, wouldn't it upset them too much? Grandmaster calmly smiled. These children are all astute. They won't waste time on insoluble problems. Flender, if you're done counting coins, you can go comfort them. I've done my work as the villain, I'll let you be the good guy. Flender grinned, saying, in the children's hearts I'm a positive figure, naturally I'm the best as this good guy. Wuji, don't worry, I support Xiaogang's actions. Originally, when I first killed a man I also collapsed vomiting. Thinking back to it now, it was still somewhat ridiculous. This is a necessary life experience, letting them experience it a little earlier is no matter. I'll go chat with them. To the Shrek 7 devils, this was a sleepless night. The next morning, before the sky was bright, a group of people already quietly left Silver's city, continuing towards their destination, setting off for Heaven Do Empire's capital city. The Shrek 7 devils' complexions were still somewhat pale. Especially for Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, who had vomited the most violently, one evening clearly wasn't enough for them to completely recover. But after Flender's talk, they also with some difficulty accepted the facts. The main idea of Flender's argument was really very simple. Killing a bad person was equivalent to saving countless good people. If the bad person didn't die, he would only kill even more people. It wasn't murder, it was saving lives. After absorbing this kind of thinking, it indeed let the Shrek 7 devils more easily accept some of the pain in their hearts. But truly getting used to this kind of feeling of killing wasn't easy. That still required countless experiences. Out of sympathy for the children, in addition to Flender's good mood from the Big Prophet, the following several days of travel all advanced at a normal pace. The Shrek 7 devils also gradually struggled free from the fear after killing people. Able to become the Shrek Academy's little monsters, as long as they could move past it, their hearts wouldn't suffer so badly. Grandmaster, according to the map, once we reach Heaven Do City, where in the city is Heaven Do Imperial Academy? While Flender studied the map he asked Grandmaster. On the map was no indicator for Heaven Do Imperial Academy. Grandmaster looked at Flender. If you don't know, how would I? How can you still be considered a dean? Flender snapped. What do you mean, still be considered? I've always been one, okay? Since you also don't know Wuji Xiao Xin. Do you know? Zhao Wuji smiled wryly. You know we both aren't regular Academy-fostered spirit masters, even less with backgrounds like this Imperial Academy's nobles, how would we know? I've only visited Heaven Do City once or twice. That's all. I have no impression of the location of this Heaven Do Imperial Academy. They're still all the same. The other three teachers by chance nodded at the same time, indicating their helplessness. Dean Flender, I know where Heaven Do Imperial Academy is. At this moment, it was Ning Rongrong who settled Flender's imminent problem. My family's castle isn't far from Heaven Do City. I used to come play in Heaven Do City with my clansmen, and we also went to Heaven Do Imperial Academy. Even though directly related family members all study within the school, there were some branch members at the Imperial Academy. Actually, Heaven Do Imperial Academy isn't inside Heaven Do City but outside. Just like our Shrek Academy was outside Suotua City. Flender smiled proudly. See, this Heaven-Do Imperial Academy's dean thinks like me. The facts prove how discerning I am. Grandmaster to the side poured cold water on his pride. If I'm not mistaken, you didn't place the academy within the city since you were embarrassingly short of money. This Heaven-Do Imperial Academy being placed outside the capital city is out of fear the capital's lavishness will affect the students' cultivation, and even more importantly perhaps because there isn't any sufficiently large space for an academy in Heaven-Do City. From what I know, even though Heaven-Do Imperial Academy isn't considered as having a lot of students, having every kind of flawless facility requires a great deal of space. Xiaowu grinned. Grandmaster, you just speak frankly. Put down this guy's delusions. Delusions your head. Xiaowu, you've been very energetic lately. Come, we'll exchange pointers. Let the children have a look at what a spirit emperor-level battle is like. While speaking, Flender gestured with his hands. Xiaowu didn't look at him, extending two arms, embracing Lu Jibin and Li Yusong at his side. Flender, you want to bully me? Keep dreaming I wouldn't fight you. If you must fight me, I won't retaliate. Let the children have a look at you bullying your juniors, setting an example. You! Flender resolutely glared at Xiaowu. I've found that since Grandmaster came, you've become a lot more devious. Stop fighting, don't get me mixed up in your matters. How am I involved in this? Grandmaster stretched his body. Don't speak nonsense, let's go quickly. Since Rongrong knows the way, we can reach the Imperial Academy today. It's also good to let the children start cultivating in peace a bit earlier. Flender helplessly said. You really are a cultivation madman. With you here, I've become the gentle and soft representative. After eating some simple rations, everyone set out once again. At nightfall, led by Ning Rongrong, they finally arrived at their destination, Heaven-Do Imperial Academy. Rongrong, you're sure it's here? Flender asked with a somewhat strange voice. Ning Rongrong nodded, saying, Yeah, no mistake. Heaven-Do Imperial Academy wouldn't change places, I'm sure it's here. But this is a mountain. This mountain all belongs to Heaven-Do Imperial Academy. And that forest behind it, and that lake at the foot of the mountain too, they're all under the Academy's supervision. We'll enter the Academy grounds at once. Seeing the dumbstruck Flender, Grandmaster contentedly said, Mountains on one side and water on the other, it really is a good place. The other teachers all nodded in admiration. The scenery here was indeed beautiful, especially this moment as the sun was setting in the west. Under the contrast of the red-colored clouds in the west, whether it was the lake at the foot or that 1,000-meter-tall mountain covered in every kind of plant itself, all gave people a feeling like the Garden of Peaches of immortality. The distance from here to Heaven-Do Empire's imperial capital Heaven-Do City was less than 20 kilometers, and with such beautiful surroundings, recalling that they would live here from here on, even Xiaowu and the other teachers all felt greatly satisfied. Only Flender was still unconvinced. The setting is good, but is the area really so amazing? Does it foster strength? It doesn't compare to our Shrek Academy. Even though our place was small, there were a lot of monsters. Grandmaster nodded thoughtfully. Flender, honestly, up till now I've never been too clear on how so many children with outstanding potential could be duped into entering your Shrek Academy. What method did you use to swindle them into enrolling? I used. That's rubbish. What are you calling swindle? It's called my charisma. Flender hastily corrected himself, glaring at Grandmaster. "We can go up the mountain just in time for dinner. Let's have a look at the treatment here. If it's not good, I'm still not staying." Right now Flender appeared more like a rash child. Even the Shrek 7 devils to the side couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Right now they could also understand Flender's mood. After all, the crystallization of his heart's blood, the Shrek Academy, had already ended. To his eyes this Heaven Do Imperial Academy more resembled a rival opponent. Before walking more than a few steps, trouble arrived. "Who are you to stand around here?" 10, 18 or 19-year-old spirit masters were barring the way. Although they hadn't summoned their spirits, from their goose-yellow uniforms it was apparent these were all students of Heaven Do Imperial Academy. Flender grandly said, "We're Shrek Academy." Complying with Heaven Do Imperial Academy's invitation, specially here for the exchange. "Lead the way." The leader of the youths looked Flender up and down several times, again taking a look at the other's clothes, wearing a disdainful expression. "You country bumpkins have come for an exchange at our academy? To me you look like beggars from somewhere. Hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, we'll have to use force." After traveling for close to 10 days, everyone from the Shrek Academy were indeed somewhat travel-worn, but not as extreme as he said. This Heaven Do Imperial Academy student leader clearly was one to judge by appearance. Seeing the Shrek Academy group's simple clothes and adding Flender's haughty and austere words left him out of sorts, making him say this. There were truly very few with the ability to enter Heaven Do Imperial Academy. The majority relied on connections and noble titles to gain admittance. This was also always Heaven Do Imperial Academy's biggest issue. Otherwise, how would they have the reputation of the #1 academy without the #1 strength? Let alone the Shrek Academy teachers who were originally all haughty contemporaries, renouncing the opportunity to join spirit master clans or other influential powers in order to found Shrek Academy. Right now, even the Shrek 7 devils' anger reached the heavens from the other side's arrogant words. Dai Mubai's figure flickered, at once already standing before Flender, ice-cold air bursting out in a flash. Ever since childhood this was the first time anyone had insulted him like this, and still with such a loathful tone. He was never a good-tempered person, and furthermore they had even insulted his teacher. If the evil-eye white tiger could endure this, then he wouldn't be a tiger but a sickly cat. Hong. Dai Mubai kicked the speaking youth into the air. Directly afterward, he unleashed his spirit. At the sudden change, these Heaven Do Academy noble children immediately lost their heads out of fear. How could they have expected that the other side would actually dare fight them at the gate of their academy? Besides a few thinking fast enough to release their spirits, the majority unexpectedly quickly retreated, for fear they would be involved. But even if it was those few students with spirits released, with one look at the 3 spirit rings sparkling over Dai Mubai, how would they still dare fight, and swiftly retreated? In their minds the concept of winning from a position of weakness didn't exist. Spirit rings were an absolute gap, and among them wasn't even one who had reached the 30th rank. With Dai Mubai's abundant battle experience, by the strike first and ask questions later principle, he didn't even give the other Shrek 7 devils the chance to act. Tiger paw swinging, he already sent flying a few individuals who were slow to retreat. Watching Dai Mubai fight, Flender and the others couldn't help but frown. Naturally they wouldn't be dissatisfied because Dai Mubai beat up the other side, but rather because these Heaven Do Imperial Academy students really were too lacking in inner qualities. Flender once said, "It's all right to be arrogant, but you must be able to back up your arrogance. Otherwise there's a problem with your brain. Yet, each and every one of these young people were unexpectedly unable to take a single blow. One must know, although their spirit power was very far from Dai Mubai's, they had the absolute numerical advantage. If they were to combine their powers and stand up to Dai Mubai's attack, they would at least be able to resist him. However, in front of them was an unexpected situation. None of them retaliated. They looked like deserters who threw away their helmet and ran away from a battle. There were even some crying for their mom and dad, completely lacking the appearance of spirit masters. Flender faced Xiaowu and said, "This is Heaven Do Imperial Academy's students? They are all trash. I've already started to suspect coming here was a mistake." Xiaowu smiled wryly. "Don't ask me, how would I know? Last time the little monsters fought the Heaven Do team, they weren't like this. It could be that there are trash in all places." Even Grandmaster, who had strongly advocated coming here, was lost for words at that moment. "All right, Mubai." Flender called out to Dai Mubai. If they kept fighting, it wouldn't be a beating anymore. There might be serious injuries. Dai Mubai finally stopped fighting, demonic light flickering in his evil eye double pupils. "Let's see who really gets lost. You guys have the impertinence to cause trouble in our Heaven Do Imperial Academy. This is a provocation to the Empire. You just wait. You just wait," Flender said in a cold voice. "That's a fine accusation, too bad you're trash. Call out your academy teachers." At this moment, a bold voice was suddenly heard. "What's going on here? Why is there so much noise?" From the shady trail on Hillside Forest, a figure quickly appeared in a silver-colored tight suit, and he appeared to be around the same age as Flender. His face was like a silver plate, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, both his hands behind his back. He seemed like an expert. "Excellent. Teacher Sun has arrived." The youth from before acted like he saw a saving grace, and he practically crawled over to welcome him. "Teacher Sun, they actually dared cause trouble here. They even hit us. You must support us." Teacher Sun looked at the student in front of him, as if at a stray dog. He couldn't help but wrinkle his eyebrows. "Shuebeng, do you know what you look like right now?" In front of strangers, he did not reprimand his student further as his gaze swept across Shrek Academy's party. Teachers and students, after all, were not the same. When Teacher Sun made eye contact with Flender, his heart could not help but secretly tremble as he hurriedly advanced a few steps, faintly saluting. "If you please, this one is Sun Buyu. May I know what business you have with our Heaven Do Imperial Academy?" He didn't even mention the fact that his students were beaten. When he stood there, an unflustered aura emanated from him. As the man was being very courteous, Flender naturally wouldn't dwell on the earlier events as he calmly said, "We are here to find Qin Ming. Earlier your noble institution's students said we were beggars, telling us to get lost. Thus we had a conflict. You are here to see Teacher Qin?" Sun Buyu was shocked as his heart moved. Could it be that everybody is from Balak Kingdom's Shrek Academy? Flender nodded his head. "It's true." Sun Buyu was shocked as his expressions suddenly became extremely polite. "Able to teach a talent like Teacher Qin, I truly admire you. Regarding the situation just now, I apologize on behalf of Heaven Do Imperial Academy. Everybody please enter," he said as he extended an inviting gesture while glaring at those Heaven Do Imperial Academy student, as if to say he would deal with them later. The Shrek Academy party then followed this teacher Sun Buyu as he guided them along a mountain path, towards the school in the heart of the mountain. Watching them gradually disappear in the distance, previously kicked flying by Dai Mubai, Xue Beng couldn't help but display a poisonous light in his eyes. Shrek Academy? What Shrek Academy? Still haven't come to our academy to work for food. Humph, just wait. With me here, you won't want to stay. Your Majesty, this isn't good. The student next to him cautiously said. What isn't good? Even this empire is owned by my family. Let's go. I won't go to class today. I will first look for justice, as royalty cannot take a beating. If we don't drive them away, I won't be able to rest easy. Entering the middle of the mountain, one is finally able to understand the extent of Heaven Do Imperial Academy. The stone steps used to climb the mountain were created by sculpting white marble, as every stone step all had different designs of various spirit beasts. Exquisite craftsmanship. The glow of the setting sun on the white marble left behind jagged shadows of dancing red trees, further adding a unique and tranquil feeling. Breathing in this fresh air, it was as if everyone had walked into a botanical world. The one whose thoughts were stirred the most was Tang San. His mysterious heaven skills, inner strength grasped onto his blue-silver grass aura. In this mountain range full of plants, it seemed to be extremely lively. This feeling was also felt when they entered Star Do Great Forest, but not as obvious as now. Tang San knew that this was due to him breaking through the 30th level bottleneck. After breaking through rank 30, spirit masters would have an even more acute sense of energy when near things of the same attribute. Tang San's blue-silver grass spirit was a botanical spirit. Thus, surrounded by this botanical world, his spirit power would naturally become much more sensitive. Among the reasons why Grandmaster wanted to bring the Shrek 7 Devils, the most important one was because this advanced Spirit Master Academy was built by the Heavenly Do Imperial family, thus all equipment here would naturally be the most outstanding. However, regarding spirit training methods, although external facilities weren't decisive, their assisting effect couldn't be ignored. Among the most effective activities for a spirit master was mimicry cultivation for their attributes. So-called mimicry cultivation refers to letting spirit masters cultivate their spirits in the most fitting environment. Although doing it this way would not use twice the effort for half the result, it was able to provide a considerable assisting effect. For example, a forest or place full of plants would be the most suitable place for Tang San to cultivate, with his plant-type spirit. Thus being in the kitchen of restaurant would fit Oscar, whose spirit was food-related. Additionally, beast spirit masters, according to their spirits, have increased spirit cultivation effects when cultivating with similar animals. Specific bonus effects would be dependent on the spirit master's own attribute. In summary, the stronger a spirit was in itself, the more potential he would have, and in a mimicry environment, training would be even more beneficial. Due to Shrek Academy's conditions, it was only natural that cultivation in a mimicry environment was impossible. However, Heaven Do Imperial Academy wasn't like this. The main reason why it occupied a large area and was built outside Heaven Do City was the building of the mimicry environments. As a comprehensive Spirit Master Advanced Academy, they needed every kind of mimicry cultivation ground. Plant system Spirit Masters and food system Spirit Masters were still easy to handle, but various beast Spirit Masters' mimicry cultivation ground would not be easy to build. Consequently, it was impossible to build a mimicry cultivation ground for every form of beast spirit masters. Despite this, inside Heaven Do Imperial Academy there were still close to 100 various types of mimicry cultivation grounds. Using the saying Heaven Do Imperial Academy uses for enrolling students, one would always be able to find one that fits him. In the mountains, not only was the air fresh, but it was also extremely moist. A relaxing feeling came over the Shrek Academy party, causing them to forget what happened earlier. Sun Buyu obviously did not want to talk about those students, and on the way he gave the Shrek Academy party a presentation on the scenery. This academy's main campus is situated halfway up the mountain. The mimicry regions are separated into the mountain top, all the places below the mountain, and the lakeside. Grandmaster asked, "Teacher Sun, how many students does Heaven Do Imperial Academy have right now?" Sun Buyu said, "Approximately 500 students, basically all from this empire's as well as the subordinate kingdom's nobility. There are more than 50 teachers, and their strength is sufficient only." When he reached this point, he helplessly shook his head. Everyone knew not to ask. As they were all spirit masters, this mountain path was nothing, and they soon reached the middle of the mountain. Heaven Do Imperial Academy's main campus was consisted entirely of single-story houses, and it gave off the feeling of a fortress. The surrounding courtyard walls were all 5 meters high. The walls were all bright yellow, making it look extremely pretty despite the top of the courtyard wall covering being a glazed roof tile. In the sunset, it was even more beautiful. As soon as Tang San saw the buildings here, his heart could not help but contract a little as the building arrangement was so similar to Tang Sect's. Filled with all senses of nostalgia, for a long time he couldn't control himself. At this moment, the color of the sky had already started to darken, along with distant clouds in the sunset starting to fade away. Heaven Do Imperial Academy was already brightly lit by lanterns. Entering the school, there were actually no students to be seen. According to Sun Buyu, the majority of them were distributed among the various mimicry cultivation regions, so the main campus consequently did not have any people. He then brought the Shrek Academy party directly into a parlor, letting everyone to wait a bit as he hurriedly ran off to find Qing Min. "What do you think of this place?" Flender asked his fellow teachers. Sweet Pea Spirit Master Xiaowu smiled as he said, "It's not bad, compared to my imagination, it's even better. I really do like the air here." Xiaowu said, "Grandmaster's proposal really wasn't bad. Although the students are a bit trash, retiring here isn't a bad option. Heaven Do City is also very close. Everything is very convenient." Flender laughed in spite of himself as he said, "It seems that we really will retire here." After a moment, following a burst of hurried footsteps, Qin Ming quickly stepped inside with a cheerful expression. "Dean Flender, you're finally here. I've anxiously awaited you." While speaking, he hastily stepped forward to give Flender and the other Shrek Academy teachers his salute. Flender pulled him up, smiling. "Don't be so overly courteous. As for arriving, later we will still be relying on you to get along. Have you arranged things on this end?" Qin Ming hurriedly nodded. "Don't worry, Dean, I've arranged it already. I've notified Heaven Do Academy's senior staff to greet you. They're exceptionally happy to have the teachers join, although they're not convinced the juniors are actually so powerful. But the children from Emperor Team also attested to it. There are no problems. Like this, all the teachers and juniors have traveled far. For today, why don't you first rest? I'll give everyone places to stay. Tomorrow I'll bring you to meet the senior staff. We'll consider this matter decided." Flender was very satisfied with Qin Ming's arrangements. Qin Ming immediately brought them to a courtyard on the west side of Heaven Do Imperial Academy's main campus. Here everything was already arranged cleanly and neatly. Not only did each person have their own room, but there was also a big parlor. All the articles for daily use were brand new. The whole courtyard was like its own world. Everything was far better than at Shrek Academy. Not only were the teachers satisfied, the Shrek 7 Devils were also pleasantly surprised, thinking to themselves that this senior Qin Ming's ability to handle matters was truly powerful. Everything was arranged so appropriately. With everything arranged to their satisfaction, everyone gathered in the parlor. Qin Ming sat next to Flender, earnestly asking the teachers, "I hope all the teachers and juniors satisfied?" After I returned to the academy to arrange this matter, I looked around and found this to be the best location. Leaving the courtyard, you can see the mountain scenery outside, and moreover you can see the lake below. From this side there's a road that leads directly to the foot of the mountain. Leaving for Heaven Do City is also very convenient. Xiaowu smiled. "Qin Ming, you're really quite something. You've arranged things very well." Qin Ming said, "It's no more than I should. The time is getting late. Originally I wanted to invite all the teachers and juniors to Heaven Do City to find a good place to hold a welcoming dinner and wash off the dust, but at this time of night we can casually eat something in the academy. Once tomorrow's matters are settled, I think the academy will specially entertain all the teachers." Flender said, "Qin Ming, you know we don't care much for worldly ceremonies. You don't have to go to any trouble." Qin Ming looked at Flender, his eyes colored with heartfelt emotion. "Dean Flender, without you and all the other teachers, there wouldn't be a Qin Ming today. This time I finally have the opportunity to reciprocate. How couldn't I do it with all my heart?" The dinner was even more sumptuous than imagined. Although it was hastily arranged, Qin Ming had still done his utmost to have the best dishes prepared for everyone, and by the time the meal was finished the stars hung high overhead. The Shrek Academy members had traveled hard for several days to arrive here, and, all somewhat tired, each retired to their rooms. After an eventless night, on the next morning, Tang San had just finished cultivating his purple demon eye when Qin Ming arrived, even having the academy specially engage a chef to bring steaming hot breakfast dishes. "Little San, you're up so early?" Qin Ming just saw Tang San jump down from the roof and smiling went to meet him. Tang San laughed, saying, "Senior, you're also up very early." Qin Ming clapped Tang San's shoulder, saying, "Among you Shrek 7 Devils, you gave me the deepest impression. I don't know how you have cultivated this ability at such a young age. You are more outstanding than I was in those days." Hearing Qin Ming's compliments, Tang San, somewhat embarrassed, said, "Senior is too kind." Qin Ming resolutely said, "I'm speaking from the heart. I've been at Heaven Do Imperial Academy for a few years, and there aren't a lot of students with outstanding talent. Like you Tianheng and Dugu Yen, who are both exceptionally talented. But, compared to you, they lack a characteristic quality. You gave me the deepest impression, and it's not even because of your variation blue-silver grass spirit, but rather your calm mind. That spirit battle with Tianheng's Emperor team, rather than saying they lost to you all in strength, it should be said they lost to your intelligence and local battle control ability. In time, you will definitely become one of the world's top control system spirit masters." Pausing, Qin Ming's gaze became scorching hot. Being able to let teammates display their full strength is already the one requirement for a control system spirit master, but being able to control the circumstances of the battlefield, Winning from a position of weakness, that is the potential of a first-rate control system spirit master. You are Grandmaster's disciple, and while I can by far not be compared to Grandmaster's instruction, what I can teach you is the word confidence. Whatever the situation, when you confront the enemy, always maintain belief in victory. Then, you will be able to display the greatest level of your strength. Saying this, Qin Ming once again patted Tang San's shoulder. Junior brother, make the effort. To tell the truth, I truly want to see, when you are 30 years old, just what level you are able to reach. I believe you will definitely surpass mine. Shrek Academy's members got out of bed one after another. As everyone ate breakfast, Qin Ming introduced them to the staff structure of Heaven Do Imperial Academy in simple terms. Heaven Do Imperial Academy sorted all the students into 3 administrative level. Students who had just entered the academy or had strength below the 25th rank were level 1, dubbed the Tiny Heaven level. The level with 25th to 30th rank was the reaching Heaven level, 30th rank and above subsequently entered the highest Heaven Do level. Like the Emperor team's 7 members were all well-known figure of the Heaven Do level, and yesterday at the foot of the mountain the Shrek Academy group encountered those tiny Heaven level students. The teachers were sorted into levels the same as students, only the requirements were even higher. Spirit power reaching the 40th rank was the general admittance threshold for Heaven Do Imperial Academy and all advanced Spirit Master Academy teachers. At Heaven Do Academy, teachers over 40th rank and under 50th rank were tiny Heaven level teachers. Within the 50th to 60th ranks, they were reaching Heaven level teachers, surpassing 60th rank, they were Heaven Do level teachers. Sun Buyu they met yesterday was a 53rd rank reaching Heaven level teacher, and Qin Ming had just recently become a Heaven Do level teacher. Since Heaven Do Imperial Academy was affiliated with Heaven Do Empire's imperial family, the dean was nominally the present Heaven Do Empire's emperor. Consequently, within the academy there was no office of dean. As a result, the highest seniority fell to the 3 strongest Heaven Do teachers who formed a board of education. The senior staff Qin Ming had mentioned were them. The majority of the academy's affairs was handled by the board of education. Only for some important matters were instructions from the Heaven Do Empire's imperial household required. Heaven Do Empire's imperial family attached extreme importance to the academy. Although the Heaven Do Emperor was too busy to attend personally, he would commonly also assign an imperial family member to take responsibility for affairs on the academy's side. For some important decisions, the Board of Education also had to ask for instructions. The present Heaven Do Academy's Board of Education 3 chief teachers were all over 80th rank Spirit Douluo, teachers with exceedingly robust strength. There were more than 8 Heaven Do level teachers, extremely rare in the entire Heaven Do Empire. Listening to Qin Ming, Flender smiled. Then you're saying we will also be the same as Heaven Do level teachers? Qin Ming smiled, but of course. Heaven Do level teachers have a very high standing at the academy, commonly only teaching Heaven Do level students. And Heaven Do level students only account for 1/10 of all the students. The education work is exceptionally relaxed, but the payment is very high. Besides the academy taking responsibility for everything required to live in the academy, each month there is a remuneration of 3,000 gold spirit coins. If there are special circumstances, there will still be other income as well. 3,000? Really extravagant. Flender was still used to being the dean. Although he was extremely concerned with the issue of income, he never had the cheek to ask. Right now, hearing Qin Ming mention the figure 3,000, he couldn't help but be greatly satisfied. the smile on his face widening even more. His satisfaction with this Heaven-Do Imperial Academy naturally also rose sharply. Qin Ming, lead the way. We'll go see those 3 Board of Education seniors. Yes. Heaven-Do Imperial Academy's Board of Education was located at the heart of the main campus. In the entire main campus, it was the largest building. Although it was still a single-story construction, it was still 10 meters at its highest point, giving somewhat of a spirit hall feeling. Being newcomers, whether it was the Shrek Academy teachers or the Shrek 7 Devils, they were all led here by Qin Ming. Regardless of the good conditions, this was after all not Shrek Academy, not considered their place. Naturally, they couldn't be as unconstrained as before. Although Flender all along had a smiling expression, after so many years of freedom, in his heart he was still somewhat bitter. While Shrek Academy was small, he was still its dean. While Heaven-Do Imperial Academy was even better, it still didn't have that kind of familiarity like home. However, Flender's mood very quickly eased a lot. As their party entered the gate to the Board of Education's courtyard, the 3 elders already waited there since earlier. Although the 3 elders simply stood there, they gave people a kind of exceedingly strange feeling, as if they were the core of this Heaven-Do Academy's main campus, and even of the whole academy. Even if they wore gently smiling expressions, they were still unable to hide that special temperament that belonged to great powers. The 3 elders were all attired in black robes, on which were embroidered some fantastic designs in golden thread. This kind of robe wasn't exclusive to them, but rather were received from Spirit Hall by 80th rank and over Spirit Douluo title Spirit Masters, custom-made formal robes representing their status. Second only to title Douluo's red ceremonial robes. Generally speaking, this kind of ceremonial robes were very rarely worn by Spirit Douluo and title Douluo. It represented not only their status, but also solemnity. This kind of exclusive custom-made clothes would only appear when dueling an equally leveled opponent, or for extremely important occasions. And since these 3 elders wearing these robes right now naturally wasn't for a fight, then it could only prove one point, that they attached a great deal of importance to the Shrek Academy members. Moreover, these 3 elders were personally greeting them at the door. Even if Flender was even more arrogant, confronting circumstances like these, he still couldn't have helped feeling overwhelmed. He always meant that who gives me 1 qi of respect, I will give 10 qi of respect. With the other side revealing such a respectful intent, how could he not also make a display? Flender increased his pace, a few steps forward. As he stopped, he already held both hands clasped over shoulder level, slightly bowing. Shrek Academy, Flender, Spirit, Owl, Agility Attack System 78th Rank 7 Ring Battle Spirit Emperor, I greet the seniors. In the Spirit Master world, this kind of action was the etiquette of a younger generation meeting seniors. Although Flender also was more than 50 years old, facing these 3 more than 80-year-old elders, his courtesy of a junior didn't count as much. The elder in the center laughed out loud, coming forward to meet him with big strides, pulling down Flender's raised hands. There is no need to be so polite, Dean Flender. We have been looking forward to meeting you for a long time, truly for a long time. Able to obtain the guidance of all the teachers of the Monster Academy in person, you bring light to our humble institution. I am the head of administration, Meng Shenji, Spirit, Black Goblin, Control System 86th Ranked 8 Ring Battle Spirit Douluo. I'll give you introductions. Meng Shenji was medium height, very thin, as if he didn't have any muscles. As he spoke his voice was somewhat crafty, but not at all unpleasant, giving people a kind of very familiar feeling, both his hair and beard white. Although he was thin, his spirit was hale and hearty, a red flush on his face. While speaking, Meng Shinji indicated the old man to his left, saying, "This is the Board of Education's second member, Spirit Douluo by Baoshan. Spirit, Heaven Star Furnace, Defense System 85th ranked 8-ring battle spirit Douluo." Bai Baoshan's build was just the opposite of Meng Shinji's, not tall but extremely fat. Like 4 chi tall and 4 chi around. He all along had a gently smiling expression, his fat trembling along with his smile. Hearing Meng Shinji introduce him, he nodded smiling towards Flender. Meng Shinji indicated the other old man, saying, "This is the Board of Education's third member, Jilin Spirit Douluo Spirit, Sky Blue Vine, Control System 83rd ranked 8-ring tool spirit Douluo." This third member of the Board of Education's senior staff Jilin appeared the most normal at a glance, appearance very ordinary. Only occasionally a bright light flashed in his eyes that gave people a somewhat unusual feeling. Although Flender already knew that they were all 80th ranked Spirit Douluo or higher, as Meng Shinji did the introductions, he still felt awed. Especially as among these 3 Spirit Douluo were unexpectedly 2 control system Spirit Douluo. While everyone in the Spirit Master world knew that Power Attack System had the fiercest attacks, Control System was the most difficult to deal with, and also the least willing to confront the opponent. Unless one happened to counter their strength, in a 1 versus 1 situation, equally ranked Spirit Masters would find it very difficult to prevail over Control System. Flender also hastily introduced Shrek Academy's teachers. As for the Shrek 7 Devils, they were after all students, and he didn't say much. But Flender noticed that these 3 Board of Education senior staff were even more interested in the Shrek 7 Devils than in them. Meng Shinji said, "No need to be polite, finally coming here, treat it like your own home. Please, come inside." The Board of Education wasn't lavish. Just the opposite, the place where these 3 Spirit Douluo handled business and lived was exceptionally austere. Only decorated with essentials and some simple green plants. Host and guests took their seats across from each other. Since there weren't many chairs in the Board of Education, the Shrek 7 Devils could only stand behind the teachers. Right now everyone's gazes were excited. After all, sitting in front of them were 3 Spirit Douluo level powers. In the whole Spirit Master world, Spirit Masters able to cultivate to this degree were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, and they wouldn't lack formidable strength. Even if they couldn't challenge heaven, they could still easily scatter a 10,000-man army. Meng Shinji let servants serve tea and pastries, his gaze sweeping across those Shrek 7 Devils, smiling saying, "We heard from Qin Ming that these children defeated our institution's emperor team. Truly astonishing, the Monster Academy sure enough is a place where monsters gather. Qin Ming's accomplishments already amazed me, but I still didn't expect your institution to cultivate this many geniuses." Flender smiled wryly, saying, "The Shrek Academy has already ceased to exist." Meng Shinji firmly said, "No, take a look at these children behind you, their accomplishments hereafter, until successfully graduating the Shrek Academy, will all along belong to Shrek. Qin Ming already explained it very clearly to us. Everyone coming to our humble institution this time is our honor. Unless all you teachers wish for it, the Academy will not assign any teaching duties to you. Here you are all at your liberty. If there is anything you need, then don't hesitate to ask. As long as it's within the limits of my authority, just say it." Flender was after all also a more than 70th ranked power, and naturally saw that the sincerity these three spirit Douluo showed absolutely wasn't faked. From this it could be seen just how much they thirsted for talent. Even to the extent that they without any questions at once chose to completely trust Qin Ming. On the side of the three Board of Education members, Spirit Douluo Jilin suddenly asked, "I heard from Teacher Qin Ming that at your institution is an especially outstanding control system spirit master. Who would that be?" Grandmaster calmly smiled, saying, "Talent isn't enough. Tang San." Tang San responded, stepping forward from the Shrek 7 devils, respectfully saluting the three spirit Douluo. "Greetings, three teachers." Jilin smiled faintly, the air around his body suddenly distorting. The others didn't feel anything, but Tang San clearly found the air around his body seemed to congeal, tremendous spirit power fluctuations rushing out, his body already completely unable to move. This spirit power was somewhat similar to his blue-silver grass spirit power, and although his body was oppressed, Tang San could feel there was no malice within it. He understood that this was the other side testing his strength. Without speaking, he silently urged his mysterious heaven skill, resisting the unceasing invading force. The Shrek Academy members naturally all knew what Spirit Douluo Jilin was doing, but nobody said anything. Jilin testing Tang San was like an enrollment exam. Flender had foreseen that this would happen, and also let these Heaven Do Imperial Academy senior staff take a look at how outstanding the disciple he had fostered was. Jilin's originally gentle gaze gradually became astounded. With his strength, he immediately determined that Tang San's spirit power was around the 33rd rank, proving that Qin Ming hadn't been flattering his accomplishments. But while his plant system spirit power also didn't lack compatibility with his own, he just couldn't understand how this only 33rd ranked spirit power could be so difficult to deal with. Jilin, using his spirit power to probe, felt that, even though Tang San's spirit power was far from as formidable as his own, it had a kind of endless toughness. The more pressure he used, the more flexible it became. Furthermore, Tang San's body had an endurance that didn't belong to a 33rd ranked spirit master. Faced with his pressure, he unexpectedly didn't show any signs of pain. As a matter of fact, the pressure he used was something that a 30th level spirit master should find somewhat difficult to endure. What he didn't know was that Tang San's body constantly endured spirit ring and spirit power transformation. At the same time, unlike ordinary spirit masters, he also had an external spirit bone. With the potency of the man-faced demon spider's spirit bone, to his strength, endurance and agility, it had an extremely significant effect. Otherwise, how could Tang San have led the Shrek 7 devils to successive victories against powerful enemies? Even Dai Mubai was resigned to not being his equal. This external spirit bone 8 spider lances didn't just have its effect on the outside, its imperceptible influence was equally significant. That symbolic black robe Spirit Douluo Jilin wore didn't shift, and although he simply sat there, Tang San still clearly felt the pressure around him increasing bit by bit. This Spirit Douluo was extremely conscientious, afraid that Tang San would be unable to endure a sudden increase in strength. Under his accurate control, his spirit power was only gradually increasing. Once Tang San showed any signs of being unable to endure, he would also immediately withdraw the force. Tang San naturally also understood this control system Spirit Douluo was testing his strength. In front of Flender, Grandmaster and the other Shrek Academy members, he knew he wasn't just representing himself, but rather the whole Shrek Academy. Therefore, even though the surrounding pressure grew greater and greater, and the mysterious heaven skill pressure within his body also worked faster and faster, he didn't display the slightest bit of a pained expression. After many years of cultivation, adding countless training and ordeals, Tang San's willpower wasn't something a 13-year-old possessed. Originally he endured the enormous pain produced by that man-faced demon spider spirit ring. How would he easily surrender now? Secretly tightening both fists in his sleeves, Tang San's complexion didn't vary, expression neither servile nor overbearing. Along with mysterious heaven skill working, around his body gradually appeared a faint layer of white mist, releasing a slight fragrance. As the internal strength circulated, it completely fused with the properties of blue-silver grass. As the pressure grew greater and greater, sky blue vine spirit Douluo Dalu grew more and more astonished. Was this really just a 13-year-old child? How couldn't he see Tang San was using willpower combined with his physical strength to withstand the spirit power pressure? But so far he unexpectedly hadn't been able to get this child to release his spirit. Tang San by far already surpassed his expectations. All people have a desire to win, and Spirit Douluo were no exception. Adding competitiveness to curiosity, when confronting this genius, Jilin couldn't help but want to see just how far this child's limits could reach. Seeing Tang San nod slightly, Jilin's robe no longer fluctuated with spirit power, rather quietly recovered to normal. Seeing this, the other two spirit Douluo at his side also couldn't help be astonished. The three of them had been together for a very long time. Naturally they understood just how much spirit power Jilin was using right now. The two spirit Douluo couldn't help show a concerned expression, although they knew Jilin was a person who would act appropriately. Just the chance of injuring this kid was bad. But very quickly, the two spirit Douluo's concern became amazement. Tang San simply stood there like a towering mountain. Even though the pressure increased yet again, he didn't move at all, only his expression gradually tightened. Not even the spirit had been forced out? This was the thought the three spirit Douluo all had at the same time. How was it possible? Jilin inwardly trembled a moment. He was only too clear on his own spirit power output. Even a 35th ranked spirit elder would definitely have been forced to release their spirit. Moreover, they wouldn't be as calm as this youngster. If speaking of showing an unvarying expression or firm willpower, as the pressure reached a certain degree, it wasn't something willpower was capable of influencing. Generally speaking, for inferior spirit masters enduring the direct spirit power pressure of high-level spirit masters able to support 2/3 of their own level was already outstanding, and if they were able to support even their own degree of spirit power, then they had extraordinarily staunch willpower. But this was also on the conditions that they had released their spirit. Moreover, if they were beast spirit masters, the assistance to their own body was much greater for beast spirit masters than tool spirit masters. The advantage of tool spirit masters lay in being able to make use of weapons. From Qin Ming's introduction, these three spirit Douluo all knew Tang San certainly was a tool spirit master, but a tool spirit master able to support pressure exceeding his spirit power by 10%, and moreover without even releasing his spirit? This was just too inconceivable. Along with the spirit power fluctuations in the air gradually growing more intense, Flender, Xiaowu and the others gradually also grew nervous, sitting straight, staring fixedly at Tang San for fear that any accident would occur. Only Grandmaster still leaned back in his chair, sipping tea, calmly observing the scene without the slightest hint of concern. Nobody had a better understanding of Tang San's strength than Grandmaster. Grandmaster was perfectly capable of calculating Tang San's limit in the current circumstances. Right now he hadn't even released his spirit, naturally he wasn't close to his limits. It could even be said that there was still a considerable distance to the limit. Grandmaster further knew that Tang San's spirit power was exceptional, brimming with endurance just like his blue-silver grass. It wasn't obvious in a fight, since endurance often increased the capability to prolong the fight. But confronting this kind of constantly growing pressure, this aspect of his spirit power had plenty of room to appear. The spirit power pressure Ji Lin released had already increased past 35th rank to 36th rank, immediately followed by 37th, 38th, 39th. As the power of his spirit power pressure finally increased to around the 40th rank or so, Tang San finally revealed a trace of suffering. His face showed a slight change, and he with some effort raised his right hand. Blue light flickered, and blue-silver grass burst from his palm like a blossoming flower, drifting in the air, forming an enormous cage, enveloping Tang San within. Blue-purple luster flourished, all the blue-silver grass swaying in the air. With each swaying motion the air produced a kind of peculiar feeling, as if even the air moved along rhythmically. Spirit Douluo Ji Lin felt it the most clearly. The moment Tang San released blue-silver grass, he had a kind of feeling like being relieved of a burden. Just as he prepared to withdraw his spirit power, finishing this test, Tang San's blue-silver grass staged this bizarre scene before him. The round cage surrounded Tang San. Between each strand of blue-silver grass was only slight cracks. Along with each of their gentle oscillations, Ji Lin was amazed to discover that the pressure he issued seemed as if it was pushing against something elastic. Along with blue-silver grass light movements, the pressure he put on Tang San weakened a lot. To be precise, it was the pressure he put on Tang San that was reduced. This child unexpectedly had so many surprises. The three spirit Douluo's amazed expressions gradually grew pleased. Actually, even Tang San himself didn't know why blue-silver grass would act like this. On the surface he might appear exceptionally resolute, but in fact, confronted with the 40th rank spirit power pressure, he already even had difficulties breathing, only supported by his unwillingness to let Shrek Academy lose face. Blue-silver grass had been released when he was completely unable to endure. Blue-silver grass current shape and movements were both completely involuntary, but with those rhythmical motions, Tang San immediately felt the pressure drop considerably. In his mind immediately rose a kind of exceptionally formidable force leveraging technique. For Liang pushing 1,000 jin. For Liang pushing 1,000 jin was a commonly used martial skill in Tang San's previous world, and naturally he knew it. But he didn't quite understand why his blue spirit grass would suddenly on its own display his martial skills without his meticulous control. Sensing this, Tang San suddenly discovered that there were a lot of parts to his spirit that he didn't understand. With the pressure eased, Tang San's expression naturally also recovered to normal. But these circumstances made Spirit Douluo Ji Lin withdraw his intent to stop the test. The spirit power pressure increased another step, and this time it also grew stronger at a faster pace than before. For Liang pushing 1,000 jin was admittedly possible, but what about 10,000 jin? How would it be pushed? With the sharply increasing pressure, Tang San was conscious of how the outer edges of the energy channels within his body seemed to explode, his entire body in extreme pain, his skin gradually filling with blood. As mysterious heaven's skill worked faster and faster, the energy channels in his body would bring extreme pain with each collision. The motions of the blue-silver grass surrounding him also grew faster and faster, but in the end their ability to disperse spirit power was limited. However, cut off by blue-silver grass, everyone outside were unable to see Tang San, only thinking Tang San was still staunchly resisting. They didn't know right now his face was already deep red, finally reaching a dangerous level. The current pressure had already reached the level of 45th ranked spirit power. Endure, I can still endure. Tang San constantly told himself, straightening his back. As the spirit power still increased, Tang San's body also finally reached its limit. By now it was already difficult for him to move a finger. But at this moment, Tang San suddenly felt as if something shattered within him. Immediately afterward, the originally rapidly circulating mysterious heaven skill suddenly slowed, and in that moment all the pressure seemed to gush out from his back in a split second, draining away in a moment. The blue-silver grass surrounding him scattered outward, Tang San's whole body shivering a moment. His appearance was once again visible to everyone. However, as they saw at him, they all couldn't help but start with alarm. Right now Tang San's body had unexpectedly swollen one size, and on his back the external spirit bone 8 spider lances already released excitedly, the purple lustrous 8 spider lances softly moving rhythmically behind Tang San's back like wings. That spider web-like pattern had appeared on Tang San's forehead, and this time was especially clear. Tang San's expression was relaxed, breathing in that layer of white mist around him through his nose like rivers flowing into the sea, again breathing it out through his mouth. With each repetition, the white mist seemed to increase somewhat, and Tang San's body would also expand even more. Spirit Bone. The 3 Heaven Do Imperial Academy Spirit Douluo practically simultaneously cried out in alarm. Ji Lin immediately stopped pressuring Tang San. They naturally saw that Tang San had now already hit his limit. Increasing the pressure might even kill him. The tips of 8 spider lances gradually turned white. This white color was seeping out from within 8 spider lances. Tang San's body didn't change at all from the disappearance of the external pressure, still constantly inhaling and exhaling that white vapor. Many thanks for helping with the completion, Spirit Douluo Ji Lin. Grandmaster stood up with a smile on his face, bowing to Ji Lin. Ji Lin stared blankly. Completion? What completion? Even as a Spirit Douluo level formidable spirit master, he didn't understand what the problem was with Tang San's body right now, and was still inwardly nervous. Grandmaster smiled slightly, saying, "Since Tang San this child obtained this external spirit bone, even though his strength has increased a lot, he has never been able to truly harmonize with it. Under Spirit Douluo Ji Lin's pressure, I think that this time he is finally fusing with his external spirit bone, leaving no separation, the external spirit bone becoming a part of his body, and no longer external. Hearing the words external spirit bone, the 3 Spirit Douluo practically simultaneously stood up from their seats, and Qin Ming leapt up as if he'd burned his buttocks. The 3 Spirit Douluo looked at each other. Their insight was of course incomparable to what Qin Ming was capable of, and they had instantly realized that the 8 spider lances on Tang San's back was a spirit bone instead of a spirit. But they still hadn't expected it would actually be an external spirit bone. They could feel its power just from the atmosphere released by 8 spider lances. A just 13-year-old child had not only reached beyond the 30th rank of spirit power, but even possessed an external spirit bone, that object ranked only second to 100,000-year spirit ring on the wishlists of all spirit masters. What did this signify? What kind of potential was this? even though his spirit was only blue-silver grass? Is this really an external spirit bone? Meng Shunji's voice trembled severely. Grandmaster nodded, saying, I'm certain. However, I'll ask the board to keep it secret. Although the external spirit bone is already fused with Tang San's body and won't be released after his death like other spirit bones, but treasuring a jade ring may become a crime even for innocent men. I still don't wish for him to face two formidable opponents as he matures. We understand, don't worry, we swear on our spirits, we absolutely will not divulge this to anyone. The expression in Meng Shunji's eyes was gratitude. The reason was very simple. The Shrek group hadn't concealed the matter of Tang San's external spirit bone from them. This point alone proved how much they valued Heaven Do Imperial Academy. An external spirit bone really was too precious. Should some vicious formidable spirit masters learn of it, they absolutely wouldn't leave Tang San room to grow. In fact, how was Grandmaster such a careless person? He had long before even coming here made meticulous investigations about Heaven Do Imperial Academy. These three spirit Douluo were all revered in the spirit world as kind-hearted seniors, otherwise he wouldn't so easily have exposed Tang San's secret. Heat, that was all Tang San felt right now. The uncomfortable feeling from the pressure had already completely disappeared. Right now he only felt as if he was roasting in a blast furnace, somewhat similar to the feeling of absorbing the man-faced demon spider's spirit ring, but compared to that time this suffering was a lot less. Only the burning heat and without the pain. Although the circulation of mysterious heaven skill internal strength had slowed down considerably, with each revolution it became thicker, and seemed to constantly attack some particular energy channels. That shattering feeling Tang San had before seemed to be the result of an energy channel connecting. The moment the pressure was the greatest, Tang San hadn't realized a black light shone in his left palm, but he still had a feeling of great strength bursting forth from within his heart. Were it not for that feeling of the energy channel connecting, perhaps his other spirit would have appeared. Right now Tang San didn't have the capability to think it over, and was only enduring the shock of that flowing heat. Within him mysterious heaven skill seemed to absorb it. With each revolution Tang San would feel a bit more comfortable. Therefore he could only keep going. After a brief moment of shock the three spirit Douluo gradually calmed, but Qin Ming clearly lacked a bit in inner qualities, and was still extremely agitated. Meng Shunji loosed a long breath. I truly didn't expect, that in our spirit master world there would be such a genius. I truly am happy to have met all of you here today. Flender equally loosed a breath, shooting Grandmaster an inquisitive look. Grandmaster lightly nodded to him, hinting there would be no problems with Tang San. Flender then said to Meng Shunji, we dare not take credit for this child's capabilities, he's Grandmaster's direct disciple. Moreover, his own innate talent is exceptionally outstanding. In our Shrek Academy's history, these 7 children are all the most gifted by heaven. Not only Tang San, but each of the others also have their own talent. The reason we chose to come to Heaven Do Imperial Academy wasn't to let their talents be buried, but in the hopes that here they would be able to fully develop their talent with the best cultivation environments. They are the last class of Shrek Academy, and as Dean, I truly hope to one day see their capabilities as title Douluo, far surpassing my own achievements. Right now Flender's eyes didn't hold a hint of deviousness, filled with sincerity. And the Shrek 6 devils behind him, hearing Flender's words, got a somewhat strange feeling. They found that Flender seemed to become even older, the silhouette of his back giving off a lonely feeling. Yes, as a dean, having to bring disciples to another academy for cultivation, to an arrogant person like Flender, how could his heart truly be at ease? Even if he never showed it, how could his inner world be serene? Meng Xinji nodded to Flender. Dean Flender, be at ease. We three guarantee you that we will provide these children with the best cultivation facilities here, to the best of our ability. The best cultivation facilities, and anything else you ask for. Even if in the future they don't want to fight on behalf of Heaven Do Imperial Academy, it still doesn't matter. Just imagine, one day, as they stand at the summit of the Spirit Master world, if their records would hold the name Heaven Do Imperial Academy, this is already enough to satisfy us. Flender stood up, bowing courteously to the three Spirit Douluo. Thank you, seniors. Watching this scene, Grandmaster finally showed a smile, inwardly saying, Flender, oh Flender, if I hadn't already clearly grasped the natures of these three board members, would I have brought you here? Whatever happened in the past, in my heart, you are still my big brother. Of course I hope to see you spend your later years comfortably. At this moment, a long groan attracted everyone's attention. Just in time to see Tang San spit out a dense white mist, no longer as faint as before, as if it had congealed. Breathing out from the mouth, again inhaling through the nose, the red tone of Tang San's skin had already completely vanished, as had the swelling. It seemed he had entirely recovered to normal. As the white mist was completely inhaled, Tang San gradually opened his eyes. In this moment, to everyone in the board hall they seemed like a pair of cold stars. Even though that bright cold light only flickered for a moment and was gone, everyone saw that Tang San was different from before. 8 spider lances withdrew into Tang San's back in practically the space of a breath. Compared to before, this speed was several times faster. Unfortunately, the clothes on his back were shredded. This was perhaps the one fault of 8 spider lances. Someone as frugal as Tang San still regretted the loss of the clothes. Tang San noticed everyone's attention on him, and first calmly bowed to the 3 spirit Douluo, and without saying anything, with a guileless expression walked over behind Grandmaster. Right now, Tang San basically didn't have the mental capacity to spare for any chatter. His entire mind was focused on his body. When that shattering sound appeared, he was under enormous spirit power pressure, and naturally didn't know what had changed. But right now, after sobering, he immediately recognized the difference. First of all, his spirit power had leapt up by 1 rank, and even more importantly, all his physical attributes seemed to have increased. That increase wasn't something 1 rank of spirit power could result in. Basically, it was because under that tremendous pressure he had broken open an energy channel. This energy channel didn't just let 8 spirit lances perfectly fuse with him, but at the same time, it caused a not insignificant change in his body. Spirit power at 34th rank, yet his physical attributes should surpass the level of the 40th rank. Regarding the breaking open of this energy channel, perhaps even Grandmaster would be unable to explain the reason why, but Tang San understood it very clearly on his own. Because that was what was described in the mysterious Heaven Treasure Record as the 8 extraordinary meridians. Explicitly stated in Mysterious Heaven Treasure Record was that if the 8 extraordinary meridians connected into one path, Mysterious Heaven skill would benefit greatly, and one of Mysterious Heaven skill's great criteria for completion, besides reaching the 8th tier, was to break open all 8 extraordinary meridians. Described in Mysterious Heaven Treasure Record was that a person who had connected the 8 extraordinary meridians, whether in heaven or hell, would be omnipotent. Although these were just simple words, It amply proved just how enormous the effect might be from completely breaking open the 8 extraordinary meridians. Tang San's understanding of the 8 extraordinary meridians came from the mysterious heaven treasure record, where it was described extremely detailed. The 4 limbs had the 8 acupuncture points broken sequence, back ravine, inner pass, outer pass, shining sea, extending vessel, yellow emperor and foot overlooking tears, separately leading to the 8 conception, governing, yin linking, yang linking, yin heel, yang heel, penetrating and girdle meridians, meaning these acupuncture points separately could connect the head, face and torso to the 8 extraordinary meridians. Yellow emperor penetrating meridian of stomach, heart and chest, inner pass yin link alike below the head, overlooking tears gall passes girdling meridian, yang link vision meeting outer pass, back ravine governing meridian of inner eye and neck, extending vessel yang heel also connects the channels, broken sequence conception meridian relates to lungs, yin heel shining sea of diaphragm and throat. Each meridian corresponded to some significant place on the human body. Although the 8 extraordinary meridians were innately connected, this connection was very minute, unable to channel internal strength. But in Tang San's previous world, practically all internal strength experts broke open the 8 extraordinary meridians to increase their capacity. Among the 8 extraordinary meridians, the most important were the conception meridian, governing meridian, penetrating meridian, and girdling meridian channels. And Tang San determined by position that what his mysterious heaven skill broke through under that enormous pressure should be the penetrating meridian. The penetrating meridian paralleled the heart meridian, although its effect wasn't as obvious as the conception and governing meridians. The benefits it gave to Tang San was difficult to put into words. Like how younger spirit masters cultivated more easily, breaking through these 8 extraordinary meridians was also easier the younger one was. As one aged, the body would be influenced by the outside world, and the energy channels within the body would also become more and more rigid, and the difficulty of connecting them would naturally grow. Breaking through the penetrating meridian now would no doubt be of enormous benefit to Tang San's later cultivation. Even now he already had a somewhat reserved, exuberant feeling. Of course, this was all a coincidence. Grandmaster hoped he would fuse with the external spirit bone under these conditions, but how would he have known Tang San would connect an energy channel, obtaining even greater benefits? The Tian-Do Imperial Academy party was naturally headed by Meng Shenji, and on the Shrek Academy's side was naturally Flender. As a result of the favorable terms Meng Shenji offered, the two's discussion became more and more congenial, even giving a feeling of long-standing familiarity. Meng Shenji said, "Then this matter is settled. Teacher Qin will trouble you to arrange it." Qin Ming hastily nodded in agreement. His gaze constantly followed Tang San. Besides surprise, it was even more out of envy. They were both geniuses, but his brilliance was already eclipsed by Tang San's external spirit bone. Just as the Shrek Academy group was taking their leave to return to their own courtyard, footsteps suddenly echoed outside, seemingly from 2 people. "Isn't Principal Meng Shenji here?" Before they arrived, a voice already rose from outside. This person's voice was resonant, filled with confidence, but the voice gave a somewhat arrogant impression. Although it wasn't overbearing, it still didn't have the intent of being polite. Meng Shenji looked distracted a moment. He naturally heard who the owner of this voice was, and wondered in his heart, why would he come? Hurriedly standing up, walking out to greet him, ordering the 2 other board members to follow behind him. The expressions of the 2 seemed to change slightly. Very quickly, 3 people entered from outside. The Shrek Academy group had met one of them before. It was that youth Dai Mubai had sent flying with a kick below the mountain yesterday. Right now that youth stood on the left with an arrogant expression, his eyes revealing an intense resentment. Walking in the middle was a magnificently dressed old man. This person wore a large yellow gown crowded with embroidered brocade that didn't seem messy in the least. Grizzled hair neatly combed back, medium height, a slightly heavy frame, and a majestic appearance. Only his eyes seemed a bit small, breaking the harmonious feeling of the facial features. Standing upright with his hands clasped behind his back, even though he was confronting the 3 spirit Douluo board members, he wasn't the slightest bit deferential, but rather had an attitude of looking down on them. Seeing these 3 appear, the Shrek Academy group first felt surprise. Not because of their appearance, but rather because of the third person on the right. Previously, whether it was the weakest of the Shrek 7 Devils Ning Rongrong, or Shrek Academy's Dean Flender, they had all heard only 2 sets of footsteps, but 3 people had entered. What did this indicate? The person standing on the magnificently dressed old man's right side was another old man, but distinctly different from the magnificently dressed old man. This person was slim like a spear, both hair and beard unexpectedly deep green, with a pair of eyes even more like flickering beryl. Everyone had a kind of illusory feeling towards this man, as if he was a mirage. He followed at the side of the magnificently dressed man, seemingly without moving his feet. This man's face was expressionless, or perhaps it should be said his expression was completely rigid. Sunken cheeks, the green hair disheveled, wearing only simple and unadorned gray robes, forming a clear-cut contrast to the magnificently dressed man at his side. This man's hands were both tucked into his sleeves. On entering the hall, he simply closed his eyes, without even glancing at anyone. "Lord Prince, why have you come?" Meng Xinji stepped forward and bowed slightly, saluting the magnificently dressed old man. But whether it was him or the other 2 spirit Douluo, their gazes were all fixed on that green-haired man. This was a person even they couldn't see the limits of. The magnificently dressed old man smiled calmly, his gaze sweeping across the Shrek Academy group. Xue Bang at his side hastily said something in a low voice next to the magnificently dressed man's ear. The magnificently dressed old man then said, "What? Does the board members have visitors? Won't you introduce us?" Meng Xinji frowned minutely. Even though this was a prince, with their position in the spirit master world, even a prince shouldn't be so unreasonable. But this person was the person in charge of the Heaven Do Imperial Academy, they couldn't offend him. Meng Xinji smiled slightly, inviting the 3 into the hall. By now, the Shrek Academy group had all already stood up. Meng Xinji said, "Your Highness, I will introduce you. This is Shrek Academy's Dean Flender. Here this time to consult on collaborating on a matter. Dean Flender, this is His Highness the Heaven Do Empire's Prince Xuexing. The Imperial Academy is currently under His Highness administration." Although Flender wasn't too interested in this arrogant prince, he still slightly bowed. "Greetings, Your Highness." Prince Xuexing didn't even glance at him, only coldly said, "Shrek Academy? I don't think I've ever heard of it. It should be some mediocre school." "Principal Meng Xinji, how could you allow people of such unknown origin into our academy?" On hearing this, the Shrek Academy group couldn't help but be fiercely indignant. Xiaowu at Flender's side was about to flare up, but was hindered by Flender. Meng Xinji's expression changed. "Your Highness, such words can't be used." Shrek Academy has fostered countless outstanding spirit masters. Our academy's teacher Qin was also from Shrek Academy. This time Dean Flender and all the Shrek Academy teachers are willing to teach at our institution. They are all rare talents. When Prince Xue Xing heard Qin Ming came from the Shrek Academy, his expression was somewhat embarrassed. His gaze shifting towards Flender, he said, "Principal Meng Shinji, according to Academy regulations, new teachers should be subject to review. I haven't been informed whether these people have already passed." Ji Lin at Meng Shinji's side couldn't help saying, "The Shrek Academy teachers all have Heaven Do level strength, there's no need for review." "Your Highness, don't tell me you came here today for this matter." His words were already clearly somewhat blunt. Prince Xie Xing snorted. "The Heaven Do Imperial Academy is a pillar of the Empire. As one of the pillars of the Empire, the teachers all have enormous influence on the students. I cannot wish for the Academy to hire some arrogant and despotic seniors. Xue Beng told me that yesterday as these guests just arrived at the Academy they beat him up. Xue Beng is the fourth imperial prince, representing the dignity of the imperial family. How could he be insulted so?" At this Meng Shinji's trio clearly understood why Prince Xue Xing was here. Seeing the rancor on fourth Prince Xue Beng's face as he stared rigidly at Dai Mubai, the three couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It was just because of brain-dead nobles like these that the Heaven Do Imperial Academy was unable to foster more talents. Flender calmly said, "Then how does your Highness want to settle this matter? I don't know if you have asked His Highness Prince Xue Beng just why he was hit. Spirit Master was the grandest vocation on the Douluo Continent. To a high-level Spirit Master nobility basically wouldn't enter their eyes. Flender himself was an untamable senior. If it wasn't for the sake of finding a home for these old brothers who had followed him for years, he would have flared up long ago when Prince Xue Xing first insulted the Shrek Academy." Xue Xing snorted coldly, "We always treat talent well. Since everyone has come to look for our Heaven Do Imperial Academy's cooperation, yesterday Xue Beng was also the first to make a mistake. Let's forget this matter. However..." At this, his gaze swept across Flender and the Shrek Academy teachers. "You must prove to me that you are indeed people of talent." Xue Beng, standing at Prince Xue Xing's side by now, already had a pleased expression. Flender forcefully suppressed his anger. "Fine, then how does the Lord Prince wish for us to prove it?" Prince Xue Xing smiled calmly, saying, "Very simple, you only have to hold out against Mr. Dugu for 5 minutes, and we will at once recognize you as talents. All treatment will be most favorable. If not, like what Xue Beng said yesterday, immediately get out of here." Dai Mubai's anger stirred, wanting to dash forward. But at this moment, the green-haired old man at Prince Xue Xing's side opened his eyes. His gaze fell on Dai Mubai. The moment he opened his eyes, it seemed like the temperature in the entire hall dropped at once. Those deep green eyes didn't hold the slightest bit of life, displaying ice-cold and something grim and nefarious. Dai Mubai trembled all over with a muffled groan, then quietly fell motionless on the ground. A blue vine shot out like lightning, twisting around Dai Mubai's waist, forcefully pulling him back. Precisely the actions of third-seat spirit Douluo Ji Lin. "Your Highness, you mustn't be too excessive," Meng Shinji said angrily. Prince Xue Xing said calmly, "How am I excessive? Principal Meng Shinji, you mustn't forget the academy belongs to the imperial household. As the direct supervisor, I have the authority to decide on personnel matters. If you disagree, you can complain to His Majesty. But until His Majesty says otherwise, I am still in charge here. Yu Meng Shinji was speechless with anger. Blue light flickered, enveloping Dai Mubai within. Wrapped up in the blue light, Dai Mubai woke up, his eyes filled with terrified blankness. In that split second he had only felt his body go cold without knowing the cause. Let alone attacking, he basically didn't have the slightest opportunity to resist. Prince Xuexing turned to his right. Unlike the total arrogance when he confronted the 3 board members and the Shrek Academy group, to this green-haired old man at his side, he was unexpectedly extremely respectful. Mr. Dugu, please. The green-haired old man looked at the Shrek Academy people. Use strength to prove yourselves, come at me together. While speaking, a layer of intense green light suddenly released from his body. Immediately following, rings rose from below one after another. But his own body didn't show any change. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Altogether 9 spirit rings spiraled up, their brilliant light making the entire hall dazzling. The Shrek Academy group's faces changed, the 3 board members' complexions also changed. Who would have thought that this seemingly slovenly green-haired old man would actually be one of the peak powers on the current continent, a spirit power over 90th rank title Douluo? Let alone the Shrek Academy's people, even the 380th level spirit Douluo, nobody had the confidence to confront him. Spirit Douluo and title Douluo. Even though it was only a difference of 1 title, their actual strength was as far apart as heaven and earth. The higher the level, the higher the gap from rank to rank. Although that green-haired old man's last 5 spirit rings were all black, everyone knew that the later the spirit ring, the closer they got to 100,000 years. By a conservative estimate, his last spirit ring should be from an over 70,000-year spirit beast. From the atmosphere around that green-haired old man could be felt he was a beast spirit titled Douluo, but just now when he released his spirit his body hadn't changed at all. This proved even more how terrifying he was. This degree of spirit control was only possible at the later stages of the title Douluo level. With the distinguished name Dugu and the fishy oppressive smell. If I'm not mistaken, your distinguished self should be the poison titled Senior Poison, Douluo Dalu. Grandmaster stepped forward, obstructing the Shrek Academy teachers whose eyes burned with fury, speaking to the green-haired old man. Ha 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 ha. The green-haired old man laughed. I didn't expect there would actually be someone who remembered me. Correct, I'm Dugubo. Since you know my name, will you still not get lost? Grandmaster's expression was still calm. He unexpectedly nodded earnestly. Fine, we'll get lost. Flender, we're getting lost. Having said this, he raised a hand to pull Flender away. Flender tore himself free, throwing off Grandmaster's hand, a cold harsh light in his eyes. Xiao Gang, I can't let Shrek suffer disgrace like this. Grandmaster angrily said. Even if you don't fear death, don't tell me you think everyone wants to follow you to die together? Titled Douluo, how are you capable of contending against that? If you were also a titled Douluo, you could also casually have people get lost. But you're not. Even if we old creatures didn't fear death, don't tell me you would let the children run off to be destroyed together with you? Poison Douluo is the most malicious under heaven. Do you think his attack would only be directed at you alone? Having said this, Grandmaster turned to the 3 Spirit Douluo board members. I'm sorry, seniors. Let's drop the matter from today on. But we will never forget the enthusiastic feelings of the seniors' reception. I'm sure we'll meet again. Wait a moment. A strict light appeared in Meng Shenji's eyes, staring fixedly at that poisoned Douluo with 9 glittering spirit rings. Dugu Bo, let us 3 old fellows experience your poison. Heaven Star Furnace Spirit Douluo by Baoshan and Sky Blue Vine Spirit Douluo Jilin separately stepped up behind Meng Shenji. The 3 simultaneously released a tyrannical pressure. Meng Shenji's body in a flash became unreal, the entire person transforming into a pitch-black empty shadow, with black mist rising from below, 2 yellow, 3 purple and 3 black. 8 spirit rings blossomed simultaneously. From the spirit rings could be seen the gap between both sides. Poison Douluo Dugu Bo's 5th spirit ring was already on the 10,000-year level, but Meng Shenji's 5th spirit ring was still a 1,000-year one. In Heaven Star Furnace Spirit Douluo by Baoshan's palm, appeared an ancient stove shining with golden light. On the surface were altogether 7 silver stars, releasing flickering light. Spirit rings of the same quality as Meng Shenji glittered, congealing into a thick atmosphere covering his whole body. Over Sky Blue Vine Spirit Douluo Jilin appeared only 1 sky blue vine, but that vine's color sparkled like emerald, faint blue gas released from him, pervading his whole body. Right now, on the Shrek Academy's side, everyone's expressions were very unsightly. However, nobody noticed. Right now Xiaowu standing in the back was doing her utmost to restrain herself, her complexion already somewhat pale. She'd started doing this ever since Prince Xuexing's trio had entered, just that nobody had noticed her. Unconsciously both her eyes had already turned red. With a confrontation between 3 spirit Douluo and 1 title Douluo, the air in the Board of Education Hall became extremely heavy. The 3 spirit Douluo shielded the Shrek Academy group behind them, and poison Douluo Dugu Bo also automatically protected Prince Xuexing and 4th Prince Xuebeng from the assault of the pressure. In a moment, the great battle was on the verge of starting. Even though Dugu Yan's strength was matchless, confronting 3 spirit Douluo together he still didn't dare be careless. His dark green eyes finally revealed a somewhat serious stare. Board members, what are you doing? Prince Xuexing's angry voice hid his fear. Right now he was inwardly already regretful. These 3 board members were after all 80th level powers, in no small measure valued by the Heaven Do Emperor. On the off chance they were truly struck down, he wouldn't be able to take responsibility for the fallout. Prince Xuexing, you obstinately cling to your course. After today, we 3 elders will definitely impeach you before His Majesty, and have him render judgment. Meng Shenji was truly furious. The Shrek Academy group gave him a very good impression, especially that Tang San, who had made them extremely pleasantly surprised, right now watching this chance for enormous benefit to the Heaven Do Imperial Academy about to turn into soap bubbles. How could he not be angry? In age, even that title Douluo Dugu Bo wasn't older than him. Right now this board principal was burning with agitation, no longer paying any attention to the consequences. To him, this situation was no longer about the Shrek Academy staying or leaving, it related even more to the honor of them 3 spirit Douluo. Of course, Tang San's previous demonstration also served as a significant catalyst. Let it be. Flender sighed inwardly, slowly unclenching his fist, the eyes hidden behind the crystal glasses once again becoming calm. He lightly saluted the 3 spirit Doulu. I didn't expect it coming here this time, but we've brought the seniors this kind of trouble. Flender is ashamed. Since Heaven Do Imperial Academy is unwilling to keep us, how can we ask for it? Even if it didn't work out today, perhaps I cannot be free from worries. Seniors, Flender will come visit some at some later time. Flender had long ago lost the impulsiveness of youth, and he naturally understood an arm couldn't match a leg in strength. Since that Prince Xuexing was already hostile, he wouldn't stay behind to cause more trouble. Even though Heaven Do Imperial Academy was nice, it wasn't a place to retire. This time they'd also made a lot of profit in the Great Spirit Arena, sufficient to return to reopen the Shrek Academy and support it for a very long time. Dean Flender. Meng Shinji somewhat anxiously called out. Flender didn't turn back, leading the Shrek Academy people towards the outside with big strides. As the Shrek Seven Devils passed that fourth Prince Xuebeng, they clearly saw the look of schadenfreude in his eyes. But that Prince Xuexing's head was raised high, as if he didn't even see the Flender's party passing. The three spirit Douluo's faces all changed between red and white, clearly on the extreme point of anger, but right now what could they do? This place still belonged to the Heaven Do Empire's imperial family. At this moment, a charming young lady stepped in from outside. Grandpa. On entering, she at once threw herself at Douluo Dalu standing there with 9 glittering spirit rings. As the cold-faced Douluo Dalu saw her, his expression immediately softened, holding out his hands to pull the young lady into a hug, laughing loudly. Yen, good, you've grown a bit stronger again. The Shrek Seven Devils were familiar with this young lady. It was precisely the control system spirit master of the Emperor team. They fought last time in Sutuo Great Spirit Arena, Douluo Yen. When they saw Douluo Yen throw herself into her grandfather's bosom, she naturally saw them as well. When her gaze fell on Tang San, her face clearly changed as she hugged Douluo Dalu's neck and whispered a few sentences into his ear. When Qin Ming came back, he told them the Shrek Seven Devils' ages to provoke them to train. Douluo Yen asked in great detail what Tang San was like to clearly see who the aggressive guy who beat her was. However, she did not expect to see her grandfather. Thus with the Shrek Seven Devils present, although Tang San was very ordinary, his figure and expression in his eyes did not change, and she immediately recognized him. When Douluo Dalu raised his head again, the entire Shrek Academy delegation had already walked out of the hall. His gaze though rested briefly on Tang San's back as a small smile appeared on his mouth. Apparently what Douluo Yen had said made her break out into a smile, like a spoiled child in Douluo Dalu's bosom. I'm sorry, board members, I'm afraid that I also have to leave the academy. It was Qin Ming who said this. At the moment, his face was full of indignation and was feeling extremely insulted. Not having the strength to erase this disgrace was an extremely painful matter. No matter what, he could not stay here. Regardless of the treatment here, in his heart, it could not compare to his origin, Shrek Academy. The 3 board members became alarmed simultaneously, even that Prince Xuexing staring with a blank expression. Qin Ming's position at the Imperial Academy was actually much greater than what Flender and the others had imagined. It could be said that it was second only to the 3 members of the board. After all, his current position, within the Spirit Master Hall records, he was one of the youngest to reach the 60th rank. As he absolutely was a rare genius, the 3 board members were absolutely sure that at 60 years old, Qin Ming would become a title Douluo. A title Douluo appearing wasn't just of importance to an academy, it would be an extremely important event even to the whole Heaven Do Empire. At this moment Prince Xuexing finally had some regret in his heart and his eyebrows furrowed. However, at this time, he naturally couldn't say anything, otherwise wouldn't it be a slap to his own face? Meng Shenji immediately stepped forward to stop Qin Ming. Teacher Qin, how could this be? We will carefully talk about this situation later. We will definitely bring this up to His Majesty, and let His Majesty fairly judge this situation. Qin Ming shook his head. His eyes already expressed a determined look as he indifferently said, "This is Heaven Do Imperial Academy, in the end belonging to the Imperial family. Since the Imperial family loathes my fellow Shrek Academy members, how can I have any face if I stay here? Members of the board, I appreciate your kindness. In those years, when I came here, I came alone. Today I leave alone. Members of the board, please take care of yourselves. These past years that you have taken care of me have already been engraved in my heart. I will definitely return the favor. Goodbye." He didn't give the 3 board members the opportunity to stop him as he used his spirit power to leave. His figure became nothing more than a flash, already chasing after the footsteps everyone from Shrek Academy as they left the Board of Education Hall. Meng Shenji fiercely stamped his foot. Facing Prince Xuexing, he bellowed, "Your Highness, you have screwed things up. Do you know what kind of talent those people just now had? You. He had promised Shrek Academy to not divulge Tang San's external spirit bone secret. Now he had lost his temper, the spirit power on his body unsteadily undulating. Prince Xuexing indifferently said, "Things up to now have not been good. If you 3 wish to complain to His Majesty, I have nothing to say. Goodbye." Finished, he took Xue Beng and walked out. But he did not call out for Douluo Bo. Douluo Bo also didn't wish to leave immediately. Looking at the 3 members of the board, he said, "A group of spirit masters that have yet to reach the 80th level, yet you still want them to stay. You 3 really are old." Meng Shenji angrily said, "You don't understand anything. You are correct in that they have yet to reach the 80th level, but do you know how big their potential is? Perhaps in a decade, within that group of people there will be many titled Douluo." Prince Xuexing's actions today were pushing the empire towards an abyss. Don't tell me you believe that the incident today won't cause them to bear grudges. Douluo Bo snorted, "This is unrelated to me. Yen, Grandpa has to leave. You stay here and study hard." Prince Xuexing took Xue Beng away from the board hall. While walking, it was clear that he was troubled. "Xue Beng, this time you gave your uncle many problems. I'm afraid that those 3 old fellows will not leave the matter alone." Xue Beng smiled. "Uncle, thank you very much for today. Did you see how aggressive Shrek Academy was? If they stayed at the academy, sooner or later they would have caused trouble." Prince Xuexing indifferently said, "Forget it, things have not been beneficial so far. You must remember, if your father the emperor asks, you must say that they attacked you first. If it wasn't in order to weaken your older brother, do you think I would rashly insult so many spirit masters? Xue Beng, you must work hard. If not, in the future even if I wish to help you, I'm afraid I will not be able to. Those 3 board members are extremely important to your father the emperor. It's a pity that they are all your brother's people." As if it was a play, within was contained multiple deep meanings. How would this Prince Xuexing be an impulsive person? After going through all that, at the base of the mountain, no one in Shrek Academy's party said anything. Qin Ming quickly followed them, also only walking behind Flender, not saying a word. But from his ashen face, one could see how poor his current mood was. Help! Reaching the bottom of the mountain, they once again saw the clear lake at the foot of the mountain. However, this time, no one in Shrek Academy's party was in the mood to appreciate the scenery. Dean, it would be better if we made Shrek Academy big again. The one who said this was Dai Mubai. Flender stopped walking, raised his head towards the sky. Despite the glare of the sun, his heart was feeling cold. Dai Mubai said, "You always refuse to receive help from the students, I can understand. However, right now, even if we were struggling for breath, we still can't just drop this subject. Be at ease, I will not use money from my home to help the school. Us 7 are Shrek 7 devils, and naturally should help our Shrek Academy. We can go participate in spirit fight competitions. As we are a gold-level spirit fighter team, we can absolutely make enough profit for the school. If you let us represent the school, there will be a day when we make Heaven Do Imperial Academy regret their actions today." Dai Mubai was Shrek 7 Devils' oldest, and once he spoke those words, the rest of Shrek 7 Devils all nodded their heads, expressing approval. Grandmaster sighed and grabbed Flender's shoulder. "Flender, I'm sorry. This is my fault." Flender shook his head. "This has nothing to do with you. It is our unceasing bad luck. I don't know why, but right now I don't even have the slightest feeling of punishing the school. Perhaps it's because I've grown tired over the years." "Help?" Xiaowu asked. "Then what should we do now?" Ning Rongrong said, "It would be better to go to my family's castle. From here our 7 treasure glazed tiles castle isn't far." Flender shook his head. "Forget it, I don't feel like relying on other people's charity." "Rongrong, thank you for your good intentions." Ning Rongrong pressed on. "Dean, don't worry, my family is in no way like Heaven Do Academy. As you know, our 7 treasure glazed tiles school is very welcoming towards any spirit master. If anyone says anything to you, I definitely will not let them go. Even if it is a poison Douluo hung. Wait until I go tell Uncle Jian and Uncle Gu too to come out and beat his teeth out." Flender's eyes gradually softened. He knew that his decision right now didn't just impact himself, but also these Shrek Academy teachers and students. After collecting his thoughts, he once again took on the spirit of a dean. "How about this? Since we've already come this far, we can try resting at that Heaven Do Empire capital. As for what we do next, we can talk about it later." Just then, Qin Ming suddenly stepped forward and with a pu tong sound, he kneeled in front of Flender. "Dean, this is my fault, punish me." Flender hastily pulled him up. "Qin Ming, what are you doing? How could I not know what your feelings towards Shrek Academy are? For you to follow us is enough proof that you hold Shrek Academy in the most important regard. It should be us saying sorry for ruining your future prospects." Qin Ming bitterly laughed. "Future prospects? If it was not for the teaching I received, how would I have a future? I have hands and feet, so don't tell me that I won't be able to survive if I leave Heaven Do Imperial Academy. I will bring everyone to Heaven Do City. What Junior Dai said earlier I approve of. I really do believe in reopening Shrek Academy again. Dean, Shrek Academy will forever be my home, and if one of us does not wish for that, they can leave. If you really are tired, we can help you rebuild the school." Flender nodded his head looking at the other teachers. "Let's go, we will go to Heaven Do City and look for a place to stay first." From Heaven Do Imperial Academy to Heaven Do City really was close. A group of people carrying heavy hearts after walking for a short period of time had already reached this Heaven Do Empire capital. From a distance, it was already possible to see the flag fluttering on top of the city, and because this empire was the most influential on the continent, it was also one of the most flourishing cities. The city walls were 100 meters tall and made of the hardest granite. At the top and bottom, fully armored sentries equipped with pikes were standing guard and patrolling the wall. Their bodies emitted an austere aura that allowed one to see their heroic spirit.